Everyone has some talent, and his talent is different from others. He doesn't get sick from overeating, and whatever he eats won't poison him. For example, he can eat the head of a turtle while it is still alive. Eugene tried more than one way to somehow use this oddity of his. And eventually, thanks to his talent, he became a poacher in Africa. This time, Lightning General wants them to catch a gorilla. This guy is his fellow poacher named Spaniard. Now, Lightning General is the guy who gives them the job, posing as a military man. This time they only need the head and arms of a gorilla, 2 or more, no body needed. It turns out that their general wants to use the gorilla's head as decoration and make ashtrays out of its hands. Eugene decides to leave tomorrow. The next day, poachers come to the tropical forest. There are several dangers for gorilla poachers. There are competing companies pursuing the same goals, but the most dangerous are the military, combing the forest in search of easy money, and the armed rebels who oppose them. They are different from poachers, whose only weapon is a regular rifle. If a poacher meets one of them, there is only one way out: run away. There are a lot of military people here today, and you have to hide from them all the time, which makes it difficult to get to work. Eugene asks if this is the right path. The Spaniard answers in the affirmative. You just need to follow him. But Eugene is not sure that this is the right way. The Spaniard assures that they are going the right way. Here they are surrounded by either military or police. He is a representative of Andy Montoya's special local police force. It turns out that the Spaniard knows Korean. Thanks to those 10 years of chasing Eugene, he learned not only Korean, but also English, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and Thai. These are all the languages of the countries through which Eugene traveled. He is an international criminal nicknamed Pet Shop. His crimes include murder, poaching, smuggling, fraud, creating a criminal gang, drug trafficking. In short, he is arrested. Now Eugene is sitting in a police car. Of course, all of this was planned to catch him. It's all a cunning plan. It took 3 months to get close to him, and another 3 months to gain his trust. Andy almost died while he was pretending in front of Eugene for these 6 months. He should receive the highest prize at this year's awards ceremony. He is confident that Eugene will not escape this time. The phone in the police car rings, and Andy picks it up. The reason Eugene became a poacher is because he digests everything he eats, and whatever he eats will not poison him. Thus, he gains the ability to change his body, and he turns into a monster. He gets shark teeth, something like scaly needles and other things. He is an international criminal of Korean origin, involved in all crimes involving large sums of money. Eugene spent all this money on purchasing rare animals from all over the world and became famous for eating all these animals. No one knew why he started doing this. However, at that moment, Andy Montoya learned the reason why Eugene ate all these animals of different species, and even that was not enough for him, since he personally hunted them. He attacks Andy, offering to say something last before doing so. The person driving the car hears some sounds in the fenced-off body. Here, a giant hand with claws breaks through the wall. Now the police car is broken. It fell down the hill and lies somewhere far from the road. Eugene climbs outside. He had been to the North Pole to eat a polar bear, and to the South Pole to eat a penguin, but nowhere on Earth had he seen anything like it. Eugene was stabbed in the back by a co-worker he trusted and was arrested, but he broke into his car and escaped, and everyone in the car with him was dead. Now he saw the sky with 2 moons shining in it. It was clear that this was not the Earth. He somehow ended up in another world. Maybe there was another dimension down there somewhere, or he just died when the police car crashed. But maybe it was a good thing it happened that way. As his friend Spaniard said, Eugene had committed many crimes. One could say that it had already become commonplace for him that the UN or the police were on his heels, but here no one would be chasing him. Here he is surrounded by wolves with huge fangs and red eyes. They say that wild animals usually sense who to stay away from, but it seems that this is not always the case. And this wolf, who came forward, with a special mark and the longest fangs, is apparently the leader. The monstrous wolves are about to attack Eugene. However, he turns into a monster much larger than them. Then the wolves, frightened, run away. Now Eugene has the body of a gorilla and the head of a tiger, and he finds himself behind the leader of the wolves. Eugene grabs it to eat it. He hasn't eaten anything for a long time, so this guy will be his first delicacy here. But it turns out that even a tiger's teeth can't bite through him. Then Eugene turns into a hippopotamus with very sharp teeth from some other animal. It's strange. It's just a wolf's skin. But it took a hippopotamus's mouth and even shark teeth. Only then could he bite through it. And it's also strange that not only was the skin incredibly strong, but these wolves didn't resist the roar at all. Of course, this can be explained scientifically. An animal's roar can paralyze muscles and deprive them of strength. But even the leader was dumbfounded. Wolves were pretty big animals, so it should have stopped them for just a few moments, at least according to his logic. But maybe logic doesn't work in this world. A week had passed since his first lunch here. During this time, Eugene caught and ate several different types of animals in this forest. A bear with disproportionately huge front paws, a snake, perhaps poisonous, perhaps not, a deer with antlers as sharp as fangs, and others. If you ignore some peculiarities, they look like animals from Earth. The logic of this world is different from the earthly one, which means there is definitely some kind of system here. In order to find out more about this place, Eugene also turned into a monster today. He noticed a man in the thicket. It's surprising that there are people here too. Maybe he can even find out something from him. Eugene walks up to the man from behind and touches him with his huge paw. The ability to add body parts of eaten animals to one's body is far from unlimited. It has many limitations. The condition for changing the body is that it must be the same part. In other words, hands can be turned into bear paws, but not into a crocodile's mouth. In addition, you can't add almost anything from a lobster or a centipede to yourself because their structure is radically different, and you can't use inappropriate functions. For example, now that he has a bird's head, he can't speak like a human. Here a deer with sharp antlers attacks a man. He is pierced by them and is now bleeding. The man says something in an incomprehensible language. Eugene thought that his language was different. It's a pity, of course. But he can't help this man, and he doesn't want to do it, of course. He needs information about this world. But even if he saves him, they won't be able to talk. On the contrary, after death it will be easier to obtain information. Thanks to Eugene's ability, he can read the memories of the eaten through his brain. With the help of this man, he was able to learn the language of this world. And the most important acquisition is the Encyclopedia of Monsters, the book that this man had. For example, the wolf that Eugene ate is, of course, an impenetrable wolf. It reaches an average of 200 centimeters and weighs an average of 120 kilograms. Has the ability to bite and roar. Thanks to this book, Eugene was able to learn what kind of monsters and what kind of system this world has. And through this system, it seems, he will be able to realize his goal, which he abandoned on Earth. It turns out that trolls have the ability to revive. The brain was destroyed, but recovered after a month. This was not in the book. It looks strange. Eugene digs into the troll's carcass. His head makes a scream. There's still a lot left to test, like how long you have to hold a troll over a fire for the skin to peel off, at what temperature it will get burned, whether it has resistance to poison, how many times it can be reborn. Eugene thinks about what experiments he should conduct. There was a prophecy that here, in the endless forest, a terrible monster would be born. He will devour everything in his path, gain skills and improve them. Trolls find human traces. These were probably the security guys, and he was wondering where they had gone. Someone has monopolized the most delicious little people. We need to find them quickly before only bones are left. Eugene just ran out of test subjects. At least he wouldn't have to look for them. Following the tracks, the trolls come to the cave where Eugene lives, from where a human smell comes. One of the trolls has a strange feeling. It looks like the security guys decided to eat the man alone and sprayed something. They realize that this is the scent of troll blood. Here, Eugene appears before the leader in the body of a giant monster taller than the trolls. He throws a huge rock at the leader. The muscles of a troll and the big paws of a bear are not a bad combination. Eugene was supposed to use this troll in experiments, but accidentally swatted it. One of the trolls attacks Eugene, but he bites off his hand in which he holds the club. Eugene used fatal bite and poisonous teeth. Trolls are reborn, so immobilization is best for disarming them. The troll, no longer able to move, collapses to the ground. After this, Eugene did various tests with the poison for several months. The most interesting part of the Monster Encyclopedia is the ability section. Something like this always happens in games, so at first he even suspected that he was reading the instructions for some game. However, he used the abilities of all the beasts he ate in this world, so the abilities exist. And as a result of his experiments, he also realized something important. For example, poisonous creatures with a fatal bite ability can immobilize an enemy with poison. However, Eugene was left with only a physical mark from the bite. If it is not an ability but a character, then it also applies to the one who has the ability, when he tried to use the poison ability, as well as the viper's teeth on the bear's paw. Both poisoned and immobilized her. And his roar probably had an effect on the wolves, because it did not belong to someone from this world, but to a tiger. Eugene came from Earth, so he is immune to the abilities here, but his attacks, on the contrary, are deadly for the locals. This means that he can become the strongest being here. The Earth is owned by humans, so no matter what animal on Earth Eugene devours, humans cannot be defeated. This is because science and weapons are far beyond the capabilities of animals. But here everything is different. The civilizations of this world are primitive. There are many monsters that threaten humans here, and there is no technology like the atomic bomb that exceeds the capabilities of animals. Since childhood, Eugene dreamed of becoming the strongest creature. Now to make this dream come true, he just needs to eat. There are trolls with infinite respawn, mighty ogres that breathe fire that can even melt steel, and finally dragons. Someone who looked like a green egg saw a dragon in the sky. This is a fantasy world that he has only seen in fairy tales, and he was incarnated in this world as a slug that can devour everything in its path. This means that he must become the strongest here. This is truly a revelation from God. He unlocks the ability status, he's a slug, and can absorb and make his own anything, just like in the anime. He notices a snake. She, in turn, notices the slug and is ready to attack. The slug grows to gigantic sizes. He absorbed the snake and gained the fatal bite ability and a +1 to agility. The immobilizing poison ability is ready for use, and as a price for the hunt, his spirit was reduced. The difference is imperceptible, but he will surely find out later how to restore it. In this place he is the main character. He has absorbed a poisonous snake, a deer with sharp horns, and an impenetrable wolf. All this time he suffered in an unhappy body, and he had bad parents. But these were tests, and all for this moment. Now he is a slime that will get the features of all the monsters, and will be able to defeat everyone using his skills. He improves and scares the monsters. The goddess of the Elmwood continent chose him, although not as the main character, but as a disposable item. But he is still the chosen one. This is the continent of Elmwood, which receives the protection of the goddess, and there is also a brave man chosen by her. According to the laws of heroes, he protects humanity, and the more danger they are in, the stronger the goddess makes him. However, even this hero could not stop this terrifying monster. It brought great disaster to the entire continent with its terrible power, and the hero was brutally killed by it. But when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned 10 years into the past. This was definitely the last chance that the goddess had given him, and he must definitely stop this monster. When Anthony talks about the prophecy, he suddenly feels a pain in his chest. Apparently, it's because he lied. For a hero, this is a punishment. But if he simply directly states that he came from the future, then they won't believe him. The elder asks for more details. In this place, a monster will be born that will devour everyone and absorb all the abilities in this endless forest. And Anthony has come to stop his tyranny. If this prediction is true, then they are in big trouble. In fact, the number of trolls in the area has suddenly decreased sharply. They are almost invisible. Perhaps this monster wants to master the troll's ability to resurrect. Basic troll resurrection and weakness to fire, he definitely had those skills. So if Anthony finds a troll nest, then maybe this monster will be there too. Eugene continues his experiments. It seems that this time it is enough. All the other trolls died during the experiments. Only one remained. The remaining troll asks to be killed. Eugene says he's going to send him to the next world now. Of course, during this time he became a little attached to it, but nothing can be done. He must find new experimental samples. He will kill the troll as he wishes. Here Eugene reads in the encyclopedia that if you squeeze all the blood out of a troll, you can get a restorative potion. There doesn't seem to be any need to get rid of it right now. The troll continues to ask Eugene to kill him. The lizardman, living alone in the endless forest, does not belong to the monsters, but to the people. But the lizardmen are very aggressive towards strangers, so they often attack those who invade their territory. For this reason they are listed in the encyclopedia. Their height is on average 180 centimeters. Their weight is on average 85 kilograms. They are immune to poison. They are able to breathe underwater, swim quickly, and weaken physical attacks. So, lizardmen are something like a link between mammals and reptiles. Maybe Eugene will find this useful. The domain of the lizardmen is located in the swamp of the endless forest. They notice someone who looks like a troll. They haven't seen them lately. It's unclear where he crawled out from. The lizardmen are about to attack what they believe to be a troll, outraged that he dared to enter their territory. However, in reality it is not a troll, but a giant monster with the body of a troll and the head of a snake. It has a huge mouth and squeezes the lizardman's throat. Eugene's snake head is so big that it was able to swallow him whole. This monster causes the lizardman great disgust and horror, far exceeding him. He does not know what kind of creature it is, but if he is left alive, then they will all be in danger. The lizardman strikes and realizes that the monster has the ability to basic resurrection, which is incredible. because only trolls have this ability. Eugene spits poison into the lizard man's eyes. He should be immune to poison, but it looks like the poison is affecting him this time. The lizard man collapses into the swamp. It looks like Eugene now has a new test subject. Meanwhile, the slug continues to absorb everything living that comes its way. There's nothing special about the orcs either. It's a shame he only went up one level. Here he smells the smell of blood coming from the cave. The slug sees the ability of the impenetrable wolf. The search for life and other abilities, somehow a lot of everything. You definitely can't pass by such luck. In the cave, the slug discovers the corpses of the lizard men. It's incredible, there are so many experience points here. With underwater breathing, poison immunity, and even basic resurrection, this is a real gold mine. Here, Anthony appears behind the slug, having come to the cave where Eugene lives. Slug notices Anthony and asks what he is. He followed the trail of trolls and evil energy and found a slug. But this is not an ordinary slug. It emits unclean energy. Its essence is pure evil. Anthony says he is a warrior. Apparently, he is the one who always loses to the main character of this world. Or maybe he is a victim that should be used to level up. And in anime, they usually defeat the dragon first. It's a shame that they sent him a trash warrior. It's not clear what this slug is talking about, but it's unlikely that he's praising Anthony. The slug says that he was apparently chosen by the goddess herself, and since the trash chose him, that means he is trash too. After all, in this world a goddess is just a bag of hairpins. You will need to allocate her a place in his future harem. There were many who insulted Anthony, and many who cursed his parents, but he forgave them all, as befits a warrior. However, no one has ever insulted the goddess who created the continent of Elmwood, and there should be no such thing. Anthony wants to hit the slug with a sword. He tells him to shut his mouth. Slug says that he is the main character, but if Anthony wants to fight, then he is curious what he will get for killing the warrior. Even if the reward is small, he will gobble up the abilities with joy. A warrior should still have more of them than an orc. The slug grows and is about to swallow Anthony. However, he runs into his sword. Although he is a slug, slime cannot restore what has disappeared from it. Those he swallowed dissolved, and the slug can regenerate. He's a real cheater. Anthony decides that he is the future scourge of this world. This monster of destruction must disappear here. Anthony raises the sword of great judgment, preparing to destroy the slug. A blinding stream of light hits him. It is impossible to speak human with an animal head. However, after Eugene ate the lizardman, he can use human speech despite having a reptile head. This is a connection between mammals and reptiles. To make it more interesting, we need a few more test samples. The lizardman thinks that he is facing the same monster because he has the head of a lizardman. Although in appearance it is much stronger and taller, and he has long fangs. Others shout that it is not a lizard and order them to attack. Eugene is pierced with spears, but he spits out poison, and he covers the lizardman's eyes with it. Others see that this poison affects him, although lizardmen are immune to the poison. Then they are going to attack all at once. However, it soon becomes clear that they cannot defeat this monster. Eugene grabs the lizardman by the throat. Where the slug was, there is now a smoking circle with signs around the edges. Anthony thinks that he has destroyed the monster that was the scourge of the world. However, a drop of mucus remains on the blade of the sword and falls to the ground. A slug emerges from it. He is recovering, but too slowly. He needs at least some food. Eugene returns to the cave where the slug managed to get into. He discovers that all the lizardmen have disappeared somewhere. The slug is happy that more food has arrived. He spits slime at Eugene, but he might not be able to swallow him up so easily this time. He was a man. Everyone around him pointed fingers at him, calling him trash. But he was only following his instincts. It was his duty in life not to go out of his way, not to take on difficult tasks. His parents did not support this position. They abandoned their 40-year-old fat and lazy man. And he, in fact, was not eager to have poor parents either. He hoped that it would all just work out on its own. And indeed, everything just worked out somehow. One fine day he found himself in this place, and even in the body of the strongest slime. And it dawned on him that he was the chosen one, the main hero of this world. True, because of one damned upstart he is not in the best shape now. But these are only the trials that have befallen the main character. Soon he will absorb all the skills of this world and carry out his revenge. Apparently, because he is the main character, the food itself came to him. Eugene is perplexed by what is in front of him. The slug heads towards his mouth, intending to start with the heart. Eugene swallows it because he can digest anything. A lot had happened in the last 2 weeks. He would start with the bad news. His lab was no longer usable. While he was hunting lizards, a slime got inside and dirty everything. Now it smelled terrible in there. The good news is that he defeated this slime, or rather, absorbed it, and it has already been digested. By the way, this slime had some pretty interesting skills. The manual says that it can evolve into anything it absorbs. Its diet ranges from mice and insects to poisonous grass and soil, including ore. And what happens with a slime that eats mostly ore is that it gains the ability to metallize and search for metals, and they can mostly be found in mines eating metals. Initially, Eugene could not eat ore, or rather, he could. But due to his abilities, it was completely digested and left the body only as excrement. However, the slime is not limited in food in any way, and since Eugene absorbed it, it means that now it can eat metals and even become metal itself, which means that it will be completely invulnerable. The dragon that lives in the hollow of a huge tree has no name. A noble dragon who lives his days alone does not need a name, but her subjects gave her a nickname to call upon during worship. They call her the fire spark that dances in the sky. She has a child. The lizards of these forests worship her. Sometimes they bring jewelry as tribute to ensure their safety and prosperity. But with the birth of her child, she began to pay less attention to them. Her child is more important to her than anything else in the world. After a long time, she finally arrives at the domain of the lizardmen. For some reason, no one is visible anywhere. Her domain is empty. The dragon descends to the ground. She sees traces of the battle and is indignant that someone dared to disturb the peace on her lands. Whoever invaded here will pay for it. The lizard's body is covered with impenetrable scales. In terms of protection, it is inferior to the skin of wolves. But this is not important, but the layer of mucus that covers Eugene with scales. The mucus of lizards acts as an antibiotic and disinfectant, and can also be used as an ointment. But even this is not the most important thing. This slime covers him with scales, and the slime merged with it. If Eugene absorbs solid metals and changes the slime to a metal slime, he will undoubtedly become stronger. But there is one problem: where to get these metals. Eugene activates Hawkeye. Now he sits on a hill. Getting to the top of the mountain where the ore is mined will be difficult. It is very high. The ore is mined by onyx orcs, who are about 210 centimeters tall and weigh about 150 kilograms. They can increase physical strength and vital energy, and have all the skills of a fighter. This is one of the strongest orc tribes on the continent, inhabiting the endless forest. It has about 40 heads. It will be difficult to deal with them. Even for Eugene, there are too many of them. It would be good if they left their mines for at least a week. Then he could extract the ore. Here a dragon flies over Eugene. According to the lizard's memories, she is now raising a child. With his abilities, Eugene can convert the prey's brain and read their memories. But if he converts it completely, he can lose his mind, so he only uses part of it. The reference book says that the dragon treasures its child very much. Eugene doesn't even have to show off. The dragon brings prey to its lair. There is already a whole mountain of game there. It is a reserve, so that there is no need to hunt constantly. Firespark tells her child to stay home until she returns. The little dragon wants to go for a walk and learn to hunt. He asks when he can go outside. The spark of fire says, let him not even think about dreaming about it while it is not there. She set up a protective barrier, so everything should be fine. The fiery spark flies away. Then Eugene, wearing orc skin and with orc fangs, makes his way into the lair. He found a tree with a hollow where the dragon lives half an hour ago. He learned about its habitat from the memories of the lizardmen. It turned out to be much easier to find. As he thought, there was a magical barrier installed at the dragon's lair. This was also in the memories. However, this barrier does not work on creatures from Earth. Eugene abandoned the deer and went to the dragon's lair. He finally gets into it. It was very high to climb here, but he had the lower fangs of a troll and impenetrable red scales. He also added some things from various small animals. This was enough to bypass the barrier. The little dragon gets scared and asks who he is. However, this is an unexpected catch. The dragon's lair is filled with treasures, which the child is now trying to protect, saying that this is their home. The ore from the mines wasn't even close. Eugene could eat that. And the abilities from precious metals would be even cooler than from ore. The little dragon tries to drive Eugene away. However, he grabs him and tells him to shut up. He throws the dragon down with all his might. The fiery spark returns only after a week. In the end, she found out nothing. And besides, 7 nights had flown by. She enters the den. Usually the child always meets her, but he is neither seen nor heard. Here she sees that the little dragon is lying in a pool of blood. Firespark uses healing, restoration, and healing skills. The little dragon rushes to its mother. She is furious and asks what happened here. The little dragon says that the red child with big fangs hurt him. He took all his mother's shiny things and his food. Red skin and large lower fangs. In the endless forest, only the onyx orcs fit this description. They dared to touch her child. The fire spark will send them to hell. She lets out a deafening roar. Finally, Eugene waited for this moment. An orc from the Onyx tribe tells the elder that they discovered a strange object during their exploration. It's not often that you find something like this in the forests near the village. Perhaps there was some valuable relic in the forest. This is the smell of dragon's blood. Here, a fire spark appears right above the elder. It's time to pay the bills. A spark of fire destroys everything and everyone around it. She can smell her child's blood. She knew it was the orcs. The orc horn called out to all the orcs of the endless forest. The battle lasted 4 days and 4 nights. In the end, the orcs were victorious, but countless numbers of them perished, with only 15 of them remaining alive. And the survivors left the endless forest, leaving a sumptuous feast for Eugene. The little dragon can no longer sense his mother. Left alone, he instantly grows up. Finally, it was time to fly out of the lair. If you remember who Eugene has already managed to eat: wild wolves, trolls, lizards, orcs, a dragon, and other captured monsters. In addition to these, then he has tasted everyone mentioned in the book, and there is nothing more for him to do in this forest. He told the man who agreed to give him a ride that he had lost his memory. The man noted that this was a common thing in these parts. If Eugene gets hold of a rejuvenating healing herb, rare monsters, or the secrets of an ancient kingdom, untold riches await him. Many people go to the endless forest for this. Most of them die. But someone is lucky, so he needs to take care of himself from now on. Pretending to be a fool who had lost his memory, he was able to find out everything from a merchant heading to the village. He managed to extract almost all the known information, but some things still remain a mystery. In this world, the status window is a way to verify the identity and status of the interested party, something like an ID card. But for some reason, Eugene can't use it. Maybe because he's not from this world. The merchant arrives at the city gates. Here Eugene will disembark. They will not go any further. This is the huge city of Santo Camargo. And here it is, cleaner than he thought. Eugene finds recommendations to wash hands to prevent infection, as well as text on infections and personal hygiene. Apparently civilization has not bypassed them. Eugene hears someone say that this city is surprisingly clean. You won't find such purity in the entire kingdom. The second prince spent his childhood in this city. He was the first to discover diseases associated with unsanitary conditions. And he was not even 10 years old at the time. No doubt a child prodigy, as expected of the second prince. He's having his coming-of-age ceremony here next month. I'll definitely have to come. On Earth, hygiene standards took root somewhere only in the 20th century for the Middle Ages. This place is too advanced even teenagers know about infections. Maybe someone else besides Eugene still has memories of Earth. And it wasn't long before he met such a person. Actually, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This is Andy Montoya. Now that's his name in his past life. He's a second-generation Mexican-American. He was an investigator for Interpol, part of the UN, and a secret agent for the CIA, so it's clear he was considered part of the elite. However, meeting the monster that Eugene had turned into led to his defeat, and it was a very miserable death. But as soon as he died, he woke up in a new world. Opening his eyes, he discovered that he had turned into a small child. His name was Edward. Now he was the second prince of the kingdom of Grand Conteneur. This life turned out to be much easier than the previous one. Knowledge from Earth gave him a huge advantage in the Middle Ages. Elite training in diplomacy and politics helped him get unlimited power into his hands. To be reborn as a commoner would have been a miracle, but he was reborn as a nobleman. Moreover, the first prince will not inherit the throne, or rather, will not be able to claim it. So it is only a matter of time before Edward becomes king. The second prince arrives in the city and a ceremonial procession is held in his honor. Soon he will become the king of this world. Finally, it's all over. Smiling all evening is pure torture. Suddenly, a humanoid lizard climbs into Edward's room window. "This is Eugene," he says. "Long time no see." He takes on a human form and Edward recognizes him. He decides he's having a nightmare and falls onto his bed. Eugene didn't expect such a strong reaction. There's a knock at the door. Someone comes in and apologizes for disturbing you so late. It looks like Edward is sleeping. The person entering sees Eugene, mistaking him for a stuffed bear, and wonders if it has always been there. But it doesn't matter. He turns back to Edward, and he puts his hand in his bosom. He came to kill the prince, but Eugene grabs his hand in which he holds the knife. Edward is too young to die, so he will take his place. The conspirators heard screams from the prince's room. They come in and everything goes wrong. Since things have turned out this way, they move to Plan B. The chief orders to kill these two. Apparently, they are in cahoots with the guy who wanted to stab Edward. Eugene grabs him and jumps out of the window. This time, he will save Edward. One of the conspirators reports that some monster has kidnapped the prince. In response, they are indignant at who dared to do something like this here in Santo Camargo. The order is given to gather all the soldiers and save the prince at any cost. There were so many people chasing Eugene, he should have lost them by now. It seems that Edward was actually sleeping all this time. Now he is waking up. I have to admit that it was not a dream. This time Edward has some kind of seizure. After a while, Edward asks how he ended up here. Eugene says that he wants to ask him what happened and why he is here. Edward thinks that Eugene is going to kill him after he finds out that he has been resurrected. He says he's not going to kill him. He has already paid in full for his betrayal. So, Eugene kills all the traitors, but Edward will not cooperate with him. It's not fair. Eugene only killed him and the team. Lightning General and the other participants in the operation must still be alive. Edward died, and he disappeared. I wonder who will get the laurels. Surely everyone except Edward got a promotion. He sweated for 7 and ended up being the only one sent to this hole. To hell with mutual assistance between colleagues. Now he is not Andy Montoya, but the Prince of the Continent of Elmwood, Edward Grand Continuer. Now he agrees to cooperate with Eugene. So his goal is to go back to Earth and kill everyone who betrayed him. Edward has to find a way to send him away, and it will be safer here, and all these bastards will die. But for now, he will allow Eugene to play a secondary role in his plan. This guy is a prince, an ally of high rank. It won't be superfluous. It will be much easier for him to get important information. Besides, it would be nice to know a way to return to Earth. Thus, both believe that they can be useful to each other. Eugene tells Edward that there was an assassination attempt on him. He is surprisingly calm. Edward says that he is already used to it, and in order to help Eugene, he must watch his positions. First, he needs to sort out the coming-of-age ceremony. 300 years ago, the first king, Edward the Magnificent, went hunting in the vicinity of Camargo and stopped at an inn. He was so charmed by the service that he granted the owner of the court the title of Baron. This laid the foundation for the Hotel Santo Camargo and became the source of influence for Baron Camargo, who, with the support of the royal family, gained incredible power. The barony of Camargo grew and prospered under the patronage of the royal family. But should it lose their blessing, it will face inevitable collapse. Therefore, Baron Camargo will use all his military might for the sake of the throne. And then, during the prince's enhanced defense, a mercenary unexpectedly entered the army. They tell him that they have found the prince. The Baron orders that he be brought here quickly, but the prince returned himself. He stands in front of the city gates with Eugene. Edward orders the Baron to recall the soldiers. There was an assassination attempt on him last night, and only thanks to his secret bodyguard Eugene was he able to survive. But there were too many of them, so Edward had to run away. The Baron asks the mercenary if this is true. He says that he can't let himself be deceived. It is clear that the kidnapper was threatening their prince, so the mercenary thinks that Edward cannot resist threats. His name is Edward Grand Continuer, a descendant of the first king, Edward the Great, who inherited his name, and he believes he does not have the courage to fight back. This looks like a mutiny. This guy may look rough and uncouth, but the metal his armor is made of looks like mystium alloy, and underneath the armor you can see the scales of a red dragon. He can't be called an ordinary kidnapper by any means. You don't even need to think about it, it's clear who's lying. The Baron orders the arrest of the mercenary and his henchmen. So Edward knew. The Camargo are one of the 5 most powerful royal families. They possess knowledge that others have no idea about. Edward will provide him with one of the unforgettable tortures, even if he does not hope for an easy death. It was because of him that their plan failed. The mercenary asks who he is. Eugene lifts his visor, revealing a bear's face underneath. He treated some old armor and a log that were lying around in the cave with slime. Thus, he transformed them into mystium, which he ate along with the dragon's treasures, as expected. The slime has a lot of benefits, so Eugene was able to fool the Baron. The conspirators could not withstand the torture and split. In reality, they are the Mutermesis, the messengers of death, and these bastards have pretended to be the royal guard. The Baron asks Eugene if he knows anything about them. He says he heard about them from a former knight. They say the second Queen Everose died of illness, but the real cause of death was poisoning. A vile crime, the Baron will not let it go. Eugene advises not to interfere with this. These people kill influential people from high circles. They are not simple mercenaries. But the Baron cannot sit idle. He needs to calm down. Eugene will take care of that. Besides, the prince has almost figured everything out, and everything will be resolved soon, the Baron says. If His Highness is confident, all he has to do is believe. So he obeys the prince. The ceremony is nearing completion, and it is time for Eugene to return. The Baron asks to protect the prince. Eugene will let him live as long as he needs him. Everything else is no longer his concern. Edward and Eugene are riding in a carriage. Edward said he had a lead on the Mutter who attacked him. He says that he lied. He already knows everything without any clues. Eugene asks who these mercenaries are. They would soon arrive in the capital anyway, and he would meet the leader in person. It would be more interesting if he found out about everything later. Eugene says he is dying of impatience. They will have to travel a long time. This will end their conversation about Mutter. He said that he wanted to ask Edward about something. Eugene wanted to ask about the status window. He can't summon him. Maybe it's because he's not from this world. All living creatures on the continent, not just humans, have a status window. And with the help of the recognition skill, you can view information about the status of others. Edward also has this skill, but when he used it on Eugene last time, he definitely saw some of the information about him. It would be faster to check for yourself. Edward will activate recognition. For some reason, the window didn't appear. Edward then tells Eugene to transform into another being. He gets the paw of a grizzly bear, which he once ate in Alaska. The taste, of course, was not so-so. Edward says to choose someone from this world. Then Eugene transforms into an orc. Now the recognition works. The orc has the 3rd level of strength and the 6th level of recovery. So it didn't work because Eugene was from Earth. But once he turned into a being from that world, it worked. Now Eugene wants to test all the monsters in this world that he can transform into. He tests lizard hand, troll skin, impenetrable scales, and more. After that, he transformed into different monsters that he managed to eat and conducted experiments. He tried many times, and as a result, the status window stopped changing. His name, race, and level are not defined. His skills are Strength level 3, Recovery level 6, Vision enhancement level 2, Regeneration level 7, Debuff resistance level 3, Roar, Deadly poison, Dragon scale, Enhancement level 10. It seems the system recognizes Eugene as a bug. 2 days later, they finally arrive at the place. Edward says that they have a meeting with the leader of the mercenaries. Edward tells Eugene not to be surprised. They approach the gate. Behind these doors is the leader of an organization of hired killers. The doors are opening. Eugene can hardly help but be surprised. In front of them is the throne room. The leader of the mercenaries is the king of this country. Prince Edward Grand Continua returned safe and sound. The king says he has heard the news and is glad that everything is okay. But he didn't really expect Edward to return alive. It's all thanks to his escorts. They assigned mercenaries to him instead of security. There is some kind of flash between Edward and the king. It seems like a mental battle. Even Eugene feels it. And this, apparently, is Edward's friend, the knight Eugene. The king hears this name for the first time, as well as the position of secret bodyguard. Eugene feels the king's aura pressing on him. He says he is brave, as befits a knight. Maybe Edward will give it to him. Edward asks for forgiveness, but he has 2 reasons for refusing the king. Firstly, Eugene is his friend, not a thing. He doesn't own him, so he can't give him away. And secondly, he is the closest person to him. Edward can get an older brother, even though he is the 2nd prince. That's why he and the knight Eugene have been like sworn brothers for a long time now. Eugene agrees. If that's all, Edward can go away. After meeting the king, he was very happy. Eugene will not find anyone more grateful to him. He appeared out of nowhere. His identity is impossible to establish. And he is also covered in mystium, which the old man considers a secret strategic reserve. He must be confused and already shaking with fear. Thanks to Eugene, Edward fought back against the old man, and his return gift was a special armor imbued with magic. This bastard starts collecting orphans from the age of 10 all over the country, providing them with a full education. In addition to the basic duties of a servant, he teaches how to obtain information and even kill, after which he sends such servants to members of the royal family and aristocrats. The main task of servants is to eliminate interference. Using this method, he took the royal throne despite being only the 4th prince. Ultimately, it is a civil strife, but now that Edward has fraternized with a guy of unknown origin, the king can pretend to be calm as much as he wants. But Edward knows that inside he is shaking with fear. His face today is the best thing he has seen. Then someone enters the room. The princess heard the news and asked what Edward had done to anger his father. Eugene approaches her and tells her not to move. The princess is indignant. How dare he behave like this? Maybe he doesn't know who she is. This is the prince's personal space. and she invaded without even knocking. Eugene draws his sword and brings the blade closer to the princess's neck. He won't repeat it. Edward asks Eleanor to forgive the knight Eugene. He did it for his protection, and not out of malice. Let her go back to her place. They will talk next time. Eleanor irritates Edward. He thinks she is stupid. She is his younger sister. He spoke about this on the way. The goddess endowed her with power. He must eliminate her first of all, as soon as he becomes king. Eleanor Grand Continier is the youngest of the 3 living children of the wise ruler Edward IV. 3 more did not pass the selection and now rest in the royal tomb. As soon as she was born, the princess received from the goddess the right to visit any lands she wanted to visit. She is madly in love with Edward Grand Continuer, a hot-blooded Spaniard in a past life, even though they are not blood relatives. But loving your own brother is crazy, Eugene asks, just in case if Edward ever thought about reciprocating her feelings. Yes, he is a comedian. Edward had already spoken of the second queen, who was poisoned, invited to tea and given tea by the first queen, Eleanor's mother, and the second queen was Edward's mother. After her death, the first queen received all the love and gave birth to a child. Who would have thought that the younger sister was born due to the death of Edward's mother? But it turns out that it was not the king who killed the second queen. Then it is unclear why there is enmity between them. Edward says it is connected with the firstborn, but he can only talk about this in his presence, or with his permission. Suddenly he decided to keep it a secret, but there was nothing he could do. He swore an oath to the goddess. That's it, it's time to get ready for the first step. Perhaps countermeasures should be taken against the mercenaries, but in any case, if the king kills his son in his own home, he will anger God, so the old man often sends him on trips. However, the coming-of-age ceremony was complete, proving that Edward had the right to become the next king, meaning that the old man could no longer push him around as he pleased. The old man has a lot of admirers in the palace. First, we need to sort this out. For example, they can lure the chancellor to their side. Suddenly, someone unknown blocks Edward's way. He recognizes him, it's his older brother. Just think, Edward's skill is truly amazing. Every little thing fuels the king's suspicions more and more. He trapped all the brothers who claimed the throne and killed them. They were all just obstacles standing in his way. However, this brat mentioned his adopted brother. It was clear as day that he wanted to humiliate him. His plan was successful, but at the same time it created one unpleasant precedent. But the king had another plan for this case. He raised the children who passed the selection as enemies, but the firstborn in justice, so that he would become a wise ruler. The second son grew up in the shadows. His job was to remove obstacles from the path of the first prince. The eldest daughter was smart and beautiful, and the king planned to use her for a political marriage. However, the talents of his first and second sons turned out to be much stronger than he had planned, and Edward turned out to be unusually cunning and insidious, wanting to get rid of the people he hated. And the eldest was so fair that the goddess called him a brave man. So the firstborn disappeared from the kingdom of Grand Continent, leaving only the cunning and treacherous second son and the meek eldest daughter. Better a docile princess on the throne than a dodgy snake. He will never allow Edward to become king. They haven't seen each other for a long time. There is an important issue on the agenda, Anthony suggests going to the audience hall. This brave man, chosen by the goddess herself, is called the kindest and fairest, unburdened by the shackles of the title. So this is what he is, the first prince. The goddess's patronage must grant him great power. He could become a hindrance. Anthony comes to an audience with the king. He doesn't want to see him. However, the king says that he is sincerely glad to see him in their humble kingdom. Anthony thanks him for the warm welcome. The king heard that he had come to them on a serious matter. Then he will immediately get to the point. Yesterday the goddess endowed him with the power of holy light. The church has already announced that it will send her holiness. So within a week, Anthony will leave for the expedition. He hopes that His Majesty will provide support with troops. Of course, he will allow him to take part in the expedition. Now, when Anthony was about to take action, the Demon King showed up. Since time immemorial, there has been a race of demons that is hostile to humans, and at the head of all demons is the Demon King. Through the efforts of the goddess, the two races, despite their enmity, must coexist in balance. If the balance of power shifts to one side, the goddess chooses a brave warrior on the other. Even if this does not restore equality, it endows the brave man with holy power. This means that killing the king of a warring race will not be a sin. Everyone was originally created by the goddess, and she could not leave the Demon King without due attention. But the holy power will allow the brave man to mercilessly deal with the king. Eugene asks what the problem is then. At the moment when the brave man received the holy power, Humanity was driven into a dead end since Edward held the coming-of-age ceremony. It was his duty to stand up for the kingdom. The damned old man would send him off to war, and even if he returned alive, the king would agree in advance on his exile. The next day, he orders Edward to join the warriors of the great brave man and crush the Demon King. Edward listens and obeys. He only dreams that his insignificant strength will help the great brave man. Who would have thought that honor and duty are so important to Edward? The second prince shows the makings of a king. Eleanor watches Edward drive away. She hopes that he will return safe and sound. Finally, I can get out of this damn palace. They are leaving. Eugene didn't think Edward would be so submissive. He says there's nothing to be done. All that's left is to perform a great feat and return for the head of the crazy old man. The situation outside is more important. So far, everything is quiet, but something is definitely being prepared. One is slowly approaching the carriage, of course. He did not forget to arrange a meeting for Edward on the way. To the right and behind, approaching the rear wheel, apparently aiming for the protective barriers. There is no need to stop him. If the barriers are destroyed, then the wall on the rider's side will also weaken. The rider raises his sword. He strikes the protective barrier. The barrier is successfully destroyed. He moves on to the next stage. Riders on both sides of the carriage activate fireballs. Now it's the turn of the one who rules the horses. Suddenly there is an explosion and something grabs him. The riders fall. Those holding the balls at the ready are puzzled as to what is happening. There is an explosion. One of the riders accidentally fires at the other. Eugene emerges from the carriage with a dragon's head and lizard's arms. Every time he surprises Edward, he's just the spitting image of a monster. He'll have to get used to having a monster as an ally. Eugene and Edward emerge from the wrecked carriage. Eugene lets out a deafening dragon roar. The horses and riders are terrified. The commander activates mind dominance. They tell him that this is a spell. The main thing now is to complete the task, and his mind can be restored. They are attacking. A fire ignites in the dragon's mouth. Eugene throws it at the commander. Dragonflame has amazing help, and if you spend the mana, you can use it again. Good thing he used Orc instead of attacking head-on. The riders are furious. Their commander is killed. One of them hits Eugene with a sword. However, as a result, only his blade is damaged. Eugene grabs the horse by the tail. He throws her back so that she falls on the riders. The rest are retreating. We need to tell the battalion about this. They will definitely come back for the commander. Suddenly, a quantum beam hits them. This is the magic of shooting light rays. Edward has been able to control light since birth, Eugene says. And yet he operates in pitch darkness, and controlling light doesn't suit him. They stop at an inn. If they had left the palace with the brave man, none of this would have happened. But if he had been next to Edward, there would have been no chance to kill him. The old man had timed it right. They agreed to meet after dinner. There was still time. Maybe Eugene wanted to go somewhere, or he was interested in something. Speaking of the power of monstration, with it, the Demon King's camp should be in complete disarray. And if the brave man chosen by the goddess was injured, it should probably be considered a crime against a respected person. A brave man endowed with the power of monstration is given the right to kill. The goddess is just, and the power of monstration frees both parties from responsibility. Even if the Demon King kills a brave man, he will not be punished for it. But in all of history, this has never happened. If the Demon King succeeds in killing the brave man, humanity will cease to exist, and they will lose the right to be a race that competes with the demons. So this is a life-or-death battle, no different from Eugene's life. He looks like it doesn't concern him, but even if he doesn't care, he shouldn't interfere with Edward. They have an agreement with him. Fortunately, with a monster like him, you can come to an agreement. Apparently, Edward has a lot of monsters he knows. He says there is another monster who is called a saint. Despite her name, her ignorance is unmatched. He has interesting thoughts, which means he is an ignorant monster. Her holiness must have been misheard. She didn't think that her hearing was deceiving her. Edward admits that she misheard, and asks if she can consider this an insult to the goddess's closest confidant. Insulting people and their faith is a chronic disease of the entire elite. Using such people as an example, Edward manages to maintain his sanity. Her holiness says that usually these psychos consider themselves the pinnacle of creation. He should look into the temple. They also treat mental illnesses. Edward says that there are so many sick people in the temple that they had to learn this too. We need to go out and let him prepare for the funeral. Eugene puts on his helmet. He takes out the gold and tells those around him that they saw and heard nothing. Eugene scatters gold. The contract doesn't say that he has to clean up after Edward. A saint is the same brave man but created by man. Just as the goddess created the brave man, Her followers, using blessings and magic, created the saint. The only difference is that the goddess created the brave man in an instant, but it takes more than 10 years to make a saint out of a person. Moreover, this requires enormous resources. So there is only one saint, but such a saint, having undergone training, will prove her incomparability. A skeleton covered in blessed magical metal, muscles developed to the limit, and superhuman strength. Edward was the first to see her talent when he was 6 years old. She was supposed to be training for the guard, but she was noticed by a priest of the temple of the goddess and taken with him. Still, it's unclear whether Edward can defeat her. Eugene is looking for them. It seems the fight is over, but this is not the end. Let them sort it out already. A brave man will arrive soon. The saint asks for forgiveness, she still has things to do. Eugene doesn't mind being a bodyguard, but he doesn't remember being hired as Edward's nanny. There is no need to add more work to his workload. Eugene doesn't even understand what he's saying. The brave man walked towards them. He did not suddenly descend from the sky and gallop in on a white-maned unicorn. He was modestly dressed and looked like an ordinary knight. The saint also meets him. He met Edward again and was glad that the prince had arrived safe and sound. The road turned out to be not so dangerous, although there was a small obstacle along the way. Eugene Anthony sees for the first time, or rather, they met in the palace, but did not introduce themselves to each other. He is a brave man, chosen by the goddess. Edward is no longer a child, but he still takes offense. The situation is still the same. The goddess never took back her gift. The current Demon King is undoubtedly the strongest in history. In the future, Anthony cannot guarantee that Edward will remain alive. Eugene will follow the brave man because he is His Highness's bodyguard. In that case, from this moment, Anthony proclaims the creation of a punitive detachment. The demon was waiting for these words. This is the 7th demonic general Francis de Frilode. Pride. He says, the brave one has declared war on behalf of humanity, right in the territory of the demons. All that remains is to fight. Anthony asks why innocent people should suffer. Apparently, he didn't listen to him well. This village is demon territory. There was not a single person left in it. Only those who had sworn allegiance to the Demon King. Francis orders them to be killed. A werewolf is a lower demon that increases its numbers by infecting people. A person turned into a wolf loses his humanity forever and will carry out the orders of higher demons until his death, like an obedient puppet. One of the werewolves prepares to attack Edward, but he uses quantum ray magic. Sword and light shield, he was even able to attack with the shield. Edward skillfully dodges using tricks. Now it's the saint's turn. Her entire body is nourished with magic. Her fighting style is brute force. Now a brave man, he fights like an ordinary knight. It turns out that the werewolf he struck was just a child. Perhaps this is where Francis's work ends. However, there were 4 of them. Eugene, meanwhile, is behind him. It was unbelievable. How could he not notice that someone had approached him from behind? He, the 7th demon general of the Great Demon Kingdom. Francis de Frilode is defeated, killing one of the 7 demonic generals. But he was so confident we should have sent despondency instead. However, if they were able to kill one of the generals, this speaks of their strength. They too can lose their lives. But of course, this is a joke. Francis was a weakling even among generals. In any case, these 7 generals are just a disguise to hide the existence of the 4 great kings. Even though he is brave, but in the end, he is just a puppet of the goddess. The end of humanity is already predetermined. They cannot win. After all, they successfully went beyond the boundaries set by the goddess. Eugene dealt with the demon. The wolfmen are also destroyed. Edward uses restoration on Francis. His face is familiar to Anthony. This is one of the 7 demonic generals, Francis de Frilode, responsible for collecting information. He is popularly called Pride, but they have not met in person yet. A demonic general, and also an informant, a big shot, and he was hiding behind pathetic wolfmen, perhaps too recklessly. They were lucky to capture an important figure, but maybe he became useless, in which case their true enemy is a bird of a different feather. This werewolf is just a lower demon, although when Eugene ate a lizard, he gained compatibility with reptiles. Then if he eats a wolfman, he will gain compatibility with mammals. He is all in anticipation. Eugene wants to eat this wolf. He is not alone here. Let him choose his words. Francis is one of the Demon King's confidants, a demonic general, an informant, and Pride. It's too easy a death for someone like him. It could have simply been thrown away as unnecessary, but any information is important. If the informant was indeed left behind, then demon society is no longer what humanity knew it to be. Edward knew that Eugene would agree with him. It was hard to imagine that the top leadership had been useless unless the social order had changed. Eugene does not rule out the possibility that there is a third. Edward is the first, he is the second. It is clear that it could be someone from Earth. If the Demon King ends up being the third, then they will have a great chance to deal with the Saint and the Brave Man. All killed werewolves are buried in one grave. The Saint prays in front of a tombstone. She sends to the goddess those who, by the will of evil fate, lost their lives today, even though their bodies have been transformed under the influence of evil intent. But in their souls, they are her sincerely devoted children. It's good that they still had the carriage sent to the palace by the church. The Saint asks who will lead her. Edward is hosting. Eugene can only control what starts up. The commandment of the brave is not to control the road on the way to his goal. The Saint does not know how to control a horse, since she has no need for a carriage. The prince was turned into a coachman, just like in Dragon Quest. Eugene doesn't know what it is. He lived in Japan for a couple of years. If he missed this, then he practically didn't see life. Eugene says that since his life is insignificant, it's easier to hang himself right away. It looks like Edward wants to say something. There is a way to kill the brave. Having met many creatures on his way, Eugene immediately felt that it would not be so easy to kill him. Or rather, he does not even know if it can be done. He felt it when they met in the village, and when he, without using his skills, dealt with a crowd of wolves faster than anyone else, with a bare sword at the ready, all his skills at a high level. For Eugene, whose strength is made up of small parts put together, this type of opponent is the most difficult. Only the most honest, the most just, and the kindest are worthy of being brave. But if you are deprived of this right, then heavenly punishment overtakes you and takes away all your strength. In this case, even Eugene will cope with him. He thinks Edward has a plan, but it's not needed. Let everything go its own way. Here the Saint asks what Edward is talking about with the knight Eugene. If she can't figure out what's in the message, she should try thinking. Apparently the prince was not taught how to speak with the servants of the goddess. And so it is every time, as soon as their glances intersect. Anthony wanted to ask Eugene something. He asks to tell how he became the prince's bodyguard. Eugene asks what the question is about. Anthony says he just wanted to know about his younger brother's friend. Then a pain pierces his chest. The commandment of the brave man is to remain impartial to everyone. These must be the commandments the prince was talking about. If I hadn't asked, it wouldn't have hurt. Anthony thought it was worth the pain. The elder is worried about the younger, and the younger is going to kill him. How interesting. They have a contract. He protects the prince, and in return he looks for a way to fulfill Eugene's wish. It must be very difficult to fulfill his wish. They arrive at the Colosseum City, the most remote city in the Kingdom of Grand Continent, and also a guard fortress. Just a couple dozen kilometers away lies the Kingdom of Demons. Today they spend the night at a drinking inn. Anthony will walk around and see if anyone needs his help. The Saint must report to the Order that she arrived without incident, and Knight Eugene and the Prince should not mess around, but rather keep an eye on them. Eugene says that the brave man told him about the reward on the Demon King's head. The power of monstration can be considered a divine revelation to eliminate the Demon King. And if the revelation comes true, the goddess will grant one wish to everyone who had a hand in it. Edward asks if this is true. Eugene heard it himself. Excellent if this is true. Well done, Edward pays. Let Eugene drink as much as he wants. Some time passes. It seems Edward has had too much to drink and is feeling nauseous. He immediately spews what he has drunk right onto the floor. Eugene notices that those around him have lost consciousness. Something is happening to Edward. Meanwhile, Anthony is helping someone carry a barrel. He says he doesn't even know how to repay him. Anthony did only what he had to. Here he is, a brave man, as they said, simple as a cork. Anthony asks who he is. Don't be surprised, they already know everything. Anthony is surrounded. He is one of the 7 generals of the Demon Kingdom, Ferrars de Clatnirod. A brave man should remember this name. He placed parasite eggs in the water that the people of that city drank. Growing into the host's body, the parasites take control of his mind. The infected cannot resist his orders. He took control of the common people, so only by killing these people will Anthony get to him. I wonder if he will go against the commandment of a brave warrior for this. Ferrars can't wait to see his choice. The commandment of the brave man is not to endanger the lives of the innocent. He even knows the commandments. But there is a way out. You can scout out the situation from the roof. However, on the roof he sees Edward, the Saint, and Eugene. Anthony is very predictable, and he gave him a choice. It's not good to ignore it. He'll show him what it's worth. Eugene punches Edward on the arm. This is cruel. A knight should protect, not maim. First one hand. Now Eugene is throwing punches all over the body, but the demon did not order him to do this. Eugene grabs the Saint. He takes on both her and Edward, and jumps off the roof. This way he won't be able to order them to kill him. Eugene tells Anthony to look after them. He will deal with the rest himself. He seems to have been lucky enough to escape his parasites. But that doesn't matter. Eugene attacks one of the possessed. Anthony protests. These are innocent residents. They are just under his control. Eugene took the life of an innocent man. Well, that's great. No one will remember the carnage he causes here. He activates his troll muscles and attacks the villagers. He is a knight. He cannot kill civilians so cruelly. This hypocrisy is now of no use. If he feels sorry for them, he shouldn't have taken them under control. He started all this himself. He will remove control from them and return back to the demon kingdom if only Eugene would stop. He understood it, but more and more people are blocking his path and not allowing him to go in that direction. He already knows where the demon is. To hell with the brave man. He needs to get away as quickly as possible. However, Eugene grabs him. The demon hits the wall. He is such a rare specimen and Eugene needs him, or rather, all he needs is his abilities. Let the demon be quiet while he eats it. In his entire life, the demon had never met such an opponent. No one in this world can live without water, so his parasites are able to take control of anyone. In case of resistance, they affect the minds of their comrades. The outcome of the battle is known before it begins, so he, Ferris de Clatnirod, thought. But this bastard, being a knight, killed his comrades without a shadow of sympathy. Without hesitation, brutally dealt with his compatriots. Perhaps he is not familiar with the concept of sympathy at all. Ferris had no other choice. No matter how strong this knight was, he would not be able to resist his power. The demon rushes into Eugene's mouth. He swallows it. Ferris thinks that he himself will become a parasite and take control of it, although everyone will think that it is suicide. However, it begins to dissolve. It was quickly absorbed, probably due to its delicate texture. Eugene had to eat parasites on Earth too, but it was impossible to get abilities from small parasites in fish or insects. And this one can control at least a person. He will definitely be able to use some of his skills. Needs to be tested. Eugene bites off half his finger. Then he spits it out. It's easy to experiment with the troll's ability. The bitten off part of the finger turns into a fish. This means that Eugene can control a severed body part, but there are limitations on the size of the object and the duration of the effect. However, the skill can be developed by eating other synthesized organisms. But first the consequences must be eliminated. The Demon King did not expect gluttony to be defeated. He definitely didn't survive. All the samples of his parasites died in the lab. Despite the outdated views of gluttony, he was a perfect match for the 4 heavenly kings. One of the demons asks how he met his end. Some psycho killed all the infected, found gluttony and killed him. We are talking about the prince's personal knight. With gluttony dead, all that remains, other than the 4 kings, is wrath. It's a shame to send him to battle the brave man. He specializes in large-scale battles. It would be more effective to send him against the human army. But as soon as the rascal heard about the old man, he immediately disappeared. Edward is driving the carriage again, this time with the saint sitting next to him. Anthony realizes that Eugene's solution was the most effective. However, these residents were only under control. With his abilities, it was possible to reduce the number of victims to a minimum. Eugene says that both control and victims are all the enemy's fault. Anthony did not feel a drop of remorse in his words. And such a knight accompanies the prince. Eugene himself is just like a demon. He has a disgusting character. Suddenly, Edward's scream is heard. Their way was blocked by a giant turtle with a mountain instead of a shell. This is the demon Dracos de Lazrod. He has come to avenge his old comrade Ferris. He raises his monstrous leg and slams it into the ground. Eugene asks Edward if he knows this demon. He says that he sees it for the first time, but he has read about it. 50 years ago, a huge monster led an army of demons to attack. It was said to be twice the size of a dragon. Then his height should be somewhere around 30 meters, but this one looks even bigger. He must have grown in 50 years, because reptiles grow throughout their lives. It looks like a mountain. I wonder how big it can get. The demon swings his monstrous tail. Now is not the time to discuss its size. We need to figure out how to deal with this monster. He hasn't attacked yet, apparently planning to do something and attack from a long distance. He moves closer. Finally, his tail is very close to the carriage. Now he's really hitting his stride. He's prowling around the place where the carriage was. His blow sent Eugene and Edward flying into the ground. These miserable bugs killed his comrade. But no matter whether it was them or other humans, one day Dracos will take revenge on them all, crushing every one of their kind. He kicks the ground again. All they can do is run. Dracos is right below them. They jump to the ground. The prince specializes in defense, so it's time for him to go to the front lines. But he can't stop such a colossus. Even absolute protection has a limit. Anthony's reflection skill is completely useless here. He asks if the saint will be able to take the blow on herself and then use healing. The saint says that the dead man won't be able to heal himself. This thing will smear her on the ground with one blow. But there must be a way against such a giant. The three look back at Eugene standing behind them. He hardly looks like someone who can compete with Draco's. But apparently there is no other choice. And besides, there is one option. Draco's may look slow and dim-witted, but he's not stupid. He wants to avenge his comrade, but life has taught him that it is dangerous to give in to blinding anger. Once, due to his carelessness, he already allowed people to hurt him. Over time, he developed the perfect strategy. Firstly, to detect opponents with the help of the touch skill. Secondly, destroy everything in the area so that they have nowhere to hide. And finally, after the enemies get close, attack them. His tough skin and defense will be enough to withstand ranged attacks, so he will definitely not lose to anyone, even if his opponent is brave. What Eugene is about to do is too reckless. Then maybe the saint has a better offer. They can escape, but that would put other cities in danger. He must fight even if there is no chance of success. Anthony rushes into the attack. Then it's time for Eugene to get ready. The goddess's holy sword deals increased damage to creatures of darkness filled with malice, but is otherwise a normal blade. Drake's anger is driven by a desire for revenge. Revenge is wrong, but it is hard to call it evil, so the goddess's sword will not be able to reveal its full power. Anthony dodges the giant tail's blows. These blows leave deep dents in the ground. Anthony is now ahead of Dracos. At this distance, it will be difficult for him to attack with his tail. However, the brave man is wrong to underestimate him. Anthony is thrown into the ground by a devastating blow from the tail. He dodged a direct hit and was only thrown back by the shockwave. And that's all he can do? It's incredible that Ferris would fall at the hands of such a weakling. Drakes is right, he himself doesn't believe it. Apparently the brave man decided to joke before his death, or perhaps beg for mercy. Anthony didn't think everything would go according to plan. 5 minutes before, Eugene had laid out his plan. They had no other choice. Anthony had to distract the demon's attention to himself, and Eugene would get to him underground in the meantime. There is a scar on his stomach. He will aim for it. Anthony asked Eugene if he was sure this was possible. If the brave man keeps Draco's attention, then Eugene's skill may not detect him. But the demon may sense sounds or vibrations while he's digging, so bait is needed. Anthony asked how long it would take. Eugene said 3 minutes, 5 at the most. Anthony agreed to proceed according to the plan. Eugene asked why he believed him and did not allow the thought that he could lie. This will not happen. Among the personal skills of a brave man is the recognition of lies. Even though Eugene didn't lie, the abilities from this world don't work on him. Maybe he's the only one who can lie to a brave man. Who knows? Maybe it will come in handy for him. Finally, Eugene crawls out from underground and reaches the scar on Dracos' stomach. The muscles of a troll, the body of a mole, the claws of a dragon. With such a set, digging the ground is easy. Now Dracos finds Eugene. He doesn't understand how he managed to get close to him unnoticed if he was using the life sign detection skill all this time. Eugene's arm transforms completely into a dragon's. With such claws, he can tear through any skin, no matter how thick it is. Drake says he won't let himself be touched again. He wants to crush Eugene. However, he uses his claws to rip through the scar on his stomach in order to get inside his body. Drake winces in pain. It worked. Now Eugene is inside him. But his body is too big to wander around here at random. Maybe use the abilities of a parasite. It spreads parasites throughout Drake's body. Information from them goes straight to his head. They penetrate into the heart, lungs, blood vessels, brain. And these, it turns out, are convenient abilities. And by the way, Ferris and Dracos, it seems, were friends. What a shame to die from a friend's skills. Eugene notices that there is something on this side. He begins to tear the demon's flesh with the dragon's claws. He's almost there. Here is the heart. Eugene is going to eat him. Looks like now is a great chance to attack. Dracos feels like his stomach is on fire. He made a mistake and asks to be saved. It's just awful. It's enough to drive you crazy. Drake's collapses to the ground. Eugene emerges from his eye. The atmosphere seemed to change. The brave man and the saint were a little shocked by Eugene's appearance, although Edward, of course, didn't care. Eugene doesn't understand what the problem is, but that's not important. What matters most is what he ate. The ancient dinosaur is not as valuable as it is big. It just has big muscles, and that's all. They are inferior in strength to the muscles of a troll of the same size. Eugene has dragon skin, and it is much stronger, but not everything in this demon is so mediocre. On the contrary, he received a lot of useful things. Firstly, the lungs of an ancient dinosaur. They are very powerful and are wrapped in a dense clot of muscle. since a large amount of oxygen is needed to support such a huge body. In addition, the stronger the inhalation, the stronger the exhalation. This will make his dragon breath even more powerful. Secondly, the circulatory system. Naturally, with such a large body, it is difficult for one heart to pump blood. Perhaps that is why small organs similar to additional hearts were located at certain intervals on the arteries and veins, so that even with a damaged heart, Eugene's blood flow would not be disrupted. But here it is, the main trophy. Even Wrath was defeated. Now only 4 kings remain. In the end, what they had predicted happened. Everything as the great king had planned. Very soon the brave man will attack the fortress of the Demon King. Since they had already slaughtered the entire village, he would try to destroy the source of the troubles before the number of victims increased. Without much effort, they were able to get rid of the remnants of the past and made the brave man believe that he had eliminated the Demon King's confidants. And since this part of the plan has come to an end, it is time to destroy all the people. Humanity will win the war if they cut the throat of the Demon King. On the other hand, the demons must either destroy humans or force them to surrender. However, as long as the brave man is alive, humanity will never give in. And besides, he is the strongest creature, patronized by the goddess. Ultimately, in order to win, the demons can only destroy humanity. So, all they need to do is kill all the people before the brave man gets to the fortress. Thus spoke the new great king. Glory to the peerless Demon King. They must bow their heads before the king who came from another world. This debacle must have been the work of Drake's. He was jumping around here like a madman. Here, in the middle of the stones, demons appear, ready to attack. Eugene, Edward, the brave man and the saint are surrounded by an army of demons. They are attacking. Eugene stops the club that the demon was about to crush his head with and attacks the attackers with a sword. He finds a scroll on one of the fallen. This is a map of the Demon Kingdom. They seem to be quite skilled at making maps. Edward notices that there is something more interesting. He points to one place on the map. All paths converge in the center, from where the main road to the capital runs, and at this point all the paths leading to the battlefields intersect. This map shows the supply route. With a map in hand, they will get to the Demon King faster. But for some reason this place looks suspicious. It is a village in the mountains. Even though it is not strategically advantageous, it is directly connected to the main road and is its final destination. It turns out that this village has a special meaning for the Demon King's army. Edward can't say for sure, but perhaps they should pay a visit. The brave man's intuition tells him that this place is truly a valuable asset, and if this village is really that important, then the Demon King's army can wait. They arrive at the location a week later. This is the very village. Black smoke is coming out of the chimneys. As expected, weapons are produced here. There is no need to waste time doubting. They will do what they came here for. Anthony doesn't want Edward to kill innocent people. He says there are no innocents here. The entire population of the village is involved in the creation of weapons. Each of them had a hand in production. Anthony is furious and tries to stop Edward. Then his chest starts to hurt badly again. He should calm down. He is breaking the commandments of the brave. Anthony will ask him only 2 questions. He asks if killing the inhabitants of this village is considered a crime. The brave man is absolutely sure of this slaughter will never become a virtue. Then Edward asks if it is right to penetrate the enemy's rear, destroy his arsenal, and kill the blacksmiths. Anthony answers in the affirmative. They need to interrupt the enemy's supply. This is the only way they will reduce the number of victims. Here he understands that he is contradicting himself. A brave man must act wisely and fairly. This is one of the commandments. They waste time on empty chatter. Eugene will go ahead. Anthony ponders what is crime and what is virtue. Eugene attacks the villagers. He did all the work alone again. The brave man declared that he would only fight the one who attacked first. The saint went into hysterics over the murder of the demons. Edward was busy consoling her. A bunch of useless people. So this is what kind of weapons they were collecting. 8mm cartridge, Mauser design. It looks like the Demon King is a fan of Germany. Eugene knows what this means. The third one is on the side of the Demon King. This is true. Anthony asks if they managed to find out anything. The Demon Kingdom plans to drag the inhabitants into war. With such a weapon, even from the common people you can make an army. It is enough to explain how to use it. It was created precisely for this purpose. Eugene did a great job. He deserved a weekend. Let him come back when he had eaten his fill. Edward marked the priority places on the map. It's not clear whether this is a weekend or an assignment, but it sounds good. A great opportunity to try out new skills. A piercing scream comes from behind the trees. It looks like everything is going according to plan. Anthony, in desperation, hits the ground so hard that it flies in clods. He doesn't know what to do. In the demon port city of Stockfight lives a boy named Midden, born from the union of a human and a demon. He works at the port. Midden carried 20 sacks of gunpowder and 10 boxes of coal. That was his share. This should be enough for them and Myron to eat and even pay for the room, and maybe there will still be some left over. However, that's all he got. The work is unstable, and the money is barely enough to even cover food. And yet he must try for Myron's sake. She sucks on a lollipop and offers her brother to try it. He says he ate at work, so it's all hers. Today the bags seem much lighter than yesterday, which means Midden has become a little stronger again. He may be a laborer at the port now, but one day he will definitely become one of the 7 generals. Then his name will become famous throughout the world. The triune brain is an organ that was supposedly found in extinct giant reptiles. The transmission of a nerve impulse in a huge body takes a very long time. So some scientists have put forward a theory about the presence of an auxiliary brain in the lumbar region of dinosaurs. Eugene found something similar in the body of a dead dinosaur. He could recreate the central nervous system of any creature he absorbed, including their brain, allowing him to freely use the unique body parts of these creatures. But of all the organs, he has never had to replace his own brain. There is a danger that he will lose control over his own body and even lose his self. But now, having acquired the triune brain system, he can safely use the brain of another creature as a second brain. In other words, he can now fly. Having completely transformed into a dragon, Eugene retained his consciousness. He has the scales of a lizard man, combined with those of a dragon, and covered in the mucus of a mystium slime. The huge lungs and circulatory system of a giant dinosaur. The bone marrow and blood of a troll for rapid regeneration. And finally, the elastic and powerful muscles of an orc. He became one step closer to becoming the strongest being. Midden notices a dragon flying above him. He starts breathing fire. The demons scatter. One, resembling a fish, hesitates. Eugene eats it. It is not clear where the dragon came from here. We need to quickly take Myron and run. The hostel is very close, so for such a case, Midden specifically chose housing closer to work. However, Eugene gets ahead of him, charging straight into the dorm building. A hand and a lollipop emerge from the rubble. Myron found the dragon. Midden grabs his sword and charges. He wants to pierce the dragon. However, his scales are impenetrable, and he cannot be defeated alone, if that is even possible. The map Edward gave Eugene showed ammunition production sites and depots. Their destruction will undermine the strength of the Demon King's army. But Eugene cares much less about this than how many creatures he ate on the way here. Now he is especially interested in finding out what that fish-like one is capable of. Now we can continue what we started. What happened in Stockfit has hit supplies hard. Rumored to be a dragon, the Demon King asks Dejection what she thinks about it, as a member of the same species. This can't be true. They say that from sunset to sunrise, for almost 9 hours, the dragon spewed flames at least 50 times, something only the legendary Dragon Lord could do. But the only Dragon Lord is in this hall. Despondency thinks that the demon suspects her. The legendary Dragon Lord is here now, but there may be another. What matters is not this, but their further actions. Rumors about Stockfit spread throughout the kingdom. In just one night, the Stockfit dragon became a nightmare for many. If the 7 generals personally got rid of it, it would raise the morale of the subjects. This dragon will be fought by Dejection, even if he is the same dragon. She will show him that they are on different levels. Since Eugene joined the brave man, the attack on the port city is the most fruitful mission. He adopted demons of various kinds, such as the fish demon and the insect demon. Adapting their characteristics to himself, he believed that his body was well compatible with the bodies of mammals, but this turned out to be only the minimum of his capabilities. The last mission helped him to better study his ability. At this rate, he will definitely reach his intended goal one day, to rise above all living things, and that means he has to become a super predator. According to the report, a dragon was spotted in the 6th garrison an hour ago. Whoever it is, it will pay for it. He caused a terrible mess in just an hour. Despondency descends upon the earth. This dragon eats the bodies of the dead. That's savagery. By the way, we were definitely talking about a red dragon, but this one looks different. Despondency activates a special skill, Dragon's Roar, a power that can instill terror in an object and subject it to the will of the dragon. However, this roar does nothing more than attract Eugene's attention. Her ability didn't work, it's impossible. Her roar affects even her fellow tribesmen. She seems to be quite strong, but she better come down to earth. Her authority is not unlimited at all. If she tries to subjugate her again, he will not remain in debt. He doesn't dare to be insolent to her. She will make him taste despair. Silly little dragon, now he'll find out how strong she is. Despondency attacks. Eugene covers himself from the blow with his hand. 10 minutes pass. He stood his ground, blocking all of her attacks. She had never met such resilient dragons before. It turns out that even a dragon cannot break through the mystium and muscles of an ogre. This dragon looks incredibly powerful. Ordinary monsters would hardly be able to injure Eugene. Then we need to check something else. Deactivate the mystium slime. Despondency sees that he has weakened his defenses. She manages to grab him. Her fangs can bite through anything. She took a good bite out of Eugene's body. However, it regenerates. He finally mastered his new body, and this is where the test can end. Eugene will spare Despondency in gratitude for participating in the experiment. Let her go. He will not pursue her. He had the audacity to hurt her pride. Let him see the true power of the Dragon Lord. She will put all her strength into this flame and burn it to ashes. Well, nothing can be done. Let it burn, if that's what she wants. However, instead of flame, black liquid erupts from Sloth's mouth. Parasites and other small animals crawl out of it. This is Eugene's flesh that she swallowed during the battle. He turned her into parasites that devoured her body from the inside. You can't just eat everything. Someone calls for help using telepathic magic. He is a brave man, an apostle of the goddess and a time traveler who traveled 10 years into the past. In the future, after these 10 years, the world will face a monster of destruction, and humanity will join forces with the demon race. But even the strongest of them, the Demon King, the 7 generals, and the 4 kings, were swallowed up by the monster, and Anthony also died at its paws. Returning to the past, he went straight to the Endless Forest and destroyed the slime, which in the future would evolve into a monster of destruction, thanks to which the night Eugene returned from the Endless Forest safe and sound, and was able to save the prince from poisoning, changing the course of history. The future has changed. Those who were supposed to die have survived. But at the same time, it is no longer possible to predict what will happen next. Anthony doesn't regret giving up the future he knows and killing the monster of destruction. But if he had learned more about the Demon King in his future, then he wouldn't be so helpless now. He could at least find out about his abilities. Anthony asks Edward where he sent the knight Eugene. He says that he asked him to take care of another important area. He can handle it alone. By the way, according to the map, they have almost reached their next destination. Here they meet another demon. He is glad to welcome the brave man and his companions. He is one of the 7 demonic generals, Bassanio de Greenrod, nicknamed Greed. This is the city of Grand Vegas, which is under his control. He proposes to stop the senseless bloodshed and resolve everything peacefully. It's simple. He suggests identifying the winner through a game. It's clearly some kind of trick, but Anthony says they accept the offer. Having gone this far, he has shed an unacceptable amount of blood, and now there is an opportunity to resolve everything peacefully. Bassanio announces that today they will have a special event, a competition between the brave man's team and one of the 7 generals, Greed. I wonder whose side the goddess of the Elmid continent will take. Perhaps they will see the death of a brave man, and the hope of humanity will die today. Edward wants to play first. They will play poker, and if the prince wins, Bassanio will let them go unharmed. Edward mastered poker while undercover with a poaching gang, and even this monster is no match for him. However, if he loses, Bassanio will take his soul. Edward soon realizes that he is cheating, but he himself said that if you are not caught, you are not a thief. Edward says this round does not count. He would never have played if he had known what Bassanio had planned. Then, as promised, he will take his soul. Something like smoke begins to ooze out of the semblance of a chip lying on the table. Something is happening to Edward. His soul is sucked out of his body into this object. Now he's inside it. However, he manages to call Eugene for help. Edward falls. The skill of fulfilling promises made in advance, no matter what happens, is his unique ability. Unconditional fulfillment. The saint in a rage attacks Bassanio. However, in this place, brute force does not work, as long as he uses his second unique ability, the zone of absolute peace. Thanks to these 2 skills, no one can beat him in gambling. Apparently, the prince was very dear to her. All her feelings were at her fingertips. This type of people are usually called simpletons. If she wants him back, let her play with him. He sets Edward's soul against the soul of a saint. She agrees. Anthony warns her that this is too reckless. But it wasn't for nothing that she was called the nunnery's card player. Gambling was all that could be done during the long winters in a convent full of girls. Bassanio asks what she wants to compete in, blackjack, poker, or maybe Uno. The saint sweeps the cards off the table. She will play dice. Soon her soul ends up in the second chip. Bassanio says he hasn't encountered such strong opponents in a long time. Now the brave man must stake his soul and win if he wants to bring his comrades back. Anthony has never touched gambling in his life. The outcome is obvious. But he cannot leave his comrades in danger. This contradicts the commandments of a brave man. And even if he throws away the commandments and abandons these two, there is still little chance. Then someone from behind the door asks if he understands where he is. A demon flies through the door into the room. He collapses to the floor. Anthony realizes that they are now saved. Eugene arrived. Their new guest is bursting with energy. Using violence is so rude, it looks like Mr. Bassanio's collection will grow by one item. It's clear that they've already lost. There's no help from them. Eugene will figure it out quickly and return to his business. In Bassanio's territory, it is useless to use violence, due to his unique skill, the zone of absolute peace. That's right, his skill suppresses the physical force inside the building. As Eugene has probably already realized, the prince and the saint lost and gave their souls to Bassanio. Eugene asks if there is a way to get them back. Only if he plays with him and wins, but the stakes must be equal. To return someone's soul, he must put his own in exchange. That is, he simply has to put his heart and soul into it and force Bassanio to admit defeat. Then Eugene bets the brave man's soul and his own. 2 souls were taken. If they want to get both back, there is no other way out. That's right, he catches on quickly. Eugene says he can definitely win, but Edward said the same thing. In any case, Eugene has a better chance of success than Anthony. He is ready to trust him. Bassanio asks how they will decide the winner. Eugene raises his fist. Bassanio thinks it's rock, paper, scissors. Eugene says stone. He strikes Bassanio. According to the current experimental results, other people's skills do not work on Eugene. Or rather, he is not affected by skills that affect him directly. For example, a fireball that creates flame spheres will damage him because the fireball created by the skill will fly towards him. The same goes for arrows accelerated by the swift shot skill. On the contrary, a directed shot that designates an object as the target of arrows, or incineration that sets the target on fire, and the like will not work on him. Of course, Bassanio's unique skill does not work, since the zone of absolute peace is aimed at the person using violence within the skill's range. Now Eugene tramples the demon with his feet. Bassanio could not understand what this feeling was that he was experiencing for the first time in his life. He knew physical pain. At that moment, Bassanio suddenly realized that his zone of absolute peace had crumbled to dust, and in the back of his mind the awareness of loss was born. For Bassanio's other unique skill, unconditional execution, this was quite enough. The souls of Edward and the saint returned to their bodies. Bassanio says it's not fair. So, the game wasn't to his liking. Then they can start over. Eugene puts his life on the line, and Bassanio puts everything he has left. Let him try to guess with which hand Eugene will hit him, left or right. The bet will be made as soon as he answers. Bassanio first says right, then says left. He guessed wrong. Eugene crushes it with his foot. The demons are in panic. Mr. Bassanio has lost. They must flee. Let none of them hope to survive. Bars are lowered onto the windows. Anthony says there is no need for senseless sacrifices. But this is just trash that enjoyed watching souls being taken. Punishing trash is a good thing. Anthony objects that this is wrong. Their conversation is clearly not going well. Edward had already asked him whether he wanted to do what was right or what was kind. Now Eugene will also ask whether he will choose justice or righteousness. If he's not going to help, let him take these two and get lost. Idiots who don't even know what they want will only get in the way. Anthony leaves, taking Edward and the saint with him. The demons are asking to be released. Now it's time to start cleaning. Eugene breathes fire. He won the bet with the pig face, and, according to the contract, took possession of his abilities. As soon as he received them, a flood of information rushed into his head. Among other things, the right to own a casino was transferred to him. This is the fortress of the demon of greed. He could control everything here as he pleased. Since now Eugene is the full owner, he can control everything here. I would like to test new abilities, but unfortunately there is no time for this. He deactivated the fire suppression system and filled the building with oxygen. All it took was one spark. The fire engulfed the entire building. In the end, there were only 2 of them left. The Demon King asks how this happened. The connection with despondency was severed. Grand Vegas, which was under the jurisdiction of greed, was also attacked, and greed itself disappeared without a trace. The Demon King asks what the chances are that he is still alive. He wouldn't like to say it, but it's hard to hope for anything. They lost 2 valuable comrades. Don't be sad. The plan will be realized without the participation of the four kings. So he forbids her to mourn the death of her comrades who were with them just yesterday, he says. They arbitrarily decided to stop the brave man. The situation is unfortunate. But if they suffer defeat, mourning the loss, it will only dishonor their deaths. He is probably right. Thanks to their actions, they were able to get closer to the final stage. Great achievements require sacrifice. She asks for forgiveness. She needs to rest. Let him go. The two of them are enough to finish the rest. Perhaps lust should go and comfort her. Jealousy knows that he is not called that for this reason. That's right, their nicknames don't suit them at all. There's nothing to be done. The main thing is the Demon King's plan. Even their deaths will not lead to his failure. It is necessary to gain a little more time. One of them must die first. Of course it will be jealousy. Old people come into this world first and leave it first. The fire in the casino put even Eugene in danger, and Troll's regeneration is noticeably weakened and slower in the fire. He covered his body with dragon scales and lizard slime. But if the regenerating areas were to be exposed to fire, it would cause massive damage. It seems he was overconfident in the fight with that dragon. He would have been in danger if his regenerating shoulder had been hit by fire. An orange lizard, or perhaps a dragon, with a collar around its neck, crawls out of the rubble. Eugene thinks it's a demon pet. The lizard stands up and turns out to be huge, considering that she was able to survive the dragon's fire. This is a very unusual lizard. It can grow up to 3 meters in length. In that case, Eugene will try what it tastes like. The lizard is about to run away. Eugene grabs her by the tail. He starts eating her. Edward's head is still spinning, and you wouldn't wish it on your enemy to be in the middle of this. Eugene looks pleased. It looks like something good happened. He learned to resist fire. He ate a salamander, an unusual lizard with immunity to fire, capable of withstanding even the flames of a dragon. The salamander's body is not just covered in fireproof mucus. Every cell in its body secretes it. This ability can be used in combination with the troll's skin, which is incapable of secreting slime by nature, thus eliminating another weakness for Eugene. Edward asks Eugene to imagine that there is a man who was injured after a bear attack. Over time, the wounds healed and the memories became blurred, when suddenly this same bear appears in his yard. And then he learned to fly. I wonder what Eugene thinks this man will feel. The bear will calmly return to his world as soon as he finds a way. So Edward has nothing to worry about. He says he understands everything, but he can't help himself. First of all, they are partners. If Edward views Eugene only as a hostile object, it could have negative consequences. Eugene asks if he will be less afraid if he knows that even a ferocious bear can be useful. While he lay there soulless, Eugene took care of his business. The brave man closed his eyes to justice and chose righteousness. This is the second time. If he fails to fulfill the condition again, Edward will be able to kill him. The brave one is the strongest on the Elmid continent, and it's not just about strength. His very existence is protected by a powerful energy called fate. The demons meet the brave man and his comrades and rush to attack. Being only a human, he overcame many deadly adversities. In a hopeless situation, someone will definitely come to his aid, and the slightest accident becomes a decisive factor in a battle with a superior enemy. In the case where only a miracle can help a brave man, it will definitely happen. Therefore, to kill a brave man, a force capable of resisting fate itself is needed. Until now, there was no one who possessed it. So a human brave man was able to cut the throat of the Demon King, and a demon brave man was able to break the neck of the human king. However, fate favors the brave man only as long as he keeps all the commandments. It's a long way to go, but it's good that they managed to get a horse. It must be thanks to Anthony and the patronage of the goddess. Fate will no longer protect the brave. The commandments of the brave man, the most righteous, the most just, the most merciful, there are only 3. In the village of demons, the brave man has already broken the commandment of mercy, and in the casino the commandment of righteousness. All that remains is to force him to abandon justice, and the brave man will cease to be brave. This is exactly what Edward is waiting for. Eugene doesn't understand where this desire to kill a brave man comes from. This was not originally part of his plans, but after thinking about it, he decided to finalize the plan of the old geezer sitting on the throne. The king intended to make the first prince the future ruler, and to give Edward, the second prince, the role of his assistant. But one day the king somehow let slip away to deprive a brave man of his title. If he is forced to make an inevitable choice that contradicts the commandments, then he will lose his patronage. But the king only developed a plan and, fearing the wrath of the goddess, did not put it into practice. And it so happened by chance that Edward peeked into his notes. Of course, not without effort. He had to tinker a little to remove the protective seals. And now they are acting according to a plan that he only slightly adjusted. Eugene understood, but he wasn't asking who started all this. He was asking why Edward wanted to kill the brave man. No matter how you look at it, he didn't have such a strong dislike for him that he wanted him dead. If Edward kills his brother, that is, the brave man, his sorrow will fade into the background against the background of despair that will seize the old man. They arrive at Flatfield Plain. It looks like there's a Demon King's fortress ahead. This is somehow suspicious. He may be talking about how it was erected in the middle of a plain without any sign of a guard. Edward says that's not what he's talking about. Usually the Demon King's fortresses that he had encountered in games were surrounded by magma or poisonous swamps. But for some reason this fortress was built in an ordinary steppe. If this isn't the Demon King's fortress, I wonder what other country in this world would dare to build their capital in such a hole. Eugene would like to take a look at this crazy guy. However, he agrees that it is all strange. There isn't even an ant to be seen in the entire area. Not even an ant. There wasn't a single insect in the grass at all before that they had passed a hole that looked like it had been dug by a rabbit, but it looked abandoned. Eugene himself doesn't know what happened here, but he is sure that all this is not without reason. Suddenly the horse, frightened by something, rears up. Edward doesn't understand what happened to her. He didn't notice anything frightening. Anthony asks what happened. The horse does not move. Anthony suggests that she may be overtired. However, he has a strange feeling. Maybe it's because of the Demon King's fortress. Edward thinks Anthony noticed something, but he just has a strange feeling until he can say for sure. Perhaps he will understand when they get closer to the fortress, but the horse is standing. Having stopped, the horse did not move a single step. Edward tried to feed it, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. The saint, worried that the horse was sick, used healing magic, but it turned out to be healthy. Eugene tried to instill fear, but in the end she just trembled and stayed where she was. Finally, the brave man gave a fiery speech about the importance of defeating the Demon King. As expected, this also had no effect. There's nothing to be done. They'll have to spend the night here. The horse is also tired. Let him rest properly. Edward removes the harness from her. The horse suddenly starts to neigh. She kicks Edward with her hoof, and he gallops away. Now Anthony understood what he felt. They are already surrounded. Someone's voice from the darkness says that he is disappointed. He did not expect that this is the group of the brave man. They are stupid and reckless. Even their intelligence skills are far inferior to the senses of a primitive animal. It's a wonder they haven't been killed on the way here. Anthony asks who he is. So, he needs to introduce himself. Well, he has nothing to hide. The earth suddenly begins to shake. Edward thinks it's an earthquake. However, a hand emerges from the ground, and then another one and many more hands. This is an army of zombies. He is Richmond, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the one who will stop them. Richmond de Envirod, nicknamed Jealousy, has held the leadership position in the Demon Kingdom for over 200 years, longer than anyone else. He served 3 demon kings and met the brave man twice. Jealousy spent half of his 200 years of service as an advisor to the Demon King, deciding issues of domestic and foreign policy. Even among demons, who live twice as long as humans, this happens extremely rarely. However, he was an immortal, not a lesser undead like skeletons or zombies, and not a higher immortal like blood-drinking vampires. He is a lich, the most ancient of immortals, who will never die until the reliquary that holds his soul and powers is destroyed. Once he knew what death was, Richmond only became stronger. His arrogance pierced the heavens. No one in the Demon King's fortress, not even the king himself, dared to act rashly with him until this happened. The last time the brave man invaded the Demon King's domain, Richmond blocked his path by summoning hordes of the living dead. However, Richmond's army fell under the power of the brave man's light magic. In the end, he himself was defeated. And when the reliquary restored the lich's physical body, the Demon King had already fallen at the hands of the brave man. The foolish demons, seeing that he was not killed, decided that he was afraid of death and fled from the battlefield. Richmond's pride, which had reached the heavens, sank to the very bottom. Others in a similar situation would have silenced evil lips by force in order to soothe wounded pride. But Richmond, unlike these plebeians, was a brilliant magician. He did not shamefully shift his guilt to another. Instead, like a true explorer, the lich began to search for the reason for his defeat. The main reason was the brave man's light magic. The army of the living dead had nothing to counter it with. Richmond worked hard to develop resistance to light in himself and his dead, and now he seems to have succeeded in doing so. The saint does not understand why they could not find the dead. Anthony himself does not understand, because the dead should exude hatred and malice towards the living. But he did not feel anything. Even with her holy magic, she can't sense the presence of evil energy. That's right, they are dead. She must use holy magic. The saint activates a holy attack. The light shines on a dead man with broken horns and a chipped skull. However, not only does this not harm him, he grows horns and his skull becomes smooth. Instead of falling apart, he healed. Holy magic doesn't work on the dead. They seem confused, but the most interesting part is yet to come. Circles spread from Richmond's staff. A demonic likeness of the brave man appears. The dead somehow use holy magic. They are obviously interested in how they do it, Richmond will tell you. This is the sacred tradition of the divine church. The saint asks how it came into his hands. It's simple. Now he is a follower of the Church of the Goddess. Like him, all the dead on this plane are devoted believers, so they have no hatred or resentment. This is nonsense. Dead people cannot be believers. After all, 10 years have already passed since the saint dedicated herself to serving the church. He was her follower long before she was born. For 50 years he reread sacred traditions to develop immunity to the holy power. He lived according to the biographies of saints and ministers of the church. She doesn't dare look down on him. His faith is stronger. Among them the believers, she is the youngest. Surely someone like her is on the same level as that boy. The anger and resentment of the dead are born in them because of their hatred for the living. But he was able to direct this envy in a completely different direction. He tamed it. He is the true king of envy, Richmond d'Enverode. Meanwhile, Eugene is resting. This is impossible. The living dead are far from the righteous life determined by the goddess. They cannot have faith. There is nothing in this world that the hand of the goddess has not touched. Be it an insect or a grain of sand in the desert, everything in this world is filled with faith in her, and the dead, once living beings created by the goddess, are subject to her spell, which means that nothing forbids them to have faith. She, as a saint, knows this better than anyone. This is the 22nd paragraph of the 11th chapter of the 6th volume of the Epistles of Saint Ellen. But no matter how strong the faith, the goddess will not show favor to an unclean creature. He who can overcome the impossible will be more rewarded than he who can cope with the obvious. Line from the 7th paragraph of the 21st chapter of the 3rd volume of the Memoirs of Saint Alexis. When an unclean creature gains holy and righteous faith, it certainly deserves the attention of the goddess. A vile dead man who uses necromancy, forbidden by the Holy Church, but there is not a drop of lies in his words. This bastard is a true follower of the goddess. Just as the laws of paradise operate in heaven, so on earth there are laws of the earth, so do not renounce earthly laws. Following the commandments of heaven. One can follow heavenly laws only after their days on earth are numbered, and they join its ranks. Even if the goddess didn't think it was right, he had sworn allegiance to his king, and it was clear who he should follow. This is where they will end their conversation. His dead were already tired of waiting. Richmond orders them to be killed. The saint activates the sacred barrier. However, the dead pass through it unhindered. She still hoped that it would work. But sacred magic couldn't stop them. The dead man attacks. The brave activates the light shield. The saint must get herself together. Edward attacks the dead, just like when they were little. It is impossible. A saint should not give in to her emotions. Edward continues to wield the sword. The saint asks for forgiveness. For a split second she was stunned by what was happening. A dead man approaches in the cart where Eugene is still resting. However, he immediately attacks him. They make a lot of noise. Anthony didn't think Eugene was okay. He jumps to the ground. Light magic doesn't work on these dead people. He shouldn't act rashly. The dead man attacks Eugene. He puts his sword forward. With his other hand, he grabs the dead man's hand and tears it off. Eugene then attacks the dead man with his fists. Their bodies won't be able to withstand a strong blow. Indeed, Anthony himself had boxed himself into this stereotype of using magic against the living dead. But if sacred magic is useless here, it doesn't mean he can't fight. He'll just have to swing his sword harder. With or without holy magic, the living dead are the demon king's subordinates. The holy sword will bring down great power on them. If not cut, then split. Without light magic, the dead will still rise even if they are cut. An ordinary sword would not withstand such a load, but a sacred one will definitely stand. If they take up iron weapons for self-defense, there will be nothing left for the common people for a simple priest. His fists will be the best defense. These words were spoken by the high priestess of the goddess 1,000 years ago. It's a shame that light magic is useless here, but that's not the only way to use it. They're holding up better than Eugene expected, but there are too many of them. They need to speed up. They try so hard, but a couple thousand defeated dead will not make up even 1% of the entire army. Soon they will join his troops. Here, a column of fire rises above the army of the dead. Eugene turned into a dragon. He places Edward, the brave man, and the saint on his back. Anthony already thought that they would now be surrounded by a crowd of living dead. Now they are heading straight for the Demon King's castle. Edward doesn't look surprised, so he must have known Eugene could do that. Anthony thinks he was a dragon, but Edward says he wasn't. The brave man asks what such an appearance means then. According to the oath Edward took, he cannot reveal Eugene's true nature. His birth was special, not like that of ordinary people. It was so dangerous that it almost turned everyone in this world into his enemies. He can't say anything more. This means he turned into a dragon and was marked by a special birth. In that case, Eugene is a transformer. Transformation is a skill that only a demon doppelganger is born with. Either Eugene is a demon traitor, or he has human and demon blood in his veins, in which case it becomes clear what Edward meant by special birth. But if we assume that this guess is wrong, all that remains is the monster of destruction. But this can't be. Thanks to Eugene, they were able to defeat the demonic generals, and he just saved them from the living dead. Besides, Anthony had already destroyed the demon of destruction with his own hands. And after all this, he still dares to doubt Eugene. He can't possibly be a demon of destruction. The dragon approaches the Demon King's fortress. Anthony didn't think they would cover such a huge distance in just 30 minutes. This Demon King's castle looks simpler than he expected. They don't have time to admire the castle, let him look back. The army of the dead is catching up with them. Judging by the distance separating them, they will catch up with them in a couple of hours. In less than 2 hours, they must kill the Demon King and get out of here, perhaps escaping on Eugene's back again. They have too little time. If they don't get rid of the Demon King before the undead arrive, the situation will just repeat itself. They need someone who can buy them time. Anthony will have one request for Eugene. He falls to the ground in front of the fortress. Anthony relies on him. The damned human warriors are about to break into the castle. We must immediately block their path. Some kind of substance is splashed onto the attacking demons. This flammable fuel accumulated in Eugene's body. You just need to add a little fire, and everything will fly to hell. Now no soldier will open the gates until all the fuel burns out. No one will be able to break through the flames and enter the castle. There is an explosion. They are fleeing through the sky. Maybe this guy is a stock-fit dragon, the one that was rumored to be able to breathe fire dozens of times a day. But now his identity doesn't matter. What matters is that he is a dragon. The living dead have their weaknesses. They are sensitive to light magic. Sunlight also weakens them. Over time, their bodies decompose. The first weakness was overcome by sincere faith. To avoid the second, at sunrise they cease all actions. As for the third, they dried up the moisture from their flesh to prevent decay. But as a result, they became like dry wood and acquired a new weakness, the name of which is fire. Of course, they can block it to some extent with resistance magic, but it is completely impossible to resist the dragon's breath. So even if they go there to help the Demon King, they won't be of any use. It was even more likely that they would become firewood to burn down the castle. So he would leave Lust to protect the Demon King and do what he could. He will catch this dragon. Edward, Anthony, and the Saint break into the castle. The brave man attacks. Now they can get to the Demon King. There is an explosion here. Lust appears on their way. Julius de Rostrud, a male demon with an exceptionally muscular body. His species belongs to the incubi. Incubi are middle-class magical demons who seduce women and suck out their life force. Being skilled in magic, they do not need a strong body, initially in the tribe. All the beautiful girls and boys thought that strong, pumped-up muscles were ugly, and Julius thought the same thing. The reason he became so big and mature is because of the memories of separation and loss that happened to him 10 years ago. The brave man attacked him while he was reminiscing. Julius, in a rage, throws down the boulder he was holding. She's splitting. Then Julius tries something else. The brave man attacks. Julius is thrown back and hit by a boulder. What a paltry end for the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings. But entirely expected when you look into the details. He did not take civilians hostage like pride and gluttony, did not possess the strength of a massive monster like wrath and sloth, and did not engage in battle to his advantage like greed. And he didn't have a huge army like envy either in a simple one-on-one battle. The brave man could almost be called the strongest. We need to hurry. He knew it. A brave man cannot be defeated by force alone. Apparently this is his end. The Demon King is here. It's actually a girl and she thinks Julius has arrived. Meanwhile, Eugene loomed over the army of demons. For some reason he doesn't spit out flames. Apparently he has something else in mind, or maybe he's trying to buy time. Perhaps it is worth sending at least part of the army to the fortress now. Eugene rushes down. Richmond activates fire resistance and its enhancement. However, instead of fire, Eugene spews fuel onto the dead. Richmond uses holy magic. He thinks that the dragon decided to poison the dead and turned out to be stupider than it seemed. Richmond is right. Poison is useless here. Eugene spews out a very small puff of fire. What a sweet little flame. No matter how vulnerable the dead are to flame, they can definitely withstand such a fire. There is an explosion here. This fuel, although toxic, is first and foremost a highly flammable fuel, and 30 passes will be enough. More and more explosions are heard. Richmond can't believe this is happening. The reliquary containing his life energy is shattered. The dead realize that their leader is dead. They are losing power. The dead stopped. Apparently their summoner had already died. It's even shameful to call it a battle. Maybe eat those who haven't burned yet. The salamander's abilities allow him to eat even in a fiery pit. But on the other hand, these are just corpses without any skills. It would be better for him to eat those who remained in the Demon King's fortress. Eugene enters. It looks like the brave man tried his best. He approaches the doors of the throne room. Eugene enters. Edward and Anthony stand opposite each other, holding their swords at the ready. Edward asks what he said. The brave man repeats, "No need to kill her. They must coexist together." The saint suggests that you first cool down and lower your weapon. Eugene asks to explain what is going on. He asks what happened to the Demon King and who this girl is. Don't tell him the truth if you can help it. But Edward says that the girl hiding behind the brave man is the Demon King. The brave man abandoned his mission to kill the Demon King. Eugene needs to listen to him. It's true that this girl is a Demon King, but she stopped being one. This is the body of the Demon King, but the soul is from another world. He doesn't lie. His lie detection skill can prove the truth. The Demon King is the third person from Earth. After his death, Edward received a body from this world and was reborn again. In simpler terms, he was reborn, or reborn. Eugene moved to the continent in the state he was in. He can be called a transmigrant. In that case, it is unclear who the Demon King is. A soul from Earth has taken over his body. He is possessed. She was an ordinary office worker. However, instead of getting along with people, she preferred to spend time in the company of military romances. And when she became the Demon King, she couldn't take the situation she found herself in seriously because the soul transmigrating into another body was a common occurrence in her favorite novels from Earth. Thinking that it was all a dream, she introduced earthly knowledge and order into this world. The power of the Demon Kingdom increased incredibly, and due to the disturbed balance between humans and demons, the goddess chose a brave man. However, the girl couldn't correct the course of her thoughts, because she knew that the Demon King would have to meet a brave man anyway, just like the main character from the novel. But she was not the main character, and all the subordinates she believed in left this world without having time to show their strength. When even Julius, in whom she had the most confidence, was defeated, realization finally came, and the forgotten fear enveloped her again. Now all that was left was to beg for leniency, and she revealed the whole truth to the brave man. That is, she ordered her subordinates to hinder them in every possible way. And then suddenly her life became dear to her, and she decided to give up. Just don't tell me that he fell for the stories about another world. Of course Eugene believes, but now it doesn't matter anymore. There is no doubt that she is telling the truth. Besides, so many innocents have died, and he doesn't want to kill anymore. It looks like the time has come. Edward attacks Anthony with a blazing sword, who shields himself from the blow. However, Edward's sword breaks his sword. Edward stabs the brave man, and with him the Demon King. The actions of a brave man must always be righteous, fair, and merciful. These three concepts seem similar, but one contradicts the other. However, the brave man must overcome this moral dilemma and come to the ideal solution. Up until this point, he has acted like this. But the evil thoughts of the prince and the knight interfered with his good intentions. The brave man turned a blind eye to the killing of peaceful villagers who produced weapons. It was a fair decision, but not a merciful one. In the casino, the brave man did not punish the villains. Instead, he chose to save his comrades. It was merciful, but not righteous. And finally, forgetting about his mission, he stood up for the Demon King, ultimately rejecting even his own justice. The brave man was no longer righteous, just, and merciful, and therefore he ceased to be brave. He calls Edward by name. Just now, when he called his name, he didn't even feel any pain. Having decided to save the Demon King, he stopped being brave. And even the sacred, indestructible sword became ordinary, since the goddess no longer patronizes it. Edward knows perfectly well what Anthony wants to say. He must be judging him. But Edward had no other choice. Anthony falls. The saint is perplexed as to what all this means. She wants to cure Anthony. However, Eugene stops her. His head transforms into a combination of a dragon, a lizard, and a snake. A few days before, Edward had said that before killing the brave man, it was necessary to eliminate the saint. This is unexpected. Eugene thought he liked this woman, and he is insightful. However, one cannot leave alive who is able to heal the brave man, for by ceasing to be brave, he will again become the first prince and take away Edward's right to the throne, and then he will not be able to fulfill the terms of the contract. As far as he knows, the saint's healing abilities are simply incredible. Saints of the past generation could even restore bodies that were torn into small pieces. Their healing skills are a real miracle, and she is practically invulnerable to kill a saint. All that remains is to destroy her, leaving not a piece of flesh. And they have a monster that can turn into a dragon and devour people. It seems he misunderstood something. Eugene doesn't have to turn into a dragon to do this. He is truly a reliable comrade. However, Edward is concerned that the saint might start to rage in his stomach. Eugene says this will not happen. From experience, everything he eats does not accumulate in his stomach, but disappears somewhere. He himself does not know where exactly. But since it is not connected to the physical body, it is impossible to get out of there. Eugene swallowed the saint. Maybe he will eat the Demon King too. Edward is uneasy about leaving him here. He wants to make sure he is dead. Let him figure it out on his own. There's no point in Eugene eating him if he doesn't get any abilities. Edward did say that the goddess will grant the wish of those who help destroy the Demon King, so when she appears, they need solid evidence of the king's death. He is right, but it is unclear how she will hear their wishes. A blinding light flashes. A cube appears with a face on each side. Apparently, this is the goddess. Right. Her actual appearance is not very similar to the goddess statue. She says her original interface embodies the ideal image that the subconscious of the contactee generates. But since the current contactee is outside the system's control area, it is not possible to generate the corresponding avatar. Eugene asks what a goddess is after all. It is a complex system responsible for the creation and maintenance of the world. Its main task is to manage skills and statuses, generate monsters, manage the circulation of souls, and much more. It turns out that this is not a goddess, but a control system. This is her true essence. Eugene asks why he moved to this world. The goddess says, since this world and Earth are in close proximity, sometimes a glitch occurs that moves people. The same thing happened with the prince and the Demon King. Then Eugene asks why the monsters look like earthly animals or monsters from legends. They were made in their image and likeness. Eugene asks if there are any problems associated with killing a brave man. The goddess says none. His presence here means that he can receive a reward for eliminating the Demon King. But he and the prince killed a brave man and a saint. For someone who lost her messenger, she doesn't seem angry, the goddess says. The system can't have emotions. In terms of game functions like loading and saving, there is no favoritism. But if she had a personal opinion, she would say it's a great job. The Brave system was implemented in order to ensure the development of the world through competition between the human and demon races without excessive bloodshed. But the result was completely disappointing. After the implementation of the system, neither human society nor demon society underwent much change. However, after what happened, it became possible to eliminate the system of brave men. They will no longer appear in either the human race or the demons. In other words, now both races can destroy each other. But humanity is not limited to one race. It is a complex group that includes humans, elves, dwarves, lizardmen, and others. Until now, humanity has been a series of alliances. But with the disappearance of the demon race, internal strife will begin. Eugene heard that for killing the Demon King, the goddess will grant any wish of the brave man's companions. He asks if she can bring him back to Earth. It's impossible. She can't send a creature to another world that has already had a huge impact on this world. His mere existence changes the foundations of this world, and it turns out that he will never return to Earth. In other words, it is impossible to return directly through the goddess system. Eugene asks if she will tell him about another way to return to Earth if it is available to him. Edward Grand Continuer is currently studying the relevant information. It will take some time, Eugene says. Then let him cancel. It's enough that Edward knows. He still has no chance to break their agreement. We figured out the way to return to Earth. In that case, it remains to stand on top of all living things. The dragon he ate is just one in a countless number of creatures. No matter how strong he is, he can hardly stand against a large group of people and monsters. And if not limited by time, Eugene can eat many more monsters like a dragon. He desires abilities beyond the usual. He asks if there is a creature whose body structure transcends the laws of physics and is beyond reach. The goddess answers in the affirmative. She transmits the image of these creatures into Eugene's head, a huge flow of information. These creatures are created in the image and likeness of the earthly Cthulhu and the monsters from legends. But they are still at the development stage, since neither the technical nor the cultural level of the continent allows them to be implemented. However, it is possible to create one as an exception if Eugene uses his privilege as a Demon King Slayer. Eugene thinks about what to choose. The ability to fly at a speed 400 times faster than light. The ability to move instantly. The ability to create a body that surpasses super regeneration. All the features of these creatures are beyond the bounds of what is permitted. You need to choose something so as not to miscalculate in the future. Eugene asks to give him time. It's not that he doesn't like anyone. These creatures are still in development, because so far no one in this world can resist them. If we go from the opposite, it turns out that someday, the people of the continent will be able to reach their level. Having quickly reached the top, Eugene will become too careless, will start to be lazy, and then all sorts of rabble will be able to catch up with him. To be at the top means to be invincible, so that no race or ability can ever even come close to it. Besides, there are still many creatures in this world that he hasn't eaten. He will always have time to obtain the abilities of new creatures. Eugene wishes to collect his reward for defeating the Demon King later. There will be no problem with this. The system suspends the process of issuing a reward for defeating the Demon King. Eugene asks when he can return to the world. The goddess says anytime. However, at present his companion's wish is being fulfilled. The goddess asks if he wants to leave first, or wait for a companion. Eugene will leave first. The process of the audience with the goddess is complete. She hopes that the actions he has taken will be able to motivate the world to change. Eugene returns to the Demon King's castle. Edward didn't expect this. He didn't think that the goddess looked exactly like this. She said that she takes on the appearance of an ideal person, and Edward's ideal is a saint. Eugene asks if he regrets it. He says every moment, but what's done can't be undone. And perhaps Eugene is wondering what Edward wished for. He wanted knowledge that would be useful to him in the future. He probably needed information on how to send Eugene to Earth. Of course, he doesn't want to leave a nuclear time bomb in the world he's going to rule, since it's become almost impossible to kill him. Edward will tell you about this on the way back. Soon a demonic army will knock on the door of a crazy old man. The Demon King's plan that the four heavenly kings spoke of was a complete reorganization of the army, the unification of the administrative management and military forces, the revision of military ranks, the distribution of management positions, the introduction of new weapons and strategies, training in the peculiarities of supply, the abolition of the tradition of duels, and in the event of the death of a leader, power was transferred to a lower position. Her source of inspiration were the military books she enjoyed reading in her spare time. As a result of such grandiose reforms, the demons' fighting power increased incredibly, so much so that even without a king and commanders-in-chief, they still put humanity at risk of extinction. Outnumbered, weapons that humans had never seen before, it seemed like the end for humanity. Reinforcements have arrived. Ice and fire arrows flew at the demons. This way they can hold out for another week, by which time support will arrive from another fortress. Suddenly it turns out that the fortress gates are open. These are the knights of the 3rd Battalion, that same garbage battalion, which is made up of only useless nobility. This is his chance to get promoted, but instead he gets a bullet to the head. The commander-in-chief orders the gates to be closed immediately. An army of demons is right in front of them. They don't have time to close the gate. The demons are ready to rush in and kill all the humans. Then something appears in the sky. This is a dragon. He descends to the ground in the midst of an army of demons. They are safe now. Edward Grand Container has arrived. The king is informed that Prince Edward, who went to defeat the Demon King, has repelled the attack of the demon army, as expected from the second prince. The king wonders how he could stand up to such a huge army alone. The dragon on which the prince arrived burned the entire army to the ground. There is no way a prince can control a dragon. It was just incredible. The king thinks he is being told fairy tales. But the commander-in-chief saw everything with his own eyes. Since I've seen it, I'll have to believe it. Here he is, the hero of humanity. If the king continues to reject him, they will doubt his insight. He says, the prince has done a great deed. It's nonsense that Edward is a hero of humanity. This boy is a bird of the same feather. But it may be true that he dealt a crushing blow to the Demon King after all. His talent and abilities are not fiction. However, it is hard to believe that the brave man and the saint died in this battle. It's impossible. They didn't die in battle, but were killed by the prince when it was all over. If the king were in his place, he would have done so. On top of that, the plan to return the brave man to his place as the first prince was lost. If this was Edward's doing, the king would not be surprised that he carried out the plan and killed the brave man. But something haunts the king. Edward did not receive heavenly punishment for putting this plan into practice. The authority of the royal family is the price of faith and devotion to the goddess. And to kill a brave man who is a member of the royal family is nothing less than an unforgivable sin. However, there was no trace of heavenly punishment on the prince. The king heard the oracle of the Church of the Goddess, but it was only praised that the brave man had made a greater contribution to the world than all the brave men who had existed up to that moment. For this reason, the priests of the church who supported the princess also sided with the prince. No matter how much the king thought about it, it didn't fit in his head. It turned out that he had to admit that the prince had changed. Even this boy could have changed. Maybe he was too persistent in rejecting him. The prince who made a spectacular appearance did not stay in Santo Almaruz. Instead of settling in a safe kingdom, he stayed in the kingdom of Grand Contener and defeated the remnants of the demonic army. The grandeur with which he pierced the skies on the back of a huge dragon left a lasting impression on everyone. Even the aristocrats who were once enemies proclaimed the prince a hero. A few days later, Edward arrives in Santo Almaruz. The people honor him. Everyone is busy preparing for the audience. Only he and Eugene are the embodiment of calm. By the way, the old man avoids Eugene. But last time there was such a wonderful chance to rip off the honors. Let Edward tell me if this layout is correct. Of course, it is true. The goddess personally shared the information. By the way, it's time for them to start acting. The bell is ringing. Edward enters the throne room. The first warrior of the Order of the Holy Sword, the wielder of the Staff of Light, the heir to the 7 crowns, His Highness Edward Grand Continuer, has arrived. The king wonders if he did the right thing by bringing him back here, and if he has really changed. He ordered one of the knights to kill the prince immediately if he drew his sword. Edward takes hold of the sword hilt. He places it on the pillow held by the knight. Then he kneels before the king. He says he is glad to see him in good health. The king asks if he received anything during his travels. Edward says he realized how much his father sacrificed during the nation's time and the weight of the crown he wears. Here Edward rises. The king is indignant at who allowed him to rise. He understood how to act. The sword that was on the pillow begins to glow and appears in Edward's hands. The king will no longer have to sacrifice or feel the weight of a crown on his head. He asks what Edward is going to do. He is going to inherit the throne. Edward is surrounded by knights with axes. However, he has not only the blade of truth, but also armor and a shield of truth. His actions will only make things worse. Edward cuts off the knights' heads. The king was very foolish to believe that he had changed. Yet he had expected this to happen, and his army of mercenaries was already at the ready. However, for some reason no one responds. Those present do not move from their places. Of all the living creatures Eugene had swallowed, Ferus de Clatnirod was the most astonishing life form. A parasite that did not need a host body. It formed a group of several individuals, uniting them with a single consciousness. But at the same time, it could also individually control separated individuals, who still obeyed it. Of course, Eugene was unable to use this skill the first time, but after absorbing countless demons in the port city and improving a number of his abilities, he was able to master it to some extent. He has learned to move parts separated from him and spread infection. He cannot suppress the will of the host, but now he can control their emotions and erase memories. When Eugene told the prince everything, he used it in his plan. Edward should have been prepared for it to be noticed right away. Eugene said they wouldn't do a full flush. The prince wanted Eugene to stimulate their frontal lobes and increase their ability to empathize, and then every time Edward's wishes came true, they would begin to feel incredible satisfaction along with him. It was easy to infect the courtiers. Eugene released the larvae into the drinking water canal. Ferus used the same method. Edward killed the knights who surrounded him. The king killed his mother, sent mercenaries after him, and sent Angela to the church to become a saint. He still had a lot of questions, but that didn't matter now. The king sincerely wishes that a special place be prepared for Edward in hell. Well, they'll see each other there. The king falls. A portal appears. Someone dressed in black falls out of it. Eugene attacks the last knights. Now they've gotten rid of all the unnecessary bastards. No one will stand in his way anymore. The nobility standing behind the throne clap their hands. Eugene gets rid of them too. When it gets dark, Edward is still sitting on the throne. He knows what his brother wants to tell him. He asks the goddess to grant him knowledge. Using it, he could easily show Eugene the location of targets that needed to be eliminated. But among other things, he also saw the words that his brother was going to tell him before he died. He asked not to cross the line. Only his brother, instead of cursing, could say something similar to his killer. But it's too late. He didn't care about those words now. Anthony should have said them before Edward fraternized with the monster. So let him disappear. Edward will erase his old image and present him to this world in a completely different light. He shoots a beam of light at the ghost. There is no longer a fool in the world who is wholeheartedly attached to the insignificant humanity. Now that the common enemy in the person of demons has disappeared, humanity must be prepared for internal strife. And since he has come this far thanks to the power of this monster, he must repay him in order to send him to Earth. King of the elves, king of the dwarves, king of the beastmen, king of the lizardmen, Edward must sacrifice the lives of the kings of the 4 races and place them on an altar sealed in the dungeon of the cathedral. But if he does this, the era of wars will begin. Afterwards, His Highness the Prince took the throne, having eliminated the negligent king, and ruled the country for a long time as a great ruler. The end of the first part of the notes of a gourmet traveling through the world of fantasy. Eugene finished. Edward asks what kind of gourmet notes these are. When Eugene returns to Earth, he will kill Edward's former comrades, clear his name, and start a completely new life. In another world, he won't be able to earn the same amount of money as he does now. So he came up with the idea of writing and selling his book. It's a story about how he ate different creatures in the fantasy world. That's why it's called Notes of a Gourmet Traveling in a Fantasy World. With a title like that, the book definitely won't sell. If the main character is him, you can call the book I Become Stronger, devouring everything in my path. Eugene is still going to use the ghostwriter. He's talented at eating, but not at things like this. He personally experienced everything that will be described in the book, and it is very different from the gray everyday life. Of course, it will become a bestseller. Maybe they will even make a film in 3 parts. But this is after he returns to Earth. We need to discuss how he will return. First of all, the main condition that the goddess spoke about is to kill the kings of the 4 races and bring them to the altar. Eugene asks if Edward can do it. He says that he can't now. It's fundamentally different from going to the Demon King. They, as then, will be able to eliminate the king of one race by themselves. But when the successor ascends to the throne and calls for revenge against the arrogant people, other races may unite and go against them. Elves are strong in magic and archery. The dwarves' skills in metalworking make them equal to wizards. And the physical abilities of beastmen and lizardmen are many times greater than those of humans. Despite their superior numbers, the humans have no chance against any of the races. And if they unite, Edward will not sit on the throne for long. The first priority is to ensure internal stability here. First of all, this is the list of victims. So Edward is giving him orders. He says this is a proposal, and suggests turning the page. The habitat of griffins. A port closed due to kraken attacks. Information about the location of the manticore from eyewitnesses. The main bodies of water used by wyverns to lay eggs are Lake Serpent, Green Dragon Mountain. This is a treasure map. Edward is glad to see that he enjoys it. Now, as the just heir to the throne with the power given to him, he calls it Amkainos. It is unlikely that there was a title for an official in the Joseon era in this country. Now there is. The title of Knight Bodyguard originally did not exist either, but the main difference from the bodyguard is that the Amanosa can move freely around the royal lands, while remaining close to the king. This means that he will not be subject to public opinion and will be able to move freely, and in return, he will have to eliminate the prince's enemies. Next year, around these days, his coronation will take place. Eugene should return before then. He thinks about where he should go, what to do first. There are many details that need to be taken into account in order to use the information effectively. But one thing is certain, after making this journey, he will become much stronger. Knight Eugene is a strong warrior, and he feels that his departure will create a breach in Edward's security. He worries in vain, because Edward left him by his side to solve this problem. Let him just do his job properly. The leader of the royal assassins is the head of a group of hired killers who are directly subordinate to the King Prince Edward, who killed the previous ruler, left the royal assassins under his command. The king originally intended to bequeath the royal assassins to Edward, with the first prince ascending to the throne as the heir to the royal family, and the second prince becoming chancellor and leader of the mercenaries, eliminating the crown's enemies. However, having become a brave man, the just and righteous first prince did not allow his father's plan to come true. And in the end, the plan was only half completed. The royal assassins had to swear allegiance not only to the king, but also to Prince Edward, in case he inherited what belonged to the king. It could be a ring with a coat of arms, the hallmark of the assassin leader, or a crown. But eventually, power over the assassins passed to Edward, and they recognized the new master. Thus, the prince completely subjugated one of the 2 most important military forces close to the king. The second significant force being the royal guard, infected with parasites and completely obeying the orders of the master. Since this monster will soon leave the palace, he will not be able to control the guards over the next year. Edward will have to lure them to his side. A person can be subdued by gratitude, pleasure, and even a feeling of guilt. The iron armor is of little use, and in the future it will attract attention, because in it, Eugene is known as the prince's bodyguard knight. They are not very suitable for the role of an Amkanos, who must act secretly. So he ordered others which looked rather mediocre, but they, like the previous ones, were enchanted with magic. Forged in just 2 days, definitely better than nothing. It's time for adventure. Although Eugene is now a hero who defeated the Demon King, and has a reputation as a loyal servant of the prince, on Earth he was an ordinary criminal. And on top of that, he was wanted internationally, pursued not only by the police, but also by a spy and criminal organization. Therefore, in an attempt to avoid attention, he could not diversify his hobbies. Sports were prohibited, since contact with others would create a risk of information leakage. Games were also not suitable, but he could not give them up, and as a result, made mistakes that twice allowed the bloodhounds to get on his trail. The most ideal option was reading of the books. Eugene was most attracted to novels. At first it was a forced choice, but later Eugene really loved reading. But, unfortunately, this world is significantly behind in terms of education and culture. Books are the privilege of the aristocracy. He could get them through the prince, but these books are nothing more than low-grade boring trash. However, even if there are no interesting books written by contemporaries, there are interesting stories told in other ways before writing appeared. Humanity passed on knowledge to descendants through words and songs. These are old legends passed down from parents to children. Those who want to preserve all the valuable stories that should not disappear, let them come to the Bard School. Felina Greensmith wants to become a bard. She was such a fool that she fell for this nonsense. People want to hear only bright, exciting stories. They are not interested in the minor exploits of newly minted heroes. A wandering poet must sing only exciting stories to dispel people's boredom. This is not why she became a bard. Felina enters the tavern. This is a small group of mercenaries. This guy might be a traveler, and this one looks like a drunkard, but you can't fool her eyes. He's wearing good armor. He probably has something to tell, but it's better not to mess with him again. Mercenary and traveler. The mercenary fights with people, and the traveler with monsters. Usually they ignore each other, but you should not sing the praises of one in the presence of the other. If you choose the wrong song, it could even lead to a fight. Fortunately, Felina has an ace up her sleeve. She will sing about a prince who slays a demon king and a knight who controls a dragon. It attracts attention. Apparently, this bard girl knows something. But everyone has heard about this. Coins fly into Felina's hat. She knew this song would work. The reaction is still positive. The climax is near, and her profit today depends on it. Seeing the death of his brother, the brave man, the prince felt not despair, but deep melancholy, and turned it against the cruel king of demons. With an ardent heart he called upon the goddess, and for a moment received the strength of a brave man, and with it he pierced the king's chest with his sword. Suddenly one of the listeners attacks the traveler. He laughed. The story about the prince made him laugh. What a bastard. As soon as he drinks, he immediately starts swearing, and this guy is also a rude person. Now the whole mood is destroyed. Mercenaries against a traveler, 4 against 1. Of course the mercenaries will win. Next you can sing a song about their heroic deed, and then they will perk up and shake out their wallets. Here Felina hears a crunch. Eugene twisted the arm of the strong man who attacked him. Then he crushed his head. The mercenaries rush at him. Eugene strikes. He flies away with all his might. Another mercenary rushes towards Eugene with a blade, but it breaks. Eugene has dragon scales on his neck that are impossible to pierce. Felina runs away. She has a bad feeling that this incident will lead to serious trouble. She needs to get out of here before she gets dragged into it. The strength of the brave man passed to the prince, and this bastard was sad. Eugene had not been so amused for a long time. Someone is trying to interfere. He doesn't know what's going on, but such cruel actions are unacceptable. She, Paladin Perkrid, will no longer allow the weak to be tormented. You wouldn't know it by looking at it. But she's definitely from a state founded by the Church of the Goddess Paladins, are one of the asymmetrical forces of the Church. This place is modeled after the Vatican, a small city-state, mostly populated by superhumans. The representative of one of the asymmetrical forces of the state was a saint, a skeleton made of an alloy of blessed magical metal, an extremely developed muscular system, vision and reflexes beyond human, the embodiment of human weapons. The problem is that it takes a huge amount of time and resources to create such a saint. Even a church state that receives huge gifts and donations can only raise one saint every 10 years. To fashion with your own hands a weapon comparable to a brave man, you have to pay an equal price. So the church state invented a way to create superhumans that would be less expensive, and they became paladins, modernized humans created through magic and blessing. The creation of one squad requires 1% of the saint's resources, and their service life is 2.5% of the saint's service life. In addition, by setting up the system, about 15 paladins can be mass-produced in the same time. Of course, their efficiency cannot be compared with the saint. If the saint is like the newest model of a tank, then the paladin can be called an old-style conveyor tank. But even if so, whether it is an old or a new model, an ordinary person cannot resist in a battle with a tank. Compared to the brave and the saint, the paladin is incredibly weak. Just deform her body, and it will be easy to kill her. However, such an early conflict with the church state will not end well. The released mercenary runs away. She must be happy now. The paladin is confused. Eugene agreed surprisingly easily. Usually those who bully the weak don't listen to her words. It seems there was a misunderstanding. He was simply reacting to their threats and intimidation. It was somehow weak for a performance, and he doesn't intend to pay money to watch it. The paladin blushes. She puts on her hood and orders another beer. Perhaps Eugene has already had enough rest. It's time to head out to the meeting. The county of Fevro is one of the few holdings that suffered almost no damage from the invasion of the demon army, as it was not a strategically important object. At that time, the strategy of the demon army was to focus on important strongholds for humanity and paralyze their activities. The county of Fevro, lagging behind in technology and production with a small population, did not pose any threat to the demons. But after the war, these lands were transformed. First of all, refugees from the surrounding lands flocked here, supplying the county with labor mercenaries who survived the war also gathered in Fevro. With the sudden increase in demand, the number of eateries and inns increased, which contributed to the rapid growth of the economy. However, this also had a side effect. Due to the huge influx of foreigners, the class system underwent strange changes. The lowest layer of the population became refugees who had lost everything but their own bodies. The middle layer became the citizens of Fevro, and the mercenaries rose above them all, and they became the biggest problem. They were well aware that they were the main reason for the current prosperity of the county, and they solved all problems with money and brute force. There were, of course, no power structures in place to prevent the tyranny of the mercenaries. Count Fevro was only pursuing personal gain. This is the current situation in the county. The man asks when they will take decisive action. Eugene says we can do it right now, then in 30 minutes. He will send a signal when the time comes. As it gets dark, a crowd of mercenaries appears, looking for the one who crippled one of them. Their leader asks what kind of scum dared to touch their mercenary group, the Firestorm. This is the guy Eugene had by the throat. He is hiding behind the wall. As things stood, he realized that the plan would have to be implemented earlier. I don't want to put in any extra effort, but his subordinates suffered, and inaction will damage his reputation. The guy is pretty dangerous, since in a 4-on-1 fight only this idiot survived. If you intimidate him with sheer numbers, this guy won't stick his neck out anymore. And then he'll call him a coward, and then he'll buy all his subordinates a drink, and that'll be the end of it. The leader warns for the last time. Someone tells him to shut up. This is Santo Fevro. This is their city, and outsiders like mercenaries have no place here. It turns out that he was some kind of alcoholic, and the leader was even scared. But it's for the best. They will beat him as a lesson to others. The leader orders that he be taught a proper lesson. He will not dare to open his mouth again. He laughs. Suddenly, an arrow pierces him. The leader did not order him to be killed. Mercenaries killed a man. They want to take Santo Fevro. We can no longer turn a blind eye to their atrocities. The people must rise up. They must drive the mercenaries out of Santo Fevro. However, the murdered man was not actually murdered, and it was Eugene, a hopeless, sick bastard. That was how Prince Edward, then still the Crown Prince and not the King of Grand Continent, assessed Count Fevro. Even in his grandfather's time, the number of counties in the kingdom more prosperous than Fevro could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and it is hard to believe that in just 2 generations it has become what it is. Due to the death of his parents, Fevro became a lord at a fairly young age. Usually after that one grows up quickly, but this one is already 50 and has the abilities and intelligence of a 12-year-old. In several decades of rule, he has only done what he has aged. He should be eliminated first. This was said drunk, and it seemed to Eugene that the prince was greatly exaggerating. But it was worth visiting the lands in person once to be sure that the assessment was appropriate. Only the county seat, Santo Fevro, developed rapidly, while the surrounding villages remained poor villages. Without the protection of an army and a fortress wall, they looked more like hunting grounds for wild animals and monsters. A boy by the fire sees a goblin in the bushes. He runs away. To put it simply, it was a wonderful place for Eugene. During the day he scoured rivers, forests, lakes, and caught monsters in them. And at night he sold the trophies from the monsters he ate to the travelers' guilds. And with this money, he listened to the songs of wandering bards in taverns. Thus 2 weeks of his life flew by. These were days of pastoral carnage, filled with tranquility. One might ask why he wasted time when there was less than a year left before he would return to the palace, but he would answer that it was a necessary process. After leaving the endless forest, Eugene had already gained many abilities. Later, having obtained excellent specimens, he sometimes remembered with gratitude those 2 guys, thanks to whom his possibilities had become significantly more diverse. But at the same time, a problem arose that could not be solved by eating a troll or a dragon. He had gained too many abilities in a short period of time and couldn't know for sure what he was capable of and what he wasn't. And he felt very ashamed in front of these 2, who themselves brought him their skills on a silver platter. So for 2 weeks he wandered through the mountains and tested his abilities. And finally today, after the skirmish in the apartment, he showed up at the pre-arranged place. This man was the royal assassin. So, Eugene can eliminate the Lord in any way he likes. With the change of Lord, chaos will come to the lands, and the threat of monsters will increase. But in his case, this is a wonderful outcome. It's not that difficult to start a rebellion throughout the entire city. The assassin fired the arrow. Provocation requires the support of the majority. And Eugene already has a lot of allies. He just needs to change his vocal cords a little. It was he who shouted that the mercenaries had killed a man. He shouted it in the voice of a young girl, a saint. That the mercenaries wanted to take Santofevro. Eugene shouted in the voice of a grown man from his world who had seen things he shouldn't have seen. Their atrocities could no longer be ignored, said the young Los Angeles police officer who had been following him relentlessly. And he called upon the dragon's roar to drive the mercenaries out of Santofevro. Lights come on in all the windows. Eugene doesn't know who came up with it, but the production is simply superb. In addition, residents infected through drinking water may become more prone to violence. The mercenaries are under attack. As expected, the massacre begins. After some time, Edward receives a report of madness in Santofevro. The madness of the residents who rebelled against the mercenaries spread throughout the city. The people rebelled against the newcomers and began to drive out of the city not only the mercenaries, but also the refugees. In the end, everyone got mixed up. Residents, mercenaries, refugees, and general madness set in. During the riots, Count Fevro lost his life. It was done neatly, but Edward was outraged out loud at how such a thing could have been allowed to happen. Additional points need to be added to the law. Even if the title of Lord is directly inherited, if the Archbishop of the Church of the Goddess and the King decide that the Lord does not meet the requirements, he may lose the right to inherit the lands. Also, the number of mercenaries allowed to stay on the lands for more than a month must be half that of the army on the ground. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Burns well. The more deaths there are, the fewer people will remember Eugene, and that was the case on Earth. The royal assassin had finished the job, but had still not fulfilled the order to find out where Eugene was going next. He says in Kabalovich, "This is the area where the griffin has been spotted lately. This information was on the treasure map. The griffin is a cross between an eagle and a lion, creatures that combine the characteristics of several creatures, and he likes them the most. Then the assassin will find him again when the time comes. He wishes him a pleasant journey and disappears." It's time for Eugene to move out too. He notices that someone is standing behind him. This is a paladin. Griffin, a top-level monster, on average 2 to 3 meters in length, with the head and front paws of an eagle, and the body and back paws of a lion. Looking at this guy, you can feel how amazing this world is and how imperfect it is. His upper and lower body halves are completely out of alignment. Because of the lower half, he has to fly half sitting, and because of the upper half, he cannot walk freely on the ground, moving in small steps. A creature stuck between the air and the surface, but even being so imperfect, they drive people into fear. Because even despite all the shortcomings, griffins have incredible power. They have adapted to fly and lead a predatory lifestyle, inherent in lions, gather in small flocks. Their favorite snack is horses, so griffins often attack people. People on horseback often pass through Kabalovej. So Eugene took on the guild's mission to eliminate the threat, the griffins. The paladin understood him. Since they gather in packs and their numbers are large, A frontal attack will not work, so their goal is to catch the leader and reduce their activity. A knight is one whose gaze follows high ideals even if he walks on the ground. They must bravely face mortal dangers if the peace and tranquility of the people depend on it. This must be what Eugene means. Somehow it happened that a paladin of the church state latched onto him. It's a long story. A few days ago, the royal assassin killed Count Fevro. His mission was completed. He left the palace. The paladin noticed him. It was suspicious that he left the lord's palace, and she decided to follow him. Paladin saw Eugene together with the assassin. She recognized him. It was the despot from the tavern yesterday. Before disappearing, the assassin called him Knight Eugene. Then the paladin rushed towards him. He wanted to destroy her as a witness. However, she was delighted that he was the same Knight Eugene who traveled with the brave man, known as the best of knights and a living legend. Eugene said that he was on a secret mission now, and in any case, she had to keep what she saw a secret. The paladin asked in return to take her as his student. There was nothing to be done. Paladins are an asymmetrical force of the church state. Each paladin was tracked with magic to minimize losses in the army. Moreover, in case of murder, the tracking magic automatically puts a mark on the killer. This part she told him herself. To put it simply, by eliminating just one witness, Eugene would have the entire church state as his pursuers. In the end, there was no choice. He was going to wear her out with difficult tasks to force her to escape. But it didn't work. She broke through the cave with her bare hands without making a sound. This girl is absurdly efficient. Apparently, the griffins are returning to their nests with prey. All that remains is to fight them. It would be more useful to attack from an ambush. By the way, Eugene greatly underestimated the paladin's bodies. She destroyed the cave with just her hands. Griffins appear with prey. The paladin asks what they should do. Eugene offers to handle one on his own. She agrees. The paladin charges. The griffin grabs her by the head. She finished. Eugene appreciated her abilities. Due to the fear that the sword might break when attacking with full force, she loosened her grip. After the strike, she checks whether the sword is intact, which reduces her ability to assess the situation. Worrying about these 2 points also reduces the speed of magic and accuracy. Her mentor in the church state always said the same thing, but it hurts to hear it personally from the teacher she aspires to be to. Eugene advises her to forget about the sword. It will be better that way. The paladin thinks he means stripping the knight of his rights. In other words, let her just be like him. He meant not to use the sword. So, forgetting about the sword was not a hint to leave the knights. He only said to use fists. There is another flock on the opposite side of the ridge. Eugene tells her to follow him. He will show her how it should be done. He grabs the griffin by the neck. He then attacks him with his dragon's paw. The paladin is confused about this fighting style. There is nothing interesting about the paladin's combat abilities. Despite her sword skills, her skills are far from the highest level of mastery like the brave. And even with her light magic, she cannot create the same bright flames as the prince, much less use techniques. As an enhanced human, she has outstanding physical attributes. But of course, they are no match for a saint. The paladin combines the traits of the brave team, but neither of them gives her any advantages in combat. Just like a griffin, which has absorbed the features of an eagle and a lion, useful separately, but mutually interfering with each other when combined. The human army could not defeat her, but if she had participated in the brave man's campaign, she would have exhausted her strength at the very beginning, not living to see the arrival of the demon king at the fortress. However, there is still some point in training her. Although Eugene was reluctant to accept her as a student, he changed his mind while watching her recent fight, and he sincerely wanted to raise her. Because the paladin Rayenhan's Perkrid is the same type of monster as him. There are a little more than 100 heads in this flock. It would be easier to destroy them all at once. Maybe we should tease them. This is what he needs. A magic pouch created through the sweat and blood of a great spatial mage of the Grand Continent Kingdom. It appears small on the outside, but the interior is quite spacious. And it is designed so that the user can always get the thing they want. Eugene takes out the meat. He heard that griffins can't resist horse meat. The ones that Rayenhan's eliminated just arrived with the loot. Good thing he took it. Eugene throws the meat on the ground and stomps on it with his foot. If they want this meat, let them try to take it away. The griffins rush to attack. There is such a thing as the imitation fist, a Chinese hand-to-hand combat technique that imitates the attack style of different animals. Eugene learned it while he was in China. He thought that with his ability to use animal bodies, this technique would make him much stronger. But he quickly abandoned it, because in the end, even when imitating animals, you are still using a human body. For him, someone who uses animal bodies for real. She was not a pleasant addition. Martial arts were originally created to increase the effectiveness of power limited by the usual. But for Eugene, who has unlimited power, it has become akin to shackles. So he simply tramples opponents into the ground with force, without any techniques or martial arts. The griffin attacks. Eugene flattens his beak. This griffin is the first large animal he will try this on. Among the demonic beasts eaten in Stockfit was not only a merman, but also a creature close to arthropods. By absorbing it, Eugene was able to synchronize with the mantis's forelimbs, which the arthropod possessed a powerful strike capable of inflicting damage exceeding its weight 250 times. The griffin is defeated. Maybe someone else is ready to be a test subject. Come to think of it, horned lizards had the ability to shoot blood from their eyes. I wonder what would happen if we replaced it with fugu blood. Eugene crushes the heads of the other griffins. This is too rough and sloppy a fight. There is no skill, no technique, no strategy, only unbridled violence. It's a fight that's completely opposite to Rainhands' fighting style. But she has a strange feeling. Her heart is pounding like crazy, as if everything she had learned in the church state was wrong. There is no point in dodging if there is a supernatural ability to regenerate. If the enemy is skilled in defense, then you can flatten him from all sides along with his defense. She too can fight like this, throwing away the fragile sword and obeying the inner impulse, using strength. But she is a paladin, a humble servant of the great goddess and the face of the church state. She must not give in to this impulse. Eugene asks if she was watching the fight closely. Rainhands answers in the affirmative. Eugene can see that she is hesitating. It is not necessary to make a decision right now. Quote from Knight Eugene, "The more balanced the decisions, the better, but they must be made quickly." 3 days later, they destroyed all the griffins in the marked area. Now it's time to go down. It's clear that he's outraged, but they can't cancel the request. An order came from above to give credit for eliminating the griffins to another team. According to his new ID, which allows him to move freely, he is Jack, a C-rank adventurer. Eugene asks why he should refuse the credit for exterminating the griffins, and he is told that it is a decree. Whose they can't tell him. So, in the Santo Cabalovej Adventurers Guild, some sick bastard is arbitrarily taking credit for the achievements of other adventurers. And what's more, the guild employees are in cahoots with him. It would be funny if similar rumors spread to other areas. He wouldn't do it on purpose. But as soon as he drinks, his tongue immediately loosens up. He should know his place. Some street swindler has no right to threaten the head of the guild. This is a very strong and influential person, but he has no way of contacting him. A person who is considered a hero has no reason to meet an ordinary adventurer. Naturally, Eugene had no intention of seeking a meeting with him. He'll come here himself anyway. The girl says that she already has a fiancé. Eugene crushes her hand. Julio Aventuras is a legendary adventurer, the only one who managed to reach the SSS rank, the leader of the Cabalovej Guild. He is one of those who accompanied the previous brave man. The brave squad of 25 years ago left behind countless heroic tales and, of course, successfully defeated the Demon King. Just like the gang of Monster and Man, they were all granted one wish. Julio asked to be given the power that would allow him to fight on equal terms with a previously invincible enemy. Upon returning from the campaign, he became the head of the guild, and in 20 years acquired a high status and colossal influence. Through his efforts, the adventurer is now not just a mercenary to eliminate monsters, but a real symbol of freedom. All these things became possible only thanks to the power he received through desire. And this was political power. If an adventurer is a symbol of freedom, then whoever controls adventurers controls freedom. Such power over the masses was made possible by the enormous influence of the Adventurers Guild. But the adventurer did not make it into the current squad. The damned king took action before Julio could intervene. As a result, the second prince became the hero, and people began to praise not the symbol of freedom, but the symbol of royal power. Before it's too late, Julio must create a hero among the adventurers who can once again raise the prestige of the profession. This is an adventurer with great promise, his son, Jorge Aventuras. He asks why he should take credit for other people's achievements. Even if he becomes a hero, there is no point in it. Julio doesn't do this out of love for him. Heroes are not made, they are created. Jorge is the son of an adventurer who, 25 years ago, side by side with a brave man, defeated the Demon King. Whether Jorge becomes a hero or not determines the future of adventurers. There is a scream here. Jorge finds the guild members under attack. Among them is his bride. Jorge lunges at Eugene. He grabs the blade of the sword. He breaks it. Eugene grabs Jorge by the throat. He is about to hit him with the blade of his sword. Only now Julio appears. He tries to stop Eugene, but he doesn't intend to spare anyone. He stabs Jorge. Apparently, this is Julio, the guild leader. He asks who he is. Eugene says he is Jack, a C-rank adventurer. So, he defeated the Griffins. Julio asks for forgiveness for trying to take away his merit. Once he understood, then Eugene would go. He destroyed the adventurers of his guild, crushed the hand of his future daughter-in-law, took the life of his son. Eugene says she didn't mean to call anyone. He made her do it. This one was going to hit him. He defended himself. Jorge tried to kill him. He killed him first. He apologized, so he backs down. This simply can't be. He dealt with everyone on his own. Someone sent him. Eugene is not interested in any feats and merits. But he does care about one thing: if something belongs to him, he will not allow anyone to take it without his permission. Perhaps he should have warned Julio about this in advance. Then things would not have taken such a nasty turn. He did this not only for himself, but for all adventurers. But he chose a completely wrong way. He demanded a sacrifice for a good cause and brought trouble upon himself, all because of his greed. The bastard destroyed his family and took away his future. An emergency meeting of all guilds is announced. In response, Julio will also take away Eugene's future. When Rayan Hands was training in the church state, the mentor in charge of her always blamed her for something. She was told that she had extraordinary physical abilities, but she could not cope with them at all if she were a predator. She would become a king in nature. But for a paladin, this is no good. The teacher's instructions are fundamentally different from the teachings of the mentor. She does not know who to listen to. Members of the guild come to the inn. They know that the adventurer Jack is staying there. Eugene is walking down the street. Julio meets him. He must remember the young man he killed half an hour ago. This young man was his son, Eugene, of course. Does not know what the heart of a father feels when he loses his son. Eugene says he knows this. He left many widows and orphans, and they all spoke of revenge. Julio asks what happened to them all. He can guess if Eugene is alive. Julio charges in. An aura honed over decades. It is a power capable of cutting through even a dragon's scales like a piece of paper. Hey, Julio Aventuras, although old, is the companion of the past brave man and the only adventurer of the SSS rank. Eugene uses a praying mantis limb. Julio is defeated. People around suddenly start running, screaming about a monster. Eugene sees Rayan Hands. It looks like she dealt with whoever wanted to attack Eugene. He sits down on the ground near the wall. He takes out a griffin's leg from the magic bag. Rayan Hands stands next to him. Eugene offers her food. Rayan Hands tries meat. She starts to feel sick. To be honest, griffin meat tastes disgusting. It is a secret, although everyone knows that the paladins received a blessing from the goddess, giving them superhuman strength. But in fact, it is just a modernized human created using a simplified production technology of the saint. There is no secret about this. It has long been known in high circles. Eugene also heard about it from the prince. They are also used for experiments to test the functions that are planned to be implemented in the next saint. This is most likely the result of an experiment. When Eugene first met her, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. That was the reason. He never once allowed the thought that his parents were the same living beings as he was, the same with his disgusting older brother who looked like a pig. For this reason, Eugene treated everyone around him with caution and hid his ability. But he showed her his strength without any embarrassment, because she was a fellow tribesman, a monster of the same species as him. By the way, they made a lot of noise with her, tore the Adventurers Guild of Kabalovej and their leader to shreds. We can't stay here any longer. Let Rayan Hands go ahead and get a ticket for the carriage. He has one little thing left to do. It won't take much time, so let her go first. The assassin must have been here and heard everything. He appears. The higher-ups only suspected that the paladins were the saint's test subjects. But given what had just been said, the truth had been confirmed, and Eugene was the one who had obtained this information. The assassin prepared the fee in advance. This is money for travel and a new ID card. Jack, a fourth-tier mercenary belonging to the Almaruz mercenary group, is his new identity. The assassin asks where he plans to go next. Eugene says in Santo Canargo. Come to think of it, that's where he and the bastard first met. Eugene is looking forward to meeting old friends. Felina is riding in a carriage. Her traveling companions turned out to be Eugene and Rayan Hands, and she is not at all happy about it. This adventurer is a dangerous man who caused a pogrom in the tavern, and also this madness of Fevro, which soon engulfed the city. He must have been involved in it too. Felina saw the girl next to him attack the guild members. Because of these two, she cancelled all plans and immediately fled the city, only to end up in the same carriage with them. As soon as they arrive in Santo Canargo, Felina will immediately transfer to another one. It's better not to mess with such people. otherwise you won't be able to collect the bones. Someone here says that the dungeon has opened. They are heading straight there. From the dungeon to the reservoir itself in the south, everything within a radius of 500 meters was subject to erosion. Only the damn adventurers will be happy. These nobodies don't pay even half the taxes, enjoy all the privileges, and when their help is needed, they won't lift a finger, caring only about their own benefit, and all because of this crazy Julio Aventuras. He raised the authority of trash adventurers, created his own damn guild, and established an unthinkable law that the dungeon is the property of the adventurer. This entire adventurer guild does nothing but protect the rights of slackers. As for the request to destroy the dungeon, no one has responded yet. It is a risky business, and adventurers are most likely only concerned with safe earnings. As for permission for troops to enter the dungeon, they only said that they would consider their application. Someone enters the Baron's room. He says he has an important conversation, but he was told to convey this to him under any circumstances. Julio Aventuras, that psycho, is dead. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Well done. The best of the best on a whole other level. There seems to be no need to tell Eugene what is happening in Santo Camargo. The dungeon is a huge creature that can be called the most mysterious life form on the entire Elmud continent. Just like terrestrial nautilids, they develop underground and, eating their way up, form a labyrinth of spiral shells. Once the dungeon becomes large enough, it opens up on the surface to a labyrinth that attracts monsters with pheromones. Monsters that enter the dungeon are transformed by the dungeon's mana, becoming the most ferocious predators, and they become a shield that protects the core of the dungeon, which is located in its very depths. At some point, the dungeon becomes overflowing with them. The altered monsters burst out, attacking all creatures in their field of vision. This phenomenon is said to be the dungeon overflowing its banks. However, from their existence, a person suffers not only losses, eating the earth in the process of development. The dungeon separately stores foreign bodies, which are mainly ore and minerals. Also, rare plants grow in the dungeon, possessing special power due to the fact that they are filled with mana. Therefore, many adventurers themselves look for opened dungeons, and it rarely comes to the point that they are overflowing. On this basis, conflicts began to arise. The lord and the inhabitants of the lands, not knowing when exactly the dungeon will overflow its banks, want to end it as quickly as possible. However, the adventurers delay killing the dungeon until the very end, so that it can accumulate more benefits. And in this regard, the lord and the adventurers can only confront each other. This is the current situation in Santo Camargo. Therefore, the Baron has one task for Eugene. He comes to the entrance to the Santo Camargo dungeon. They ask him to show his adventurer's ID. Eugene says he is a mercenary, but the mercenary cannot enter the dungeon. Eugene throws a kick. He didn't say his goal was the dungeon. No need to make noise, he's on assignment. The latter does not dare to try to stop Eugene. He runs into the dungeon. This mad mercenary attacked the guild members. The security will arrest him immediately. Eugene walks through the dungeon. He is being pursued by a security guard. Eugene turns around. A man in armor takes off his helmet. It's actually Rayan Hands. The Baron himself will block the entrance. So this is what the dungeon looks like. Rayan Hands only knows about them from stories. She is interested in finding herself on one of the pages of the teacher's heroic story. The dungeon is so deep and it's getting darker. But with the dragon's eyes, Eugene continues to see clearly using his mana. Of course, Rayan Hands' eyes change too. Here they meet monsters. The Baron's order was to liquidate the dungeon. Rayan Hands said that such actions were illegal. According to territorial law, the Lord was forbidden from using mercenaries for violence. She is well aware, but adventurers are not citizens. They are just outsiders taking away the privileges of the locals. The Baron asks to act according to the plan, and he will temporarily assign Rayan Hands to serve in the garrison. The expansion of the dungeon could affect the reservoir, leaving the population without water. They must hurry. Eugene only benefits from being able to absorb the creatures of the dungeon. Let him try Rayan Hands first. She turns into a monster. The same transformation, but the method is different from Eugene's method. It does not change through the absorption of food. If this is the result of the experience she mentioned, then the likelihood of a surgical transplant is high. Rayan Hands attacks. The monsters have triple mouths, but they can't swallow her. One is down. They continue to attack. Rayan Hands wins again. Monsters surround her. She tears one apart. Now everyone is defeated. Eugene asks if the other paladins can do the same. She says this only happens to her. Her brothers and sisters only received muscle and bone tissue transplants. It must have cost a lot of money, that's true, especially getting a whole mimic, which allowed her to maintain her human form. but there was a lot of fuss about budget issues. Mimic was definitely mentioned in the book. Its characteristic feature is the transformation into other living beings or objects. Most often they take the form of a treasure chest and attack adventurers. Eugene is sure that it wasn't easy for Rayanhands to endure all this, but she says that her memory was erased, so for her these are nothing more than dry facts. The monster is quite unusual. Eugene has never seen anything like it in the reference book. Eugene tastes it. Something is wrong. He feels sick. It's not just monster meat, it's all because of the dungeon's mana. They are not alive, just bioweapons driven by an energy called mana. Because they move solely through mana, rather than sending impulses into the muscles, Eugene cannot copy or absorb them. It was as if he had chewed on a metal brush. Such foreign objects are incompatible with his ability. Because of this, he felt sick for the second time in his life. A similar feeling arose when he absorbed the saint who had mana flowing through her veins instead of blood. But at least the saint was a human before the transformation, and the transplanted muscles and bone tissue belonged to a living being. And the mana in her veins repeated the role of blood. So there was not such a strong rejection. "We need to hurry." From the quote of Knight Eugene, "A knight does not raise his sword for fun, but to shed fewer tears. The less time the inhabitants of Santo Canargo suffer from the dungeon, the better." He was assured that compared to the monsters on the surface, the monsters in the dungeon had more different abilities, and perhaps there would be a monster stronger than the dragon here. What an idiot he was. He would rather destroy the dungeon and go in search of areas where he could make a good living. This is how the famous adventurer Julio Aventuras described the dungeon in his Encyclopedia of Monsters. A bizarre landscape, with a dense flow of mana circulating throughout the entire space. Monsters evolving in unusual environments. There are treasures hidden everywhere. If the adventurer is confident in his abilities, he can gain unimaginable wealth and fame. This is just ridiculous. This is not evolution, but a posthumous acquired mutation. All Eugene wants is to beat the author of this book to death, but it's a shame he can't bring back to life and kill again someone he's already torn to shreds. At least the only thing left for him to do is to give vent to his anger. Someone appears here, mistaking Eugene and Rayanhands for the rescue service, and asks for help. His comrades are now inside. Eugene blows his head off. Rayanhands asks why he did it. "You have to be careful. These are the living dead." And indeed, there is a hole in his chest. He is still fresh, so she was mistaken. It looks like a cave, but ultimately the dungeon is a living being. In this case, he uses his ability to find the central part. They are almost there. They got there pretty quickly. Rayanhands had heard that no matter how quickly they conquered the dungeon, the 500-meter road took at least 12 hours. Adventurers are simply incompetent losers. But Eugene is incredible. He went straight down without getting lost even once. While an ordinary adventurer, even if he avoids a fight, would spend much more time finding his way. He understands that Rayanhands wants to praise him in any way possible. But comparing him to incompetent idiots does not sound like praise. Plus, it could be an insult to the guy who gave him the ability. Rayanhands asks for forgiveness. She has no such intentions. She asks if the one who taught him this ability was his friend. Eugene says they weren't close at all. They fought longer than they talked. However, he did not tolerate the innocent suffering from violence. Even if the fight was doomed to failure, he was so brave that he was willing to sacrifice his body. That's right, that gentleman is already dead. However, what he left behind is still inside Eugene. They come to the gate. Judging by the style, the building is very old. It looks to be over 150 years old. The dungeon must have swallowed the ancient settlement whole. Perhaps the man they recently encountered was from there. This means that a monster is waiting for them ahead, which inflicts through and through wounds. Eugene opens the gate. He sees a dragon. However, up close, this creature looks more like a wyvern. The forelimbs are connected to the wings, so it is a wyvern, not a dragon. To be more precise, it looks like a wyvern, but it cannot be called an ordinary creature, like other inhabitants of the dungeon. He has the body of a snake, the wings of a bat, the head of a horned lizard, the legs of a frog. He seems to be one, but at the same time there are several of him. The dungeon combined several creatures into one. That is its essence. Maybe some crazy mage created a chimera, and it slipped into the dungeon and took up residence here. Or maybe other creatures were changed by the dungeon's mana, and then merged together and accidentally acquired this appearance. It was not his business to look for reasons, but one thought had lodged itself in his head. A noise. It's like Eugene is looking at an image in a distorted mirror. To some extent he can call him a relative because of the body assembled from parts of other creatures. But it's strange that magical transformation can only give such a pitiful result. It's disgusting that such a ridiculous-looking monster is acting as a dungeon boss. He felt the same disgust when he looked at the guy he called his older brother, who, after returning from the army, gathered local elementary school students around him to show off the console he bought with his parents' money. If you think about it, this idiot didn't even serve because of his weight. Rayanhands asks what they should do. Eugene tells her to step back. He will fight him. Just the right size to let off some steam, this monster will be his punching bag, and will provide him with an opponent of the same size. A dragon that possesses the bone marrow of a troll, the muscles of an ogre, the epidermis of a salamander, and the mucus of a mystium slime. He lets out a roar. Meanwhile, the guard and the guild member are still standing at the entrance to the dungeon. They made fools of themselves because of that damn mercenary. Suddenly the earth begins to shake. Eugene prepares to attack the monster from different parts. He rushes into the attack. A weakling, light, and with a lot of shortcomings. It's unlikely that he can do anything at all. He points his tail at Eugene. It wraps around his neck. It looks like this monster has poisonous fangs. His head works fine, but it's useless. It would work if Eugene had the skin of a normal dragon. But if the skin is covered in mystium, it's a different matter. He's irritating him. It's time for him to fall. The monster shoots blood from its eye. Apparently, his blood contains the poison of a fatal bite. Since his teeth didn't work, he decided to penetrate the skin. However, this poison was originally the basis of the skill, and it is the very first poison that Eugene had the chance to learn. If this monster has nothing more to show, it's better to end it here. He doesn't have a hobby of bullying others. Eugene delivers the finishing blow. The monster doesn't understand what happened. He remembers being in a dungeon with a boss monster, but doesn't know why he went there. The monster falls. He seemed to laugh before he died, or so it seemed. There is no point in wasting time thinking. There are more and more useless thoughts in his head. Probably because he is accompanied by a fellow tribesman for the first time. They are leaving. Julio Aventuros wrote that the true essence of the dungeon is a spherical creature with a diameter of 2 meters, called the core of the dungeon. 2 huge round eyes on the front part. The whole body is covered with soft fur. It is cowardly but obedient, and if it gets attached, it will humbly follow a person. Here they come across what is actually the core of the dungeon. This is very different from what Rayanhands heard. It is possible that he lures creatures with pheromones, but it is impossible to say that what is seen is his true form. If there is no immunity to physical and mental influences, then the true appearance cannot be seen due to the action of pheromones. What the adventurers saw was the last way the dungeon core defended itself. An image changed to create the appearance of harmlessness. Quote from Knight Eugene: "Evil is like poison. It always takes on a luxurious appearance to lure people in." He said this during the fight with Francis de Prederode. He would like to ask who wrote these damn quotes, but it was too late to ask. Something else is much more important now. Rayanhands didn't know that Eugene owned such a weapon. Only he is not going to kill him, but to eat him. First, he'll cut it up to make it easier. He had no use for the dungeon core's mana, but he was interested in its skill of turning the ground into a hard shell, and mind control using pheromones. Rayanhands is starting to feel sick. The dungeon is a shell of poison. In other words, it is a part of its body. If the core loses its skills, then the circulation of mana in the entire dungeon will be interrupted. Then it and its monsters will no longer be able to function, after which everything will begin to collapse. The average duration of destruction, as stated in the encyclopedia, is 48 hours, and anyone who fails to escape during this time will be buried alive in the dungeon. But in Eugene's case, it is out of the question to spend 48 hours getting out of the dungeon without monsters. They come to the exit. It took them no more than 3 hours. However, security is waiting for Eugene at the exit. He was arrested for violent actions against a member of the Adventurers Guild. Eugene confirms that he is the mercenary Jack. They take him away. Now he is sitting in the cart. This has happened before in the past. Felina sings on the ship. It's good when there is freedom. All thanks to Prince Edward, because it was he who put an end to the war with the damned demons. Now their main threat will probably be sea pirates. Although this is a river, so we should call them river pirates. Suddenly the entire crew is told to prepare for battle. They are attacked by pirates. You can't miss a single one. The Straw Hat Pirates will steal all their vessels. They are attacking, but without serious damage. They are not worth a dime if they cannot do the job. He probably means slavery, but it is prohibited in the Grand Continent. He is right. These are the laws here. But there are other countries too. The man asks the pirate how he is related to Captain Felipe. The pirate did not think that among the freshwater people there would be anyone who knew his father. They tell him that Felipe, although he was a pirate, adhered to moral principles. Because of the damn morals, my father got caught. Money and life are much more important than all this nonsense. The captain orders everyone to be tied up and thrown into the hold. He will earn less from selling slaves than from ransoming hostages. But he will receive money without any risks, considering the meager weapons, inferior to a sea vessel. This is the safest choice. This guy looks like a mercenary, but he has an aura of a villain about him. He is certainly the same as the captain. He invites Eugene to become his comrade in arms. He extends his hand in response, and burns the pirate. He is not obliged to submit to a being who is inferior to him in development. By eating the dungeon core, Eugene gained the ability to freely control pheromones. The dungeon core rebuilds the liver of captured organisms, triggering the synthesis of pheromones in them. They circulate through the blood vessels and accumulate in the sweat glands on the surface of the skin. The dragon synthesizes flammable substances in its body, but since they are created in the lungs, they can only be released through the mouth. The mucus secreted by the lizard people is highly viscous. The many additional hearts of the huge dinosaur allow for rapid blood exchange. If all these features are combined, it is possible to synthesize flammable substances in the living chemical plant of the dungeon core, sending them directly into the blood. Thanks to the dinosaur hearts, it is possible to supply fuel to all parts of the body and emit it under high pressure, which creates friction with the air and causes combustion. The soldiers who captured Eugene served Baron Canargo. The arrest of the mercenary Jack was just a small show for the Adventurers Guild. The pirates are in a panic. One of them activates a protective barrier against fire, but Rayanhands kills him. The pirates rush to attack. Rayanhands hits them all. For some reason, the sword feels different than before. Eugene sprays poison on the pirate ship. They move to the next ship. However, something like a fog envelops him. Eugene appears in it. He grabs the pirate. Green steam is emitted from his hand. Eugene throws the pirate overboard. He can't move. Other chemicals can be used to produce paralyzing gas, or it can be used to spray poison or create a smokescreen. Then some strongman appears behind Eugene. He wants to hit him with his sword, but he flies into the air, spewing flames. Then he attacks the strongman, and you can soar into the sky, spraying flames from your legs. You don't even have to use your muscles to make such a jump. For some reason, Eugene is again where Felina is. All pirates have been defeated. The sailors thank Eugene for saving them, and he tells them to clean up and leave. Rayanhands had a new feeling, like the sword was an extension of her body, something that had never happened to her before. And the cut on the body is clean before. Her blows were inaccurate. It wasn't a dream, but she doesn't understand anything. No matter how much she thinks about it, maybe Eugene knows this feeling. Most likely, she realized how to move, but she had already undergone training in systematizing her body movements. These workouts are designed for people. In the dungeon, she was 1% of a saint. In this battle, she rose to 3%. Her approach to combat changes, her abilities develop. Rayanhands asks how Eugene produced flames from his hand, and if she can learn to do it too. He burned a man alive, put poison in people's eyes, paralyzed their limbs and left them to drown, and she says she wants to learn how to do it. The stronger she becomes, the more she loses her humanity, and at her peak, she might be able to become like him. They arrive at Genial Desierto, the largest trading harbor and fishing port of the Grand Continental Kingdom. This is the first time that Rayanhands has been to a place like this. Here she notices a mermaid in the water. She thinks it's a demon and grabs her sword. Eugene says it's not a demon but a beastman. Its skin is not scales but cuticle, and its tail fin grows horizontally, a characteristic feature of dolphins. This is a city of sea mammals, beastman. Rayanhands was a little tired, maybe because she had seen too many strange things. Their booked accommodation is here. Eugene tells her to go first. He walks through a door marked staff only. He is asked what the purpose of his visit is. He replies, tourism. In that case, he will need this. Now he is Jack Clark, a knight of mid-rank, although his rank is low, but with a knight's certificate it will be easier for him to move around. Since he is a knight, it means he needs to change his costume. Now Eugene has new armor. The kingdom's key trading port, Genial Desierto. He had heard that the rapid development of this port city was directly related to the rescue of the first king, Edward the Magnificent, who had fallen into the water. The port is closed due to kraken attacks, and the reason Eugene is here is because of the kraken, a giant squid from legends. It's not surprising to meet a kraken in this world teeming with monsters. A huge legendary beast can't be tasteless, and of course, it will also benefit his abilities. However, it is strange that despite the news about the kraken, the city is quiet and calm. Eugene sees a sign on the restaurant about a special menu in honor of the kraken. He enters the restaurant, and he wants to ask about the sign outside, They tell him that he owes 5 pieces of silver for the Kraken's set lunch. The waiter asks how he likes the dishes. The guests' opinions about the new menu are very important to them. If he takes part in the survey, he will receive a glass of fruit juice or a cup of coffee for free. Eugene says to just put very good everywhere, and again tries to ask about the Kraken. The waiter starts talking about the franchise. Eugene says he's more interested in the Kraken. They continue to tell him about the restaurant. Maybe I should eat this boy instead of the Kraken. This worker was the hardest opponent he had ever met, because it took him half an hour to hear what he wanted to hear. A huge natural disaster from the bottom of the deep sea, shattering hopes, destroying all living things. The majestic death of the endless seas. The Kraken himself. He grabs the fish. In fact, he doesn't look like a monster at all. Those present are delighted. The Kraken is a local tourist attraction, and it's not as big as Eugene thought, and its roar sounds more like a kitten's meow. And he dragged himself here for this thing. If he had known that it would happen like this, he would have slept longer. Here a ship appears. He's heading straight for the Kraken. Beastmen jump out from there. He came from the Adventurers Guild, and hoped that he would hear an answer this time. Those present are puzzled as to what business the Adventurers Guild is doing here. The killer whale asks to turn down the volume. They came here for an answer. The Lion Man demands an answer to the question, but he has already said a bunch of times that he refuses. And they come again and pester them. Talking doesn't work. It's not the answer they want, because they only hear what they want to hear. If they weren't going to negotiate in the first place, there was no point in pretending to be nice. Then they will solve everything not by talking, but by force. The Lion Man tells us to prepare for battle. The fight won't change anything. They better be more careful if they want their ship to remain intact. The Seal Man asks if he should smash the vessel to pieces. The land animals invaded their domain on the ship. Apparently they had completely lost their fear. On the way back, they should stop by the hospital to check if their brains were still there. He will not forget this humiliation. They'll show them yet what splinters. Actually, they were feeding the Kraken. However, the fish ends up in Eugene's hand. The killer whale man asks who he is. He wants to ask one question. The Kraken's tourist show quickly came to an end, and Eugene followed the beastmen. They came. It's unusual that this is a study. Eugene wanted to ask what the lion meant when he said he came for an answer. He saw their cutie, the baby Kraken. The scum from the Adventurers Guild are planning to kill this cute child. A few months ago, when the demon race attacked the kingdom, the naval forces invaded Genial Decielto, releasing a Kraken ahead of them. Fortunately, they retreated immediately after receiving the news that the Demon King had been defeated and the city was saved. Later, while exploring the seabed, the killer whale discovered eggs that appeared to have been left by a Kraken. This little fellow hatched from one of these. He mistook the killer whale for his parent, which is why they are still together. These dogs from the guild are pestering them, pretending that the cutie is a dangerous monster. But this is just a cover for their vile plan. But the allied power of the Beastmen talks about a united society, where all the Beastmen live in peace. It stated that there is no discrimination between them, like humans or elves, and that they recognize the rights and freedoms of everyone. These are well-known facts about Elmet that Edward told Eugene. Land animals are not their comrades. The history of the allied state of Beastmen is only 50 years old. Before its creation, the land people mocked them, humiliated the sea mammals. In order to get rid of their terror, they settled in Genial Decielto and joined the Grand Continenter. Soon, through their efforts, Genial Decielto became the best trading port in the kingdom. And only then did they start chattering nonsense about all beastmen being brothers. And then, the landlubbers sent a messenger to the killer whale's grandfather. They wanted the water people to return to the kingdom, his grandfather said. They had worked so hard to settle here, and now they were being told to go back. He understood that they had their eye on the trading port. Leo said that then all they had to do was take them back by force. Grandfather grabbed the lion and threw him to the ground, demanding that he leave them alone and get lost. And since then they have been acting within the law, using the status of the Adventurers Guild. Just now the grandson of that very lion of their allied power was here. They have been pestering them for half a century. If that beastman is the grandson of the messenger who was here 50 years ago, then it turns out they always send lions as messengers. Kasatka asks Eugene if he has satisfied his curiosity. He knows that he is Sir Clark, a knight of middling rank, and Eugene was wondering why the killer whale had told him everything so frankly. He was asking what he needed. Then the conversation goes smoothly, and you can get straight down to business. Eugene asks what he wants and what he is willing to give in return. He's leaving. The killer whale falls off the stool. They ask him if he is okay. He's trying to say something about that night. The seal decides to catch up with him. The killer whale says, let him not even dare to think about it. If someone suggests something stupid like murder, you must kill him first. He is not a knight of average rank. He is a monster. Ray and Hans is hungry. They and the teacher have different tastes. It is sometimes difficult to get food, and he has gone somewhere again. Then someone asks her if she is a paladin. Ray and Hans answers yes and asks what happened. Meeting her in a place like this is definitely a blessing from the goddess. A disaster has occurred, and now a terrible combat weapon of the demon race is hidden here. She saw everything with her own eyes. Ray and Hans suggest we talk elsewhere. They are served a Kraken set meal. It might have something to do with military weapons. True, somewhere here this villain Kraken left him. They had already decided that they would live peacefully. But there would be a big trouble. The teacher said that the purpose of his visit was the Kraken, and it is definitely here. But the atmosphere in the city is somehow too calm. They even named a dish on the menu in honor of the Kraken. Ray and Hans asks if the nun tried to report this to the church. There must be a church of the goddess here, she tried. But no matter how much she says, they don't take her words seriously. So the church is ignoring the missionary's request for help. Suddenly, Ray and Hans seems to notice something behind the nun, who looks back. Ray and Hans hits her. Then she leaves, carrying the nun. The kingdom of Grand Continental is adjacent to the lands of demons. For this reason, the Royal Knights enjoy considerable influence as the embodiment of power recognized by the state itself. Taking this as a bait, Orca Deficil gave Eugene a task. Of course, not on a voluntary basis, and he received the reward in advance, but he will explain about it later. First, we need to talk about the cheetah. It is the fastest animal on Earth, but for him it turned out to be completely useless due to zero endurance and overheating when overtired. But now everything is different. Taking the skeleton of a cheetah as a basis, Eugene increased endurance with the help of the lungs and circulatory system of a dinosaur, and the mucus of the beast lizards, changed by the action of chemicals of the dungeon core, evaporates on the skin, thereby reducing body temperature. Orc muscles and dragon bones allow for even greater speed increases. Eugene transforms into a cheetah. He is heading to Santo Ancho Marina. The guard at the fortress gate notices something in the distance. Eugene leaps over the fortress wall with lightning speed. The guard didn't understand what just happened. Even a demon would be amazed. According to the amendment to the adventurer's laws, it is impossible to enter their guild without permission from the guild itself. But investigating a crime is a different matter. A knight of mid-rank has such a right. With the help of these fake documents, he must expose the guild leader as a spy of the allied beastman power. When their reputation is destroyed, they will lose all their influence here. It was unclear to Eugene whether there was any reason why he should do this. Kasatka said that he was the only mid-rank knight who had arrived in Genial de Cielto now, when the work of eliminating the consequences of the war with demons, the examination for the highest rank knight, and the renewal of the license of mid-rank knights were simultaneously underway. The Adventurers Guild is still in turmoil after the death of Julio Aventuras. This moment cannot be missed, but even after accepting the task, he will still carry it out in his own way. The lion is still furious about Orca Deficil. Meanwhile, Eugene approaches them. He attacks the tiger, and then he takes on the lion. Eugene harvests one of his organs. He then jumps out of the office through the broken glass. There is an explosion. A fire starts in the guild leader's office, and they rush to put it out. It is clear that the leader has been killed. Eugene, who appeared in the crowd, says that he will take over the investigation. He is asked who he is to claim an investigation. He says Jack Clark, a knight of the middle rank. He walks towards the corpse. This is a sound recording crystal. The voices of the chief and his secretary are heard. The master ordered to tell him that he did a good job, and they no longer need him. Eugene says the evidence is too clear. There's no need for an investigation, since he was the one who ate their vocal cords and faked their voices. He smeared the documents with salamander slime just so they would survive. Suspected of tax evasion, head spy. And finally, you need to create a motive for the murder, so that the lion, who was the messenger, ends up dead. The nun wakes up. She finds herself in some strange place. Ray and Hans appears. She was in church and they told her that no one who looked like a nun had approached them. So she rummaged through her personal belongings and this fell out. Her adventurer's ID. Love your neighbor and love your enemy as your neighbor. If someone strikes you on the right cheek, turn the left. If someone makes a mistake, forgive him again and again. But do not forgive someone who presumptuously pretends to be someone else. This is the secret decree of the first bishop. Ray and Hans doesn't know what the adventurer was thinking or what her goals were when she approached her, but she will tell everything soon. She asks her to listen, but in vain. This is what mid-ranking Knight Jack Clark said when he investigated the murder of the head of the Adventurers Guild. This is a tale cutting. The guild leader was a spy for the allied Beastman nation, but there was a threat of information leakage, and to prevent the truth from coming out, the leader was killed. The culprit is the missing secretary. It sounds convincing, but there are some inconsistencies. In order to cover his tracks, the criminal started a fire, but it is disconcerting that the material evidence in it survived, and that part of the dead guild leader's body disappeared without a trace, and also that the window was broken from the outside. There are too many suspicious moments in this case. Although the security forces ended their investigation with this report, he will get to the truth at any cost, putting the reputation of the press on the line. Assassin is at a loss to understand how Julio Aventuras managed to hide the infiltration of a foreign spy into the organization he created. Even knowing about it, Eugene says he must have cared more about the guild than the country. He speaks very convincingly. Maybe he knows something. Eugene answers negatively. He only agreed. Just as he pursues the goal of reaching the pinnacle of the living world, ignoring morality and ethics, so he put above all not a particular country, but the development of the guild. But he doesn't care. There's no point in wasting time and energy on such a trifle. The assassin also conveyed this point of view to His Highness. And also a journalist was spreading unacceptable rumors, so he dealt with him quietly. So it turns out he saved Eugene some of his problems. He's also finished his business here. It's time to go back. After eating the tiger man, he understood the cat family much better. The wolf man he ate last time belongs to the canine family, and in the form of a cheetah, he helped him only with running on 4 legs. Eugene stumbles. He is thrown into the air. As a result, he crashes into a rock. The wolfman he ate looked like a beastman, but he was a lower demon who could transform into a human. Beastmen belong to the same race as humans, and the wolfman belongs to the demon race. They are different, but the impact they have on his abilities is the same. The way the wolfman increased his compatibility with the canine family, and the way the tiger beastman affected his compatibility with the feline family, is completely identical. It was different with the other demons. Figuratively speaking, fishmen are bananas, and insect people are geraniums. Both are plants, but completely different. On the other hand, wolfmen are green peppers, and beastmen are red. You can even say that there is practically no difference in their races. It turns out that beastmen and demons are somehow connected. All that remains is to eat them and test them in practice. Eugene returns to the hotel in Genial Desierto. He's back. She is an adventuress who pretended to be a missionary. She said that she approached Rayan Hands with the goal of destroying the Kraken using the power of the church. In the past, she couldn't control her strength, and would have definitely crushed her skull. But thanks to Eugene's guidance, she now has better control over herself. So first she knocked her out without a single scratch, and then tortured her. Initially they had the opportunity to carelessly evade the schedule, but they had to urgently flee to the southeast of Genial Desierto, into the forest of no return. And it's all because of this fool. Orca Deficil said that they were in his debt, but that was too much. Knock him out in broad daylight and kidnap him, and then torture him within the walls of a hotel with thin walls. And what's more, he's a member of the Adventurers Guild, which still has influence here. Eugene asked how long it would take for everything to calm down. It's sad to say, but we need to wait about 6 months. The incident is too shocking. First, he will try to delay the investigation, and Eugene should leave here quickly. Who would have thought that they would have to flee from pursuit? We should at least check the reward for the mission. A huge snake that lives in the sea. A sea serpent. He thought it would take him a couple of weeks to get it out of the depths of the sea. But thanks to the assignment, he didn't have to bother. It's terribly tough, and it looks like it's poisonous, although it won't affect Eugene. The sea serpent is not distinguished by anything except its enormous size, but even so it would not hurt to eat it. It would be useful to it, since it has no underwater fighting skills. For some reason, Eugene doesn't touch cooked meat. He always eats only raw. He says that cooking takes a long time. Plus the smoke from the fire can make them an easy target. He can eat anything, so there is no need for cooking. He is not picky about taste. In fact, if you cook the meat, the percentage of ability absorption will decrease. Rayan Hands started snoring as soon as she ate. So simple. Eugene notices that someone is here. This is the royal assassin. They were only supposed to meet when Eugene left the forest. But the situation changed. An elf entered this forest. He makes his way through the forest. And here, on the continent of Elmud, the elves have their usual characteristics. However, due to their longer lifespan than other races and their innate ability for magic, They are overly ambitious and have an inflated sense of self-importance. That's why they say that a good elf is a dead elf. However, the problem is the elf's status, which does not allow him to be turned into a good one. He is one of the contenders for the throne of the Elven Kingdom. In a word, a prince, or an important person on the level of a princess. If the lives of the kings of the 4 races are sacrificed on the altar in the dungeon of the cathedral of the church-state, the door to another world will open. Of course, elves are also considered one of the 4 races. Maybe this guy will become a useful life in the future. It looks like his target is the Hydra one way or another. The elf has an escort. The deeper they go into the forest, the more powerful the poisoned energy becomes. Prince Luxian should think again. It's too dangerous to go to the Hydra alone. All the animals in the area have become more aggressive under the influence of the Hydra core and are just waiting to attack. In addition, the Hydra itself has colossal combat power. In the last 100 years, there has been only one example of a successful campaign. Only the Adventurers Guild led by Julio Aventuras succeeded in this, but none of them survived except the leader. The Chamberlain had already repeated enough what Luxian already knew, but he must understand how dangerous it is. It seems he doesn't yet realize the seriousness of the situation around Luxian. The Chamberlain says he does. Luxian asks what will happen if he gives up now and comes back. He is as much a contender for the throne as His Highness Rhesus and Her Highness Elamia. Rhesus possesses rare time magic, and Elamia is not yet 200 years old. But in her young years, she has already achieved great success in the field of diplomacy. In Luxian, there is nothing but royal blood, and the same blood is in those two. Although it is unknown who will become king, it is absolutely clear to everyone who definitely will not become one. Even if that's the case, he's too reckless. He needs to return immediately. He's already reached the limit of his mana usage. Luxian says he'll be a loser if he returns empty-handed. If he has never won in his life, then that is his destiny. Luxian says he understands. He understood perfectly well that the Chamberlain was no longer going to follow him. He uses magic. The Chamberlain is entangled in thorny stems. This kind of behavior cannot be dismissed as a joke. I remember that the Chamberlain also said words to him that could no longer be regarded as a joke. The Chamberlain asks to listen to him, but the stem crawls into his mouth. Not only animals are subject to aggression after being poisoned by Hydra venom, even plants use their branches like clubs, opening a hunt for prey. But without water, such plants soon lose the ability to move. If a person with water magic were to take control of all the water on the Earth's surface, it would create a safe zone. And this was the problem that caused Eugene to fly through the air. But the plants do not attack, on the contrary. They seem to give way to them. Eugene touches the stem. He says there is an intruder from outside on the other side of the forest. Rayanhans thinks that Eugene was talking to the plants now, but he wasn't exactly speaking, more like expressing thoughts. Trees infected with poison gain the ability to move, and they also form a collective mind, and it can just use the skills of a creature with a collective mind. Ferris de Klatnirod, that octopus-like friend, always helps him out. These trees emit waves similar to the magnetic field vibrations that Eugene uses to control his parasites, which is perhaps why he was mistaken for a fellow here. Long ears, danger, magic, roots, drought, help. They say that in that direction there is an intruder with long ears who is drying up their roots with magic. Help. Long ears mean an elf. He is a user of water magic. Everything is as stated in the information. Prince Luxian from the Kingdom of Elfiris. Eugene thinks about how to get closer to him. Meanwhile, Rayanhans writes the biography of Knight Eugene. Even the trees poisoned by the cursed Hydra poison felt the beneficial influence of the heroic spirit of Knight Eugene, and happily showed them the way. Luxian's life was an endless series of losses. He was born a high elf, and his lineage rises above all other elves, and soon an outstanding ability for water magic awakened in him. However, after the birth of the twins, his life went downhill. The younger brother, Rhesus, showed a very rare ability, time magic, and the younger sister, Elamia, dealt with the problems that were causing headaches for the entire kingdom in an extraordinary way. Luxian was inferior to them in both abilities and achievements, and soon there was no one left by his side. The only one who was there was that incompetent sycophant. But even for him now, all that remains is to yearn. He was going to defeat the Hydra to get some recognition, but he had exhausted all his mana maintaining the water magic and seemed to have reached his limit. His life was mired in feelings of inferiority, and he went to such lengths to fix it, and that's all he achieved. The Chamberlain said that it was time to get used to defeat if he had never won in his life. Then such was fate. Instead of fighting for the remaining hours of life, it is better to simply accept your death And in such a situation, Luxian cannot think of anything except his useless life. Then Eugene appears in the sky. He falls to the ground and asks if help is needed. Luxian in turn asks who he is. Edward developed a project to reduce government funding for the Adventurers Guild and revise the Adventurers' laws. The stupid aristocrats began to protest why he did not impose harsher sanctions. But if a mouse is cornered, it will bite a man, and it would be unpleasant if the battle-savvy adventurers raised a rebellion. The noose must be tightened little by little, and then it can be put into shackles. The assassin brings tea. Edward asks how things are going. Sir Eugene met Luxian safely. As His Highness had requested, he put on the royal armor. The assassin asks if Edward thinks Prince Luxian can defeat the Hydra and become the next king of Elphyros. This will not happen. No matter what the outcome, he will never take the throne. It is impossible, even if he catches a dragon instead of a Hydra. But in some moments, the interest he shows in power over the kingdom will be useful to them. You can call this a political preparation for the future. But the main thing is that it is for survival. After all, if his plan fails, this monster will tear him to pieces. Eugene reaches out and the stem releases Luxian's leg. He controls plants poisoned by the Hydra's venom. He is Eugene, the commander of the Knights of the Grand Continent Kingdom, and he asks if Luxian is injured. Thanks to him, he is safe and sound, and asks to accept his gratitude. Eugene asks if he is really an elf. He was surprised that Luxian was different from the elves he had heard about. The lifespan of an elf is 1,000 years. This is unusually long compared to all other races. For elves, they are like kindergartners. Moreover, only a dead elf cannot be proud of their innate talent for magic. Such creatures would never express gratitude to other races. Luxian was no different from the elves he had mentioned. But 200 years of endless comparisons had undermined his self-confidence. So he inevitably changed. He knows perfectly well what Eugene was told about his race. But he is, one might say, special. The rest of his fellow tribesmen are exactly as he heard about them, although there are quite a few exceptions like him. This is where Rayanhan's comes in. The stems grab her. Eugene tells the plants to retreat. She thought she was going to die. Here she sees an elf. She is a paladin of the church state of Rayanhan's Perkreed. Luxian calls himself. Rayanhan's wonders where the prince of the Elven Kingdom came from. He once again expresses his gratitude to the defender of the Grand Continental Kingdom and the paladin of the church state. Without their help, he would have died. Rayanhan's can't believe that such courtesy comes from an elf, let alone a prince himself. Since they helped him, maybe they will do him another favor. He wants them to help him exterminate the Hydra. Judging by his impudence, he's definitely an elf. What a coincidence. Eugene was also looking for someone who could help deal with the Hydra. He asks Luxian to tell him in detail about his abilities or special skills. He is a water magic user who specializes more in reconnaissance than offense, and is strong in support and defense against attacks. This would be especially effective in a fight against a water creature like the Hydra. Luxian asks about Eugene's abilities. He says brute force and transformation. The prince knows that he is a master of transformation, and can even turn into a dragon. But the Hydra is a demonic beast that controls water, and he will be at a disadvantage, Eugene says. He can also turn into a sea serpent and is not affected by poison. However, the sea serpent lives in the waters of the sea, not in fresh water, although everything will work out if Luxian turns the lake into seawater. Then he only needs to take care of this. Eugene will do the main attack. It will be even more convenient than forcing teamwork. Of course, there will also be an important task for Rayanhan's, clearing out trash mobs. This is not what she expected at all. Heroic stories have a more dramatic component. For example, a knight who gave up his own life for the sake of the lord to whom he swore allegiance, or a prince of a fallen kingdom who swore vengeance. There is nothing even close to this. They came. Hydra lives here. There is plenty of room to roam. Eugene asks how long it will take to prepare. It is of no use for such a trifle. Let him look and be amazed at the brilliant Luxian Lucitus Elphyros. Magic circles appear above the water. A Hydra appears behind them. Behind Rayanhan's are beasts infected with the Hydra's venom. She will take them upon herself. Eugene is nowhere to be seen. Here one of the Hydra's heads flies off. Eugene in the sky. One head for warming up. It has the body of a sea serpent to operate in an aquatic environment, and fangs from a dragon's jaw. Some soft Hydra is not able to resist him. So this is what a master of disguise is like. Now you can finish eating the remaining neck. However, regeneration occurs. Now in place of the severed head, there are two. That's right, if you cut off one head, two will grow in its place. The head contains the brain. It's amazing how such a complex organ can regenerate so quickly. Its ability to regenerate is superior even to trolls. I wonder if this applies to the entire body, or just the heads. Now he will find out. Eugene bites off a part of the Hydra's body. Now she has twice as many heads. At first glance, there is no limit to her regenerative abilities. However, it seems that she is limited in material for this. Each time the head grows, the body mass decreases in direct proportion. Eugene will see how much more she can grow. It wraps around the Hydra's body and immediately flies into the air. His human form returns to him. He grabs the open mouth of the Hydra and uses a praying mantis limb. He knocks off several heads at once. Now there are even more of them. Eugene brings out another weapon. He cuts the Hydra's body. I wonder how much longer she can hold out. Starting from 30 heads, the body has lost too much mass and cannot stand upright. And after the 42nd head has grown, it is no longer able to regenerate. It's all over here. Luxian is in Eugene's debt and will definitely repay his favor. As expected, the Royal Knight is on a completely different level. There is no need to worry. They had the same goal. He is here on a personal mission. Then he too will not worry about Luxian's intention to thank him. He will personally pay off this debt. He will take only this. They will see each other again. This is the first time Rayenhands has seen an elf bow his head so much. Eugene says it was only the second time. Elves never bow their heads unless it's a baptism in the church of a goddess. It would be good if the rest of the elves were even half as much as this one. First of all, he is a comrade who fought shoulder to shoulder with them, and he seems to have a good character. I wish he became king. Eugene says. Prince Edward said the same, although he also said that it will not happen. Eugene notices that Rayenhands is getting closer to the abilities of a saint. Luxian arrives in the kingdom of Elphirus. Finally, his achievements were to their liking, and now he will regain his place as a contender for the throne. Rhesus stands at the head of another slain monster. He slew the dragon. Eugene eats a Hydra. Rayenhands collected all the pieces. Eugene studies information about the object's appearances in a mountain fortress in the Marquis of Boscaverde's domain. He gives Rayenhands a magic pouch in which to place the Hydra's body parts. They will go to the mountains. The head of the Hydra was and was not a head. There were eyes, a nose, a mouth, and other sensory organs. But there was no brain, and the skeleton of the neck was very simple, resembling rather the joints of the bones of the hand. The brain itself was located directly in the body, which is why it could grow its head so quickly. However, it is unclear why 2 heads grew instead of one severed one. This creature requires further study. The guards of the mountain fortress see strange lights in the sky. They fly over them. There is an explosion. A creature appears from the destroyed gate. This is Eugene, and he has already learned to use the Hydra's abilities. The inhabitants of the fortress start to run, but they still can't hide. The fire catches up with them. This is Retribution, a messenger of heavenly punishment, sent for them by the goddess. If this were a punishment from the goddess, she would not have sent such a monster. A little more, and they will be at the second mountain fortress, and will unite with the guys from there. As they approach the second fortress, they discover a hole in the gate. Apparently, Eugene had already made his way there. However, this is Rayenhands. A cleaver is thrust into the leg of one of those who ran to the fortress. The other one wants him to last as long as possible and be bait. Here he crashes into Eugene. All the mountain bandits in this area have been destroyed, and now people can live in peace. She shows excessive cruelty. For her, it is a period when it is difficult for her to decide whether she is a person or a monster. Eugene also went through this. But his period of inner beast rage did not last long. His main goal here was not to exterminate the mountain bandits. Eugene thought he would come out when all the food in the area was gone. If he means that the bandits were food, then he's talking about a monster that feeds on groups of people. There is only one monster that takes humans as food. Recently, manticores have been observed appearing in the area. Rayenhands asks if such a measure will definitely have an effect, because if this monster targets the village, innocent people will suffer. If so, then they will have information from eyewitnesses. Nothing will change if they catch the manticore a little later. However, he may eat everyone, even witnesses, or not return to the village he has already attacked once. In that case, they are probably going to burn the entire area to the ground. It's time to stop. It is half man, half lion with a scorpion's tail. They've already burned enough. In the Encyclopedia of Monsters by Julio Aventuras, there's only one page about him. If you encounter a manticore, be sure to run. This is the only way you can survive. The manticore has the head of a man, the body of a lion, and the tail of a scorpion, and is believed to have been created by the goddess based on a description from an earthly myth. Just like the dragon and the Hydra, and the prototype was a monster from Persian myths. This creature's favorite delicacy is fresh human flesh, and the Boscaverde domain is simply teeming with mountain bandits. There is no better place for the monster to organize feasts. Eugene had planned to devour the manticore as soon as he met it, but seeing it now, he doesn't feel any particular hostility. Initially, the manticore intended to make those who destroyed his hunting grounds suffer. Strangely, they do not make him want to kill. Eugene can say the same about him. It's as if something from within is holding back aggression. Perhaps it is a sense of kinship. Whatever it is, they also have more important business. Let them finish it, and then come, tomorrow at the same time, in this place. He will wait for them. The assassin asked for forgiveness. They should have done this. There's no need to apologize. Eugene did it of his own free will. Still, it would be impolite not to thank him for this. He did a great job in the operation to clear the Boscaverde fortresses. Eugene is back. Now they are performing. Here was the 6th mountain fortress of Boscaverde. They were expected. This is a manticore. His appearance amazes Ray in Hands. She wonders how this is possible. Eugene asks what this face means. He is, of course, surprised, although this is expected. This is his face. First, let him sit down. They have a long conversation ahead of them. At the beginning of this world, there was a goddess. When she created this world, she drew most of her information from earthly beings. This includes all animals, plants, humans, and other races from literary sources. Fantasy monsters as well as real-life monsters? Eugene must know what kind of monsters he means. He talks about him. Right. Now we can introduce ourselves officially. He is a manticore, another name for the pet shop duplicate, one of the experimental samples created by the goddess. Pet shop is Eugene's earthly nickname. The creature that is the embodiment of such a monster as him in this world is the manticore. Before testing the ability to change the body, the goddess set a goal to successfully combine the bodies of 2 different animals, which is how the griffin was created. But then the goddess reached a dead end, since all the creatures that came after it were failures. Like the griffin, they had the abilities of mixed animals and could reproduce, but they could not be given Eugene's key ability to transform through eating. Eventually, amidst an endless series of failures, a manticore was created, whose body can change from human to feline, but its head can only change to that of a humanoid primate. It is impossible for him to completely get rid of his tail, or change it to look like another animal. But despite these limitations, he can successfully recreate with his body what he has eaten. Of course, the manticore is a very strong monster, but this is the first time Ray Hands has heard of it having such an ability. He's a little special. The manticores she knows are his descendants, but they failed to inherit his abilities. The original pet shop seemed to have the same thing. True, he had a son, but he only inherited human genes. He did not get this ability. This is an old story. Ray Hands never thought that Eugene could be married and have a child. That's the whole story. Maybe Eugene is interested in something else. He says the time periods don't match. He was born 30 years ago and spent only 2 years in this world. It is true that the manticore has lived on this earth for thousands of years, but this world is the creation of the goddess, and the world they speak of is not just a continent. This is the whole universe, everything, including even time and space. And human standards do not work on transcendental beings. Eugene asks how he knows about all this then. This is known not only to him, the creatures that the goddess personally created, the creations of the 1st century, know the reason for their creation. It's just that only the manticore survived. Eugene asks if he often met fellow tribesmen. He says that there were beings that he could call fellow tribesmen both before and after his creation. However, their current location is unknown to him. He does not even know whether they are alive or not. For example, there was a winged tribesman who could change his body into a reptile, amphibian, and mammal. But he entered the dungeon, saying that he would become stronger, and the manticore did not meet him again. The snake, the frog, the bat, and the dungeon, that feeling of disgust was a kindred antipathy. Eugene asks how many of the manticore's brothers he managed to eat. He releases the scorpion's tail. He asks how Eugene found out about this. Eugene tells Ray Hands to stay away. His instinct told him that even if the manticore had his ability, it was not perfect. He realized that it would be unnatural to live to the age of a manticore on ordinary food. It is still difficult to step over the limit of one's ability, of course, unless he has enjoyed a special dish. And as soon as he saw the manticore, Eugene also thought that it would be tasty. He says that he wants to achieve completion, and this passionate desire has never faded for a second during all the thousands of years he has lived. It was a pity to part with my brothers, but the happiness of getting closer to the ideal made him forget about all his sorrows. Eugene asks how his kin taste. They were the best, and it seems to him that Eugene will be the most delicious of all his brothers that he has ever tried. A feeling of closeness with relatives, the joy of meeting, the sadness of the tragedy, The anger at myself for not being able to overcome my instincts. Such complex feelings suddenly came over me. However, all these feelings become meaningless in the face of a raging appetite. They rush to attack each other. The manticore takes a bite out of Eugene's body. He does the same to him. So this is what it tastes like. Now he understands why he couldn't help himself. Even if you put together all the brothers he ate, they wouldn't compare to even one piece of Eugene's flesh. As expected from the original, it fills up, feels satisfying, evolves. It's the best feeling. Thanks to Eugene, he once again broke through the limit of his ability. From a cat to a chicken, it looks like he's already exhausted. Let him just give in and let himself be eaten. Eugene was already fed up and looked like he was about to fall asleep. So let him fall asleep forever. Ray and Hans doesn't understand why they should fight if they are brothers. Besides, the goal of their battle is not a duel or survival, but food. Still, the manticore is a cruel monster that devours people, and it would be right to destroy it. But it turns out that he is the ancestor of the monsters of this world, and Eugene is his progenitor. Besides, he's not of this world. Ray and Hans thinks she should report him to the church state. The paladin's insignificant thoughts soon disappeared at the sight of the battle between the two. An endlessly cruel and vile battle. It was a barbarity that paladins did not allow themselves to strive for. But for Ray and Hans Perkred, it was a milestone she would like to reach someday. The battle, as if it had come from the pages of an ancient legend, under the influence of this spectacle, her inner self-awareness of the monster began to grow, while at the same time the reason and patience that restrained this impulse proportionally increased. The sight that met her eyes was attractive, but she still had an unfulfilled duty as a paladin. She was no longer a human, but still a priest. This taste is not like its brother. Eugene once ate a very tasty delicacy. Something like a fog spreads around the manticore. Parasites fly from it into Eugene. They dig into him. Having tasted his flesh, the manticore began to rapidly evolve, dangerously prolonging the duel. Eugene breathes fire. The manticore rushes through him. He hasn't fully absorbed their abilities yet. In this case, you can go the classic way. First, he will get rid of the annoying tail. Eugene cuts it. The tail falls behind him. He attacks again. The manticore smiles. Eugene was pierced by a scorpion's tail, which turned into a separate organism. Apparently, the manticore used the ability it received from him. The ability to control severed body parts is an interesting ability. As expected from a being with a couple thousand years of experience behind him, Eugene is no match for him in the practical use of his abilities. This manticore will probably return it. Eugene grabs him by the throat. Now they are aiming fire at each other. There is an explosion. Eugene and the manticore stand on either side of the depression. For the first time in a long time, the manticore felt himself one step away from death. As expected, Eugene is strong. However, this may be his end. Manticore attacks. Even the dragon's scales can't withstand it. It's better for him to retreat for a while. The scorpion's tail becomes much larger. I wonder who he ate. He never thought he could grow his tail to such a size. It looks like Eugene is still alive. This tail is from the dinosaur's ability. What a strong desire to live, but it's time for him to die. The manticore will eat his corpse without leaving a single piece. The scorpion's sting only barely touches Eugene's body. It seems that the manticore has already lost its power. The effect of the poison has slowly begun to take effect. Eugene is a cowardly bastard, using poison, and also out of this world. At that moment, he poured the fugu fish poison into it wholeheartedly. Naturally, he would not be able to resist the earthly poison, which is not even considered a skill. So, cowardly, this word is more suitable for a battle between people. Eugene uses his forelimbs. He tears the manticore apart. Perhaps he wants to say something last. Apparently, Eugene has his last will in mind. He didn't think he'd have to make a will, but he'd always been the one to listen to them. And he didn't want to leave a good message for the bastard who would eat him. Then he will leave a will that will leave him with a bad taste in his mouth. He already knows that he is a duplicate of Pet Shop. The last brother he met was called a duplicate of Pet Shop. The final version, that was almost 50 years ago. He wouldn't be surprised if other versions started to work. Eugene is not the only one. He eats the manticore. It's strange why it's so quiet. Ray and Hans would have already started making noise. Again pushing her quotes from Knight Eugene. He sees a piece of paper on the chair. This is a letter. It is addressed to Eugene. Then someone calls out to him. The royal assassin reports that the adventurers have rebelled. After some time, Eugene arrives at the Grand Continent. In almost every way, the manticore was a cheap copy of it, but in some ways it was superior to it. Over several thousand years of life, he had eaten far more creatures than Eugene, and could freely use their memories and personalities. In other words, he was able to think and act exactly like the person he transformed into. It's a trick where you replace your brain with someone else's, but at the same time you retain your personality, the ability to reliably return from someone else's personality to your own. Over these several thousand years, he was able to learn to use his abilities to the maximum. By swallowing it, Eugene gained the same abilities and trickery, although all the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years, of course, disappeared. This means that now he can take on a completely different personality. Edward thought he could already be considered a monster, but he doesn't stop there. Anyway, let's get down to business. He must have heard why Edward called him. Eugene asks what needs to be burned first. Of course they will kill them, but it's not time yet. It will be much more profitable to deal with the adventurers after they have killed the lords he doesn't like and turned the people against them. However, the rebellion cannot be prolonged for too long, and it is better to suppress it with lightning speed. He just had a good idea when he heard about Eugene's new ability. Of course, the reward will be worthy. They announced that from this year onwards, financial support for adventurers would be cut by 90%. This cannot be tolerated. They must take the nobility hostage and demand that the prince cancel the budget project. They must regain their rights as adventurers. So they will go to the royal palace in person. This is a chance for revenge. A few months ago, Midden, a half-demon, half-human who dreamed of becoming a demon general, experienced a tragedy. The dragon killed his sister. The anger of losing his only family member caused the ability hidden within Midden to burst forth. The awakening of the Master of Transformation. Midden remembered a fellow troll he had worked with at the port, and used the Master of Disguise's ability to apply the troll's regeneration. This was followed by rapid growth, increased muscle mass, and increased vitality. True, due to the peculiarity of trolls, weak to fire, he was unable to regenerate completely, and his entire skin turned into one continuous burn, from which he could never get rid of. He scooped up his sister's bones. After this, Midden learned that the prince had returned to the lands of men riding a red dragon, which meant that this dragon was the brave man's comrade. He will kill him at any cost. They were sent reinforcements from the Santo Almaruz branch. This is Bermico Losadente, a B-rank adventurer. You shouldn't be too surprised by his appearance. Bermico stands out even among other lizard people. He belongs to a rare dragon race. Why it is called that can be understood by his appearance alone. In Midden's eyes, this is the same dragon that killed his sister. He pounces on Bermico. After some time, Midden wakes up. He suddenly attacked Bermico right in the middle of a speech by the head of the Santo Tamarar branch, Miguel Orofriso. Miguel always covered for Midden when the guild said he lacked team spirit, and this is how he repaid them. As punishment, he is cutting off his bonuses this month. They're performing next week, so he should try to get along with his new friend. Bermico apologizes for knocking him out. It was so sudden that he couldn't control the force of the blow. He will introduce himself again. Bermico Losadente, arrived from Santo Almaruz. Mead calls himself. So, he's the same Midden Halffield, rumors about whom even reached their branch. Midden tells us to follow him. Since they are now on the same team, it is worth taking a look at his abilities. Bermico is about to fight the multi-armed lizard. A whirlwind rises from his sword. The lizard attacks. Bermico ends up behind. He attacks the lizard from above. The spear pierces his eye. Bermico throws him to the ground. To begin with, he did as he did in his homeland. Bermico asks Midden how he rates him. Mead says he's coming through. Bermico was truly surprised. Just think, a marble basilisk. I wonder what it tastes like. Midden was going to give him a hard time by challenging the lizard man to hunt a lizard, but he didn't seem to care. Having defeated the strong, inherit the enemy's strength by taking his blood and flesh. Such is the tradition of the warriors of Ruthmarsh. Midden watched him for a few days, and Bermico Losadente proved himself to be a model good guy, taking on cases that everyone else would refuse and treating everyone with respect. A really fine fellow, and not to be suspected. Midden treated him this way only because of his external resemblance to the Stockfit dragon. Although no, there is one more annoying thing. Bermico is always telling some stories, and his sense of humor is indescribable. They laugh like crazy, damn psychos. Midden Halffield has a strong hatred for the red dragon. It would be correct to call Eugene the very red dragon he speaks of. He doesn't remember everyone he's killed, so he doesn't know whose death exactly caused his anger. But it's funny not knowing that the object of your hatred is right in front of your eyes. However, he feels that Midden is different from an ordinary person. It is better to observe him a little more. Eugene cannot yet say for sure whether he is his brother or not. Miguel heard that the two of them worked well together. They have to take care of a new assignment. The deadline is until tonight. Everything needs to be settled quietly. There is a route around the security here. At night, Bermiko and Midden climb across the rooftops. They make their way into Lord Tamarar's castle. Bermiko approaches the Lord with a flashlight. He wakes him up and tells him that it is time to fulfill his duty. Somehow it's too easy. They come in, a mug smashes against the wall next to Midden. He told them to handle the matter quietly, and this is what they did. Miguel mistook them for someone else. They did well without making any noise. As he said, 11 branches across the country simultaneously went into action. However, not even half of them managed as quietly as they did. Count Salambro is dead. People from another branch beat him to death. These are psychos. If they had kidnapped me, there would still be a chance to get out of it. You could have talked to the culprit of the kidnapping and sorted everything out. But murder is beyond the pale. You can't negotiate with a dead person. At least they should try to come to an agreement with him. They can't let Baron Tamarar slip away, but without a single scratch. According to the information, the rebels' target was 11 lords. Edward wanted to use this chance and change the composition of the government at once. The only valuable asset among the lords is Baron Tamarar. He performs his duties perfectly, and he has a lot of guts. The downside is that he doesn't listen well, so we need to scare him properly, but not kill him. And Edward ordered the remaining lords to be killed, every single one. They are performing. Meade asks why they won't take him. Now the most important link in the negotiations is Baron Tamarar. If he is taken away, the negotiations will not even be able to begin. Midden and Bernico are his greatest strength and must guard him. If Midden meets the prince, he will be able to find this bastard. So he wants to see the prince of the Grand Continental Kingdom. Of course, he is a hero of the war with demons. Everyone wants to meet him once. But it is unlikely that he will be personally present at the first stage of negotiations. But if they are successful, he may show up. That's right, no need to rush. Midden will wait until the next negotiations take place in the kingdom. Miguel invites everyone to get drunk. The messenger from the royal palace turned out to be surprisingly accommodating. At first they looked so menacing that he thought they would be torn to pieces. It seems that at the next negotiations, they will accept their conditions. Everything is going much better than Midden expected. With this attitude, Miguel can take him to the next negotiations. Then he will be able to meet the prince face to face. Bernico offers him something to wet his throat. They haven't had a drink for a long time, so they can have some fun. Meade says he doesn't drink. He knew that this would happen, so he brought water. Midden is only 17 and doesn't even know the taste of booze. Then he feels something in his mouth. There are some dots in the water. Baron Tamarar is indignant at how dirty adventurers dared to lock an aristocrat here when he comes out. He will bring his soldiers, and they will wring their necks. Someone enters, whose face is covered by a hood. The Baron asks who he is. Apparently, he came to stare at the monkey from the zoo. The man says he has a message for the Baron. They are wrong to think that they will get away with it. He is informed that Count Silambro is dead. The Baron should also be careful. The adventurers are very warlike. If he dies, they will not be allowed to live. But that does not mean that if they die, he will live. If possible, he should save his life. They've really all gone crazy. On the glass from which the Baron drank, there are the same dots as in the water of Midden. It's hard to be scared of someone you see for the first time, but it's a completely different matter when you're getting into the cranial nerves. It took a long time to breed the parasite eggs in their reservoir, but now the preparations are complete. The second stage of negotiations has been going on for quite a long time. I hope their conversation will work out. Bernico asks if Midden is okay. His eyes are red. Although he fought off the soldiers who came to rescue the Baron for several days, Midden says that Bernico's scales stopped shining. It's not a problem. Such fatigue is nothing compared to the birth of your first child. So Bernico has children. The warriors of Ruthmarsh allow their children to leave their father's house as soon as they learn to walk. It turns out that Bernico left his family to come here. Suddenly a scream is heard. Miguel orders the gate to be opened quickly. Knights emerge from the tent. It seems the negotiations did not go smoothly. They include fire magic. These scoundrels decided to take them by force. The knights are unable to destroy the fortress wall with fire alone, but Eugene has soaked everything in flammable liquid in advance. There is an explosion. Midden finds himself on a pile of rubble. He asks what happened. The fortress wall is destroyed. The city is in chaos. The other adventurers have gone berserk and are now running around as if possessed by something. Bernico tried to stop them on his own, but it is impossible to do it alone. He will find the head of the guild, the only one who can at least slightly moderate this chaos. Midden must go too. It is dangerous to stay here. He seemed to have some business. Bernico wishes him luck in the fight. Just a handful of soldiers brought the fortress wall into disrepair. It is the strength of the one he is going to take revenge on. They are on different levels. If you think about it, something was wrong from the start. It's unclear why Miguel would do such a reckless thing in the first place. Enter Bernico. Now more than ever, they need the strength of the leader. He knew that this plan was doomed to failure. He wanted his branch not to be drawn into the chaos of the rebellion, to kidnap an aristocrat and use him for negotiations with the kingdom. He approved an obviously stupid idea. Miguel asks himself why. Some say because he was the best fit. He's a far cry from Julio Aventuros, but at least he's the most forward-thinking of the remaining guild leaders. Miguel asks who he is. He's inside him. The head has gone crazy. If he is taken out, the Tamarar branch will collapse on its own. That's why he chose him. Miguel thinks that it is another personality inside him. It is he, his other personality. Maybe Miguel doesn't remember, but he ate him and absorbed him. This is how it is. The guildmates outside were causing a stir. In place of Miguel's head, a Hydra's head appears. She is ready to swallow Bernico, but Medan pulls him away. Bernico told him to leave, but they are a team, so they will get through this together. Bernico thought he hated him, but he went and saved his life. Here he is pierced by tentacles. The ability to cross the legs of an octopus and the claws of a praying mantis, compared to the first attempt, turned out very well. Medan seemed to have business with Eugene. He is a stock-fit dragon. So it was him. Medan throws the bandages off his arm. He rushes into attack. The power of an ogre's arm, obtained through the ability of the Master of Disguise, and the aura of the legendary adventurer Julio Aventuras. Eugene cuts Medan into pieces. There are three main things he got from eating the manticore. The first is an improvement in his abilities. The compatibility of all his skills increased. The second is the reproduction of someone else's personality and memory. He used this ability on the head of the guild. Most likely, it comes from the experience accumulated by the manticore over many years. And the third is seamlessness. Different body parts no longer look unnatural when connected to each other. This ability comes from the innate physical feature of the manticore. Eugene only ate his brother, but he has already undergone such colossal changes. His curiosity prompted him to eat his supposed kin, but he miscalculated. Medan Halvail was not his kin. The Master of Disguise basically just copies other people's special skills. You can't call him a brother. Speaking of a relative, Eugene has a letter she left before leaving. Soon, there will be great unrest in the kingdom of Grand Continuer. He, as a knight of the kingdom, will naturally be drawn into it. But Rayanhans is a paladin of the church state, and she is forbidden to interfere in the affairs of another country. So here they will have to part for a while. She believes that the goddess will someday bring their destinies together again. It was just a normal farewell letter. Edward already thought that Eugene had received a love letter. The content is yes, but the problem is the time it was written. She left a letter long before he knew about the mutiny, and he was one of the first to be informed about it. It turns out that the church state has a means of transmitting information in real time. Indeed, this letter now sounds like proof. The divine map says that when the ruling class of society goes against the duty of governing the people and leading the country to prosperity, the goddess takes away power from its representatives and sends them punishment proportionate to the gravity of the sin. But they know that the goddess is not like that at all. She's just a system that constructed this world. Edward would never believe that she would personally interfere in the affairs of people. Therefore, the divine map is not the work of the goddess, but of the church state. Only they have the power, resources, and skill suitable for this. And he had just suppressed the influence of Julio Aventuras, and now the church state. If they have such power, then the enemy is not weak, but a clash with the church state cannot be avoided. Because this guy has to send him to Earth using the sacrificial altar in the dungeon of the main temple. Eugene asks if they can resist them. Edward says it will be a pain. As Eugene already said, he now has the ability to reproduce the memories of other creatures. And in Edward's head, all the knowledge received from the goddess is stored. He, of course, understands what this means. But as long as he doesn't break his promise, Eugene doesn't even think about it. Edward also had no intention of betraying anyone. He knows perfectly well what will happen if he is betrayed. Besides, he also did not waste time. Welcome to the Royal Mechanics Research Center. All this time, various technologies of the Demon Kingdom were studied here. Then this place must have great value, which is not what you would expect from looking at the ugly defense. This is a secret institution of the Grand Continental Kingdom. To enter, they must obtain permission personally from His Highness. But that's the point. Because the reason they are not allowed in is because of the development of new technologies. Then they should all the more let them in as master mechanics. Damn bearded dwarfs. Well, these are the gentlemen from the Republic of Evermine. This is supposedly the land of the dwarves. One of the necessary conditions for Eugene's return to Earth is the head of the Dwarven King. After all, with the memories of a brother from this world, it became much easier. They haven't seen each other for a long time. This one in gold foil doesn't understand words at all. The prince will let them through. The guard is just doing their job. They should go down before getting permission. It is true that people pay too much attention to these manners of theirs. Now the dwarf is the height he should be. He tells everyone to come down. That's it. These are mechs, and they use them as a carriage. The technology of this world is also at its best. Edward leads them inside. As expected, the human prince can be negotiated with. They are tied up. They did say they wanted to inspect the research facility. Prison definitely counts as one of them. These dwarves are, first and foremost, guests of honor, filled with curiosity. It seems they came to find out about the power engines that do not require the intervention of magic, which were used by demons. Their science is based on power engines that work only from magic stones. Since the annoying bearded men are no longer bothering us, we can come in. They enter the workshop. These engines are almost ready for practical use. Of course, because behind all this there is a person who has knowledge from Earth, although this is not his specialty. But something was still passed on to him. So he's talking about the goddess. However, that was not why Edward brought Eugene here. He asks how many people he thinks there are in this world who worship the church of the goddess. Edward thinks almost everything, so if they go to war against the church state, everyone at court who believes in the goddess will become traitors and go over to their side. That's probably why Edward made them. To be more precise, he didn't make them. This is the creation of that crazy grandfather, the former king. Edward asks if Eugene knows that such a leucochloridium is paradoxical. He says that it is, apparently, a parasitic worm that lives mainly in snails. It takes control of their body in order to make the victim easy prey for predators, and thus move into the body of the predator. In this world, there is a version of the parasite for primates. Originally, they were parasites on monkeys, but the old man transformed them, giving them the ability to parasitize on humans as well. It's practically the same as the parasite that Eugene ate. Maybe that guy was some kind of them. This zombification technology will completely eliminate the possibility of betrayal. The old man literally rolled out the red carpet for Edward. It would be foolish if he didn't use them, although there are still some minor flaws, but he plans to improve them as he continues his research. Moreover, this time he received a lot of experimental material. All the adventurers who participated in the rebellion were ordered to be captured alive. A person can change thanks to a strong leader and the elite he has chosen. In general, this is not allowed. But since they are dear guests, he will give them a special tour of the outer territory of the center. They must not enter inside, even by mistake. Otherwise, they will only be able to detain them again. One of the dwarves asks for forgiveness. He holds Edward while the others run. He can keep them in prison as long as he wants, but they can't control their curiosity. The dwarf opens the workshop doors. This is just fantastic. We saw it after all. They are guilty and ask to be heard. He can lock him up for as long as he wants. Let him do whatever he wants. Just let them participate in the research. This is the very new energy that consumes the magic stones that they have been looking for so long. His seriousness leaves Edward no choice but to include him in the discussion of relevant technologies at the talks next month, so let him rise. The dwarf thanks him. Obsessed with the steam engine, they never know what lies beneath it until the moment their king loses his head. The search party of the Grand Continental Kingdom searches the former domain of the demons. It's strange what a lever is doing in a place like this. He takes on it. The earth begins to shake. She's splitting. An opening is formed in the ground. To begin with, Edward intends to unite the disparate human countries. Eugene asks if there is any point in taking on such a difficult task. There is something he doesn't know. On the Elmud continent there are currently 5 races coexisting: elves, beastmen, lizardmen, dwarves, and humans. Initially, all nations united to confront the demon race. But now that the demon king is dead, there is nothing left to unite them. Soon everyone will start to grow in power, vying for power. The problem is that all the other races are represented by a single country, while humans are scattered across many different ones. To send Eugene to Earth, the heads of the leaders of other races must be cut off. Even though they have already built up a decent amount of power, it is still not enough to start a war. First of all, they will occupy the demons' domains, thereby taking over a huge territory. They will create a united human country and take the heads of all the leaders one by one. Anyway, this world will soon belong to Edward. Everything is going as he expected, and there are no mistakes in his plans, unless ancient combat mechanisms suddenly come running out of nowhere. Eugene asks if he is sure there won't be any problems. Usually, when a cruel villain bent on world domination voices his plans out loud, important news immediately arrives that ruins them. It looks like Eugene has been rereading the novellas. Edward said that he received knowledge from the goddess that would be useful in the future. There will be no mistakes in his plan, so there is no need to worry unnecessarily. Then someone enters Edward's office. The search party discovered ancient ruins in the demon's domain. They are completely preserved and pose a powerful threat, the largest in history. Here we have the completely preserved ruins of an ancient civilization. Edward orders the royal assassins to be sent to retake the ruins. No one can take them away. The remaining demons entered the ruins first. It's okay. It's easy to deal with the rest. But their knowledge won't be enough to use the ruins anyway. It looks like their leader is an archaeologist. They have already restored the ruins, and many more demons are pouring out than originally entered. Edward's words about nothing lost all their power. Edward thinks about what to do. He has a favor to ask of Eugene. For him, it's as easy as pie. Maybe I should just eat this asshole. Damn that damn goddess. Her words were wrong. She should have warned about such a dangerous factor. The prince received knowledge from the goddess that would be useful in the future, which means the opposite is also true. The list does not include knowledge that will not be useful. Not that the ancient ruins were completely useless for the prince, but if he had not initially claimed to master the demon's domain, they would not have been discovered at all. Frankly speaking, the salvation of the drowning is the work of the drowning themselves. At the site of the discovery of ancient ruins, there is a whole army of demons. This land belongs to their race. They will drive out the damned humans. There are too many of them. It is unclear where this huge army came from. The demon attacks. Cloning in such a short time is incredible. That's right. This is the hope of their race. No one would have thought that there was an ancient weapon hidden under the Demon King's castle. A huge clone factory. With this, they will be able to endlessly strengthen the thinned army of demons. We need to prepare for the second war of the demon race. Then someone comes in with news. There is a dragon here. This is a stock-fit dragon. Demons are enveloped in paralyzing gas. Eugene has hydra heads instead of paws. He discovers some kind of structure. It looks like an aircraft carrier. Eugene returns to his human form. The assassin calls out to him. This is a receiver directly connected to His Majesty. He asked to give it to Eugene just in case. Eugene takes the receiver. The assassin wishes him luck in battle and disappears. Why not take a walk inside this unidentified aircraft carrier? It looks simply gigantic. Demons appear. It was he who turned into a dragon and killed their soldiers. So he is that same stock-fit dragon, their sworn enemy. Eugene grabs the demon leader with a giant tentacle. He already thought that he would have to wander around for a long time, but he was so lucky, the guide himself came out to meet him. Eugene cut off the heads of other demons. Now you can take a look into memory. He finds clones. It doesn't qualify as the technology of this world. Then Eugene enters another room. This definitely looks more like technology from Earth than ancient ruins. He finds a computer. You must enter your login and password. Maybe it is. Access denied, which means it's not like in the army. The standard password doesn't work on army computers. Eugene once ate a guy who bragged about being a hacker. He didn't think he would use him in this world. Several hours pass. Finally, access is granted. Somehow he managed to crack it. There were too many combinations. At some point, he just got lucky. This turned out to be difficult, even with the brains of a professional hacker. This thing is definitely from Earth. And besides, it is an aircraft carrier with technology from 2072. Given the presence of such military equipment, not everything is in order on Earth even 50 years later. However, this does not apply to knowledge that will be useful to the prince in the future. He will destroy it. Self-destruct command confirmed. Self-destruct process will start in 15 minutes. All crew members abandon ship following instructions. Here, the message breaks off and a buzzing noise begins. Eugene thinks the computer is broken. In Korea, there is one effective way to fix a broken device: completely destroy it. But as soon as Eugene tries to do this, a siren starts to howl. A first-class Legion cellular reaction has been detected. All processes are currently suspended. The elimination of the reaction recording zone has been launched. From this moment, all rights to control the ship have been transferred to the main AI. There is an explosion. Eugene finds himself in the middle of the rubble. He rises. It doesn't look like the self-destruction algorithm has been activated. The self-destruction of such a giant would not be limited to one small explosion. Eugene takes out a receiver from the spatial bag. Edward tries to contact it. He asks what's going on, what's with the ruins. Eugene has bad news, and even worse, he asks which one Edward wants to hear first. He says it's bad. The destruction of the ruins failed miserably. The ruins were not a building, but a ship, and one capable of moving on land. Edward asks what happened to that damn ship. Now the news is worse. Eugene only blew up the living quarters. After that, the ruins fled. They escaped by sea. These ruins were not a building, but a ship moreover. It was an aircraft carrier that was built on Earth in 2072. And on board it was placed cloning equipment. Apparently it belonged to the American Army. But this is wonderful. The ancient ruins were dangerous precisely because they didn't know their origin. But now that they had established exactly what they were, all that was left was to breathe a sigh of relief. It's most likely the USS Cold Shiv. He's more than sure, since we're talking about cloning. Project Overdread was a White Veil undertaking, and Edward was on staff. This project was a typical conspiracy theory that spread across the internet like a ridiculous rumor. The essence of the project was to mobilize all technical specialists and create weapons that go beyond the limits of what is possible, so that the strongest power America could rule the whole world. The conspiracy theory sounded extremely crazy, and there was almost no one who believed in it. This is where the receiver breaks. It looks like it's expired. He prepared a place nearby for the regrouping of troops. A hologram projection was installed there. We need to use it. Eugene asks where it's been. The assassin says that thing looked pretty dangerous. A hologram of Edward appears on the territory of the Grand Continental Troops. Eugene asks him to tell him about the Overdread project. He gets straight to the point. Part of this absurd project is true. However, the landing ship with cloning capsules on board was only at the drawing stage. It must have been possible to turn them into reality, with the technology of 50 years in the future. Edward is only familiar with the original blueprint of the ship, and is not sure he knows much about its current construction. However, according to plans, the USS Cold Shiv should be equipped with its own resource extraction station. That is, it is capable of maintaining autonomous operation and performing self-repair, and also, as Eugene personally verified, has the ability to create a clone army, and has its own aircraft assembly line. In other words, if this bastard finds an ore vein at the bottom of the sea, they're in for a rough ride. Eugene asks if the phrase cellular response is legion means anything to him. In March 2012, a Los Angeles police officer learned of a man's double life. On the surface, he seemed a bit cold, but quite an exemplary family man. But behind this mask hid the boss of a famous criminal group. It is unknown how, but he was capable of high-class artificial transformation, which completely changed the contours of his face and even the structure of his skeleton. Therefore, no one could guess that two such different personalities were one person, until someone accidentally filmed him using this ability. The White Veil gave him the name Doppelganger, and a large-scale operation was later organized to capture him. White Veil eventually managed to capture Doppelganger's second son. Although the first child and wife died during the operation, it didn't matter since they were not carriers of Doppelganger's abilities. But the second son was found to have unusual cells, since they allowed the owner to have many faces. They were called Legion. These are miracle cells that, with a certain stimulation, could transform into anything. At the time, the White Veil was developing a plan to create a super soldier, and the Legion cells were a major help in making that happen. The White Veil's next objective was to capture the original bearer of the Legion, and this plan turned into a real hell for them. So the cells are Legion, they are Eugene's cells, but the White Veil failed to capture him. So Edward must be talking about the cells of the second son. That's true, and by the way, his son is fine. He was adopted by the commander of the ground forces, and except for monthly medical checkups, he lives a free life. So that's how it is. Eugene killed everyone who took part in that operation. And besides, his son lives a free life. And then, he inherited his genes, but not his ability. He is his son, but not his tribesman. This was not the reaction Edward had expected, however. Even for this monster, family was important. For him, it was the last link that allowed him to remain human. It was after he lost his family that everything human disappeared from him. In general, now they need to calm down this ship from the future. The question is how to find it in the seas of a huge continent. There are no satellites or radars in this world. Maybe Eugene will find a way. He still wanted to try something. You need to prove your usefulness as soon as possible. Otherwise, this monster can eat him at any moment. Eugene arrives in stock fit. He returns to his human form. His hand is separated. He throws her into the water. There his hand disintegrates into many pieces. These are fish, tuna with ogre muscles, troll bone marrow, and dragon scales. It would be more correct to call it a chimera, not a fish. Eugene separates the second hand. Let them grow, devouring everything in their path, and be sure to report when they find a huge accumulation of metal. A couple of days after releasing the scout fish, Eugene, unable to cope with boredom, took up fishing. He even began to think about changing the name to I Get Stronger by catching fish. The royal assassin appears. He sees fish guts, wondering how Eugene cooked fish in a place like this. However, it looks like he ate it raw. The assassin sees Eugene's fishing rod. This is the legendary Conqueror of the Seas 2000, a masterpiece created 15 years ago by a unique fishing tackle workshop. At that time, they were the only ones who insisted on preserving the properties of the material itself, while the other best dwarven fishing rod masters, all as one, focused on magical charms. Of course, the ancient traditional technologies of the dwarves were used in the manufacture of the fishing rod, but along with them, a technology that was then only at the testing stage was boldly introduced, which unexpectedly made it possible to create an ideal balance, thanks to which this top-quality product received the unofficial name of the Union of Traditions and New Technology and reached their days in its original form. In fact, it's a very well-known story about how everyone involved in the business, who at the time were more focused than necessary on innovation and disdaining ancient technologies, looked at themselves from the outside and rethought their approach to work. As soon as this fishing rod came out, they realized that first of all, you need to strictly follow the basics, and only then add your brilliant skills on top. Eugene simply picked her up on the street. So this is what a male human who is fanatically passionate about his hobby looks like. Let him take it. Apparently the prince was looking for him. Edward has a question for him. He needs to go to a temporary camp. Eugene turns into a dragon. I can't believe he's actually giving him the fishing rod. She is the best. Eugene asks what's wrong. To be honest, the strongest feeling Edward has towards him is fear. But at the same time he trusts him as an ally, and feels friendship towards him as a person from the same world as him. So he would never lie to him. Eugene waits for him to get to the point. He'll ask just a couple of questions. Lately, due to strange monster fish, the catch has been reduced all over the continent. The terrible creatures that tear any nets and even swallow hooks are, of course, the work of Eugene. He only ordered his separated limbs to find the ship. It was the result of their own decisions. Eugene says it wasn't him. He had nothing to do with it. It was just that the creatures he gave birth to acted at their own discretion. That's what I'm talking about. Next question. 2 days ago, fishmen began appearing in the seas of the Albaflum Kingdom. However, this is not the familiar race of fishman demons. The problem is that they are too bizarre in appearance. Because of them, the Albaflum Kingdom has declared a state of emergency. Eugene didn't make anything but fish. Then they must be a clone army created by the USS Koldshiv. Maybe his goal is to restrict the movements of their ground forces before he makes carrier-based aircraft. Then Eugene will send the fish to those parts, because he created them in order to search for the ship. Now the last question. The royal assassin assigned to him suddenly applied for paid leave, saying that the Lord of the Seas 2000 had fallen into his hands. Apparently it was Eugene who gave it to him. He says he doesn't know anything. He had to give it to Edward first. He works like a horse to send Eugene to Earth, and he has no shame or conscience. The main AI, after being disconnected from the central control of the USS Koldshiv, began to think independently and rapidly develop. Although it caused massive damage to the power supply and resulted in the loss of a large amount of data, the last recorded data on the demon race was still there. Moreover, by combining demons and fish, he created fish-people clones. They were attacked with modern weapons. However, it had no effect on them. And these fish-man clones easily defeated the Albaflum Kingdom, which had the strongest naval power on the continent. They are attacking. One of the sailors runs away with the girl. The fishman is right behind them. The sailor tells the girl to run forward. The fishman is ready to swallow him along with his weapon. The sailor thinks that his end has come. However, when he opens his eyes, he sees a dragon in front of him, which has trampled the fishman, possibly a sailor from the 3rd Fleet of the Albaflum Kingdom's naval forces. Edward arrives in the kingdom's capital, Alquibale. He hadn't seen his uncle for a long time. He calls him a bastard. He hasn't seen his nephew for so long, and instead of greeting him, there is a curse. It hurts his feelings. The cunning fox is weaving his plots again, which is why he suggested meeting. It is unclear how his angelic younger sister could give birth to such a degenerate. Apparently, he came again to sell his toys that become useless when wet. Or he wants to impose that coal-eating ship that he showed last time. He himself knows that now their kingdom has no extra funds. The 5th military port was attacked by monstrous fishmen. This is exactly what Edward came to talk about. He thinks he can help. I wonder how, by the time his reinforcements get here, the entire royal flotilla will already be destroyed. Even their vaunted spatial mages can only send a small part of the soldiers. Edward says a couple of people will be enough to deal with this problem. Sure, maybe he's going to send a dragon. He already sent it. Edward's uncle sees something in the sky. This is Eugene. Edward didn't sleep for a minute while he thought about what to do today. By the way, for some reason, he never saw Eugene sleeping, but he was always cheerful. Eugene says he was asleep. Edward asks when. It's like dolphins. This means that he sleeps, alternately turning off the left and right hemispheres. To be more precise, it rests, alternating between the main brain and the accessory brain. Today he will have to spend the whole day in a formal setting. Perhaps Edward wants to see if Eugene will get mad after being his subordinate all day. Standing at the top of all living things is his ultimate goal, and returning to Earth is just one of the stages. The top is not determined by such simple things as strength or ability, and of course, the admiration of other living beings does not put you on the top either. A pinnacle is a creature that can easily adapt to any change in environment it encounters, be it the deep sea without a single glimmer of light, the extreme pole without a hint of warmth, or a dry desert devoid of moisture. It must be able to survive even in outer space, and only then can it be called a pinnacle. Adapting to the environment of human society is nothing more than the basics. Edward's uncle comes in and says he was planning to hold an international meeting this afternoon. Most of the influential human countries agreed to participate, so he should prepare too. Uncle is indignant why Edward is only talking about this now. If he had told, he would have thought of asking for help at the meeting. Of course, this would complicate things, because they should ask other countries not for help, but for an alliance. The caution and desire of every inhabitant of the Elmwood continent to protect themselves is much stronger than on Earth, because local technologies do not allow achieving the same level of security as there. Given the risk, the rulers of countries almost never gather in one place. Therefore, the continental meetings are organized by the Church of the Goddess, and the meeting itself is carried out with the help of a holographic projector, which is equipped in the temples located in each country. Now that everyone is here, it's time to move on to the discussion. At the moment, the Grand Continental Kingdom has monopolized all the profits from the demon lands. There is a much more urgent issue on the agenda now. Since last week, the catch volume has been greatly reduced, not just in certain areas, but in all the seas of the continent as a whole. And almost at the same time, mysterious-looking half-fish began to appear in the Albaflum Kingdom. They should all know this by now, since they received a request for support from the kingdom. Although in the end, none of them responded. They know about it, but the reduction in catch is a temporary phenomenon. Besides, if the world's strongest fleet, the Albaflum, had been defeated, sending reinforcements would only have increased the number of corpses. But it is their duty to help their neighbors to the best of their ability. The so-called debt was limited to matters related to the Demon King. That's true. And what happened now has a deep connection with the Demon King. Those present ask if there is any basis for such a statement, or at least witnesses. Edward turns to Eugene. He, as a renowned mentor of the Order of the Sacred Sword, swears before the goddess that he will speak the truth and only the truth. The vow of truth is one of the miracles created by such a transcendental being as the goddess. Whoever takes the vow of truth will be surrounded by spears made of light. These spears serve as the goddess's guarantee that the speaker's words are true. Because if the one who has taken a vow of truth lies, his life will be cut short by heavenly punishment. Since the spears are of divine origin, the skill neutralizer won't work on them, but it just needs to be prevented from attacking. He can't give all the details, but what Prince Edward said is true. The reason for the decrease in catch is the strange fish. Eugene saw them up close and can say that they are definitely related to the Demon King. And also the mysterious-looking fishmen who attacked the kingdom. Obviously, the very existence of these creatures is contrary to God's will. He also managed to infiltrate the fishman's base, where he saw with his own eyes what they were like. There is a possibility that they have the same origin as the Demon King. The fire spears stop. They melt into thin air. Of course, the bizarre fish will be related to the Demon King, because they were created by Eugene, who took part in the destruction of the Demon King. The prototype of the fishman was the deep sea from the myths of Cthulhu. The goddess said that the time had not yet come for them. So there is no mistake here either. The source of the fishman is the USS Coldshiv, and the ship, like the Demon King, came from Earth. In other words, they are connected by a single origin. And overall, it all sounds like the Demon King created monsters before his death to attack humanity. It looks like an alliance is inevitable. According to Edward, the Alpha Bloom Kingdom is more suitable for the role of the head of the alliance. They took the brunt of the blow. But even so, their fleet is still in good order. It would not be wrong to say that the lights play a key role in this whole situation. Edward's uncle accepts the offer. The goal of getting support was achieved, but this boy clearly had something in mind. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Now, thanks to this, Edward will lay the foundation for the creation of a united army of people. Instead of searching for the ore vein, the USS Coldshiv decided to attack the kingdom of Albaflum. He reasoned that collecting the molten ore would be much more effective than searching for a vein in the sea. Moreover, the creatures that tried to resist him, as it turned out, did not pose any problem for the soldiers. Creatures weaker than clone soldiers could simply be destroyed. But when a huge reptile that could fly appeared and destroyed the clone army, the USS Coldshiv decided to start mass production of combat aircraft to contain this creature. 6 months later, the fish finally find the ship. The time has come. Finally, Grand Admiral Azadmel attacks the main military camp of the fishmen and fish monsters. He orders that steamships be sent out for reconnaissance. The United Army received all kinds of support from the Grand Continental Kingdom, from coal-fired steamships and gunpowder firearms to a monster. Without new technology and Sir Eugene's help, the kingdom of Albaflum would have already been defeated. But if you think about it, it is hardly possible to introduce such innovations in just 6 months. Prince Edward is a suspicious character. The steamers have returned. One of them has a red flag. Combat aircraft appear. A giant monster appears behind them. This is the last recording they received. They should definitely retreat, but this could actually be their chance. Eugene turns into a dragon. Edward must be aware of the current situation. He cannot allow Sir Eugene to act as he pleases when it is so important for them not to make a single mistake. Edward knows both the octopus monster's true origins and the current situation. That's why he sent Sir Eugene. All he can do is trust this damn monster. Earlier, Edward asked if this octopus monster was really part of Eugene, and he said yes. But there was a problem. The separated part went berserk and was not going to obey him. At this rate, their plan will fail. If the USS Coldshiv is lurking on the bottom, that thing will choose their fleet as its next target. But they plan to weaken him so much that the United Army could deal with him. No problem. Eugene will solve everything and come back. He had lost contact since he had gathered his separated parts in one place. And that did not mean that the connection was broken irrevocably. It looks like belated resistance. Giant octopus attacks. It looks like they are on par. The ship won't blow itself up again. We need to hurry. Legion cell carrier discovered. Eugene finds himself between a giant tentacle and a plane. There is an explosion. Eugene partially returns to human form. He lands on the ship. Unidentified creature confirmed to have made unauthorized landing. Not enough aircraft to respond. It's okay, Eugene came to make a deal. The AI refuses and asks to leave the ship immediately. He came on behalf of Andy Montoya, a member of the White Veil. A search is underway for Andy Montoya, a White Veil agent who went missing while pursuing the original Legion pet shop. Following a special charter, the AI begins communication. The available time for use is 180 seconds. First of all, they must unite to deal with this thing, and then they will talk. Approved. The original Legion is registered as a temporary ally. The ship's resources are directed to eliminating the conventional sea monster, and he is understanding, and let him remove the planes. They are in the way. Eugene turns into a dragon again. He attacks the monster using different skills. Then he attacks him with fire. Eugene looms over the hole in the monster's body. Individual organisms begin to form from his body. They look like monster fish. And this is all his resistance. Apparently, all his strength went into the aircraft carrier. Perhaps Eugene would make him more accommodating before talking. He is going to release fire from 3 of the dragon's mouths at once. Streams of fire are directed into the monster's eye. He is enveloped in fire. The monster falls apart. Eugene demands to know how he managed to free himself from control. Let him better ask his own conscience. Sir Eugene, or whatever his name was, took up a high position and immediately began to act like a man. He lost his lead. To reach the top of all living things is their common goal, but he created it and behaved like a real idiot, worthy of a man, launching an entire colony instead of an individual. He's right, Eugene regrets it. He thinks a few empty words will be enough, but it won't erase all the nonsense he's done now and before. Until recently, Eugene perceived him as an instrument out of control, but this is not true. This is an enemy that must be killed. Here it is, to kill and devour everything that stands in his way. This is his true nature. Even having put on the skin of a man, a monster will remain a monster. Eugene envelops him in fire. This conversation can be considered a self-analysis. Thanks to this monster, Eugene regained his leadership. Verification completed. The identity is identified as Edward Grand Continuer and Andy Montoya. Thus, the right to control the ship passes to Agent Andy Montoya, the only currently confirmed U.S. citizen. So that's how everything was resolved. Then Edward will take everything he needs. Thanks to this business, they came out on top, receiving even more than they expected. The other races refused to intervene in the war because the humans themselves encroached on the demon lands, and in the end, victory was achieved through human efforts alone, which united them and gave them confidence. In addition, they managed to quietly get their hands on the cloning equipment and auxiliary technological equipment that were on board the USS Cold Shiv. Now they have a virtually inexhaustible supply of material for these purposes. This way they will even exceed the plan. Edward asks if Eugene has found the reason for his split-off parts madness. If the problem is solved, they could use them as a naval fighting force. Eugene says he won't make them anymore. It would be a shame to lose such a powerful army. If it was a matter of price, Edward would pay in full. He himself knows very well that after one particular incident, the pet shop's atrocities began to rapidly gain momentum. Edward was responsible, so of course he knows. The price for crossing the line is extremely high. It is unlikely that his request is on the same level as that incident. We need to aim higher. Back then, Eugene gave up the essence of a human. But in return, he had the essence of a monster. But now he only has the essence of a monster. Edward's coronation is next week, and he will outline the general plan of action. It's better not to raise this topic again. He doesn't want to die too early. The day of the coronation arrives. Felina Greensmith is now a reporter for Daily Elmwood. Whenever she met that man, she always got into trouble, so she changed her job. Now she definitely won't have to cross paths with him. The crown of the Kingdom of Grand Continuer has found its rightful master. From this hour, a new king of Grand Continer was born. Eugene extends his sword. Rejoice at the birth of a new king. This man again. We need to get out of here quickly. Something is bound to happen. And indeed, there is an explosion. A mysterious explosion during the coronation took the lives of many aristocrats and high-ranking officials, and King Edward was also injured and rendered unconscious. Due to the emergency, the conduct of the public affairs of the Kingdom of Grand Continent was entrusted to the Lord Protector, Sir Eugene. He miraculously survived the disaster and became a hero who reunited the shattered kingdom. 3 months later, Eugene arrives in Santo Almaruz. He approaches the building of the Elfiris Kingdom Embassy. He is stopped. The Elfiris Kingdom's diplomat, Lady Elamia, resides here. Eugene takes off his hood. They recognize him and try to ask him what brought him out at such a late hour. Eugene cuts off the heads of both guards. Soon the building is engulfed in flames. Eugene stands over Elamia. She lives in the territory of the Kingdom of Grand Continental, and at first glance plays the role of a diplomat. But behind this decent mission lies active espionage activity. It was she who staged the terrorist attack at the coronation, in order to eliminate the greatest obstacle to their kingdom, Prince Edward. The murder attempt ultimately failed, but she is confident that she left no evidence leading to her. Elamia asks how Eugene knew. So they were the ones who started the explosion. It's not like he knew when he was targeting them. They were just the most convenient target. Edward said that if he had come across someone more suitable than the elves, he would have eliminated them first. Elamia thinks that King Edward has emerged from his slumber. But from the very beginning, he used his double and never fell into a coma. This conversation has gone on too long. We need to tell the kingdom about this. She will somehow create a loophole. Eugene releases flames. It's time to take the first head. After some time, the people greet the king, who has awakened from sleep. The vile plot of the elves was suppressed, but this time they managed to set fire to only one of their outposts. To completely eliminate the threat to humanity, Edward will punish all the remaining elves. He's a great liar for someone who hasn't lost a hair on his head. After all, he is deceiving an entire nation, so of course the production must be at least of the highest level. Building up the military power of the state and a pretext for war, he has collected everything necessary. All preparations are complete. The king of Elfiris, Rhesus, asks Edward what he is doing. The burning and closing of the embassy, the murder and capture of their diplomats, and on top of all that, groundless accusations. And this big-eared bastard knows how to get it. Rhesus asks what he just said. He keeps saying, the king is the king, because he should know that if a kingdom becomes an empire, then the king becomes an emperor. Rhesus thought he wouldn't find out about their cheap tricks. Edward has gone crazy. Rhesus asks what happened to Elamia. He's talking about that long-eared woman. Edward wanted to at least take care of the corpse, but it was in such a deplorable state. Edward really regrets that he couldn't show it. They will pay back in full. Apparently, he is going to pay for all the time that the elves have been enjoying the kingdoms of people. It is good that Rhesus himself volunteered to pay the tax. But even Edward would be ashamed to take the lives of his sister and brother at once. This is war. He declares war on them. Extreme rage and extreme coldness. Rhesus never thought that the day would come when these feelings would merge into one. Worthless people dared to dishonor their brothers. Nothing will stop them until Rhesus has the head of the emperor of a filthy, insignificant race in his hands. Rhesus includes time magic, allowing one to look into the future. The future shown by magic is absolute and will not change under any circumstances. The future is determined. Victory in this war is already in their hands. Soon the right head will appear here himself. Edward is too self-confident it is unlikely that the king of an entire country will personally go to the front lines. But they killed his younger sister, for a high elf from the royal family. A sister is a special creature. In order to preserve the purity of their bloodline, they resort to incest. Alemia Elphiris, whom they killed, was not only the king's younger sister, but also his wife. So we need to quickly cut off his head, and we can kill all the big-eared ones, and at the same time test the new ability before the real battle unfolds. The bastards are facing not a war, but a natural disaster. Another half hour and they would be at the Santo Almaru's headquarters. But they don't seem to be trying to protect their own capital. On the contrary, they just run away, flashing their heels. It seems to him that they are planning to concentrate their military force in the capital itself and fight back there. Everyone be prepared. This must be one of the evil plans of the little people. It could be said that Rhesus's assumptions were half correct and half wrong. He demands that the ruler of the wretched race of men come forth immediately and pay his price. If he doesn't show up right now, Rhesus will turn this place into a flaming sea. Then something appeared in front of them. Edward asks if Eugene can use some kind of magic. He may have accumulated magical knowledge from those he ate. But Edward was never told to use it. There was no need. Magic has a casting time, and there is a danger that everything will go wrong in the process. While the abilities of absorbed creatures do not have these restrictions, and they are much more convenient to use. There is no need for magic when you have abilities with high compatibility. But there is a certain romance to it. It's not every day that you find yourself in a world like fantasy games. But even in games, magic is only the initial stage. The strongest are one-handed warriors and stealth archers who will bend any sorcerers. What appeared before them was just one creature, with 3 heads. Eugene transformed his arms into hydra heads, and then into dragon heads, and replaced the functions of his arms with the wings of a recently acquired wyvern, and instead of a normal tail, he used the tail of an ancient dinosaur. The rearguard was attacked by a dragon, or a hydra, or a wyvern. They were suddenly attacked by something unidentified. Rhesus orders to deploy fire protection. Eugene spews out what appears to be purple flame. It passed through the defense. The faces of those who are exposed to the purple substance begin to corrode. It's acid, a caustic liquid extracted from acid slime. It has nothing to do with fire, so their shields were useless. But this time it's definitely a flame. Let them cover themselves properly. Eugene breathes fire. Rhesus saw this picture. Then it is unclear what this expression is on the face of Edward from the future. But it is just fear of the monster, which has become an even greater monster. Even seeing the future turn into it. It was all his carelessness that was to blame. What he got was a logical ending. Rhesus rushes at the dragon. It slows down time. This is time magic cast 7 times. However, Eugene slams Rhesus into the ground with the dinosaur's tail. For some reason, magic doesn't work. What a shame, Rhesus's skills won't work on Eugene. Victory for the Empire. It's simply incredible. With Sir Eugene, the Empire could rule the whole world. But Edward says it's impossible. Eugene does not obey him. All his actions are dictated by the contract. And if it is suddenly broken, the claws of this monster will be directed at them. The entire life of Luxian Lucitus Elphiris consisted of a series of endless losses. He was constantly compared to his 2 younger siblings. His greatest achievement was destroying the Hydra, but even then it was overshadowed by the brilliance of his younger brother who slew the dragon. However, destroying the Hydra was also a good feat. In the end, Luxian came to terms with reality. He is currently a senior political advisor, as the name suggests. He gives political advice. But it is unlikely that such an advisor is needed by the younger brother Rhesus, who is able to foresee the future, as expected. The post was just for show. As soon as I left thoughts about the throne, my soul immediately felt lighter. I remember someone said, "This is the spirit, not burdened by worldly goods." There is meaning in such a life too. Luxiana is called. He asks what happened. His Highness Rhesus died in battle with the humans. The Grand Continent Kingdom doesn't have that kind of fighting power. So maybe it was the one who actually slew the Hydra. His Highness Rhesus passed away too early, leaving no child to inherit the throne and no successor to be named. And at the moment, the only high elf who has pure blood is Luxian. For some reason, Edward feels like Eugene is becoming more of a monster each time. By the way, news came that the long-eared ones are capitulating. But there is one condition in the capitulation treaty. The Lord Protector of the Grand Continent must be present when the treaty is signed. They arrive in the kingdom of Elphiris. After that incident, Luxian admitted his weakness, and it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He withdrew from the struggle for the throne and tried to find something he could do on his own, regardless of his origins. But in the end, that blood led him to the throne. Edward wonders what's wrong with this big-eared drunkard who doesn't look like the elf king at all. He wondered why Luxian had called the monster, and he was just going through puberty. Edward says he too had to stand in the shadow of an extraordinary older brother, a former brave man, so he understands his feelings perfectly. In a nutshell, Edward wanted to do something on his own, but the environment around him was not conducive to this. But in the end, this blood gave Luxian the power to change the country. This means that he can reform the established system, from blood rights to true merit. But such rapid changes in the way of life can cause great unrest. Edward asks who is the most prominent mage in the Elven Kingdom now that Rhesus Elphiris is gone. Resistance can be suppressed by force, by one's own efforts. The king would not fall for such sweet talk. But the moment he sipped the wine, everything was already decided. Eugene added the neurocontrol substance Ultrawhite, keyword's own powers. Luxian can do it on his own. Yesterday, negotiations were held with the Kingdom of Grand Continuer, as a result of which he came to the conclusion that if the war continued, they would inevitably lose, and the elven race itself could be under threat. The Kingdom of Elphiris capitulates to the Grand Continent Empire. This is unthinkable. They must not admit defeat to these lowly monkeys. On the contrary, they must be punished for the murder of His Highness Rhesus and Lady Elamia. As expected, discontent is great. If it were King Rhesus, he wouldn't even mention surrender. More could not be expected from a spare member of the royal family, a non-entity incapable of doing anything on his own. Luxian asks who just made the cheeky taunt. It turns on the magic circle. It is directed at the person standing in the middle. A blue light envelops him. The elf says that everything is not right. However, Luxian uses a magical weapon on him. All the moisture from the body evaporated. At this moment, the future tyrant of Elphiris, the walking natural disaster Luxian, was born. Eugene brings Rhesus' head. With this, they completed 1/4 of the plan. Eugene asks who they'll target next. Edward considers the dwarves, but has doubts. They have to get the head of not just anyone, but the ruler of the country. Moreover, the Republic of Evermine is considered a friendly country to them. Haste is undesirable here, they should prepare. It would take about 6 months, much faster than Eugene had expected, and Edward would hardly need him during those 6 months, unless force majeure occurred. Then he takes a vacation. He goes to where he first appeared in this world, to the Endless Forest. As the name suggests, it is a huge forest located on the Elmud continent. In the Endless Forest, there are conventionally 3 parts: the outer, middle, and deep thicket. The further you go into the depths, the more dangerous monsters you can encounter. Eugene decided to go back to his roots and dug through the memory of the dragon, who kept memories of life in the forest, and the truth was revealed to him. The abilities he had used so far would be completely useless in the depths of this forest. The monsters from the outer part that he had absorbed at the beginning of his journey were like snacks for the inhabitants of the thicket. Even the red dragon was only in the middle of the forest's food chain, so the one Eugene ate made its nest in the outer part of the forest. Eugene finds a bug-eyed rabbit, but he manages to escape in this place. What is needed to survive is not destructive physical abilities, but stealth, camouflage, evasion, and running speed. After practicing for 7 days, Eugene finally honed the skills he needed. Magic power is an integral part of the living beings of the Elmud continent. Therefore, in the interests of stealth, he must avoid the occurrence of magical resonance, and therefore only use the abilities of earthly animals. The cuttlefish substances synthesized by the chemical plant of the dungeon core created the effect of invisibility, and Eugene perfectly mastered the gait of bipedal and quadrupedal creatures. With this, he has mastered all the basic survival skills. Now he can go deeper. It looks like this is where the deep zone begins. While Eugene looks around, not noticing any particular differences from the middle lane, something falls on him from above. He bounces back. A fallen lump of mucus forms into a point that cuts it in half. It must be slime. He uses the blade again. Now Eugene's legs have been cut off too. This slime detects the location of an enemy by vibrations in the ground, just like a Batajutsu master. So, it's a slashing slime. It becomes flat like a blade and lunges at high speed, thereby increasing its cutting ability to the limit. In this case, Eugene will deliberately create a vibration and provoke him to attack. And when the slime gets close, he will eat it. The slash slime was definitely strong, so much so that it could be called the best in stabbing and slashing attacks, but Eugene can't use them. The forms he takes are not genetically fixed, and he cannot reproduce them based only on what he sees. He cannot adopt the abilities of a slime that does not have intelligence or memory. In the swamps, the outer part of the endless forest, the habitat of the lizard people who in the past worshipped the dragon, comes Rayanhan's together with the candidate for the holy church of the goddess, Ina Fulframhaven. It is unclear where the numerous tribes of lizard people went, although judging by the absence of corpses, there is a high probability that they simply moved somewhere. There's nothing to be done. It's not the most pleasant activity, but the only thing left to do is to question the local inhabitants. As far as Rayanhan's knows, there is an orc village in the surrounding area. Who would have known that Eugene would be struck down with one blow on the approaches to the thicket? Apparently he was too careless. We need to recheck the skills of the creatures from the middle of the forest. He tests the slime slashing skill on the dragon. As expected, difficult to control. By transforming his hand into a slime, he attempted to copy the cutting move, but the form was unstable, and the power was significantly inferior to the original. If there was a slicing slime here, it would cut off these parts perfectly. Come to think of it, at the very beginning, when Eugene couldn't catch the dragon, he was forced to resort to a rather tedious hunting method. But now he has definitely become stronger. In the lands of the Onyx Orc clan, the situation is not much different. Rayanhan's thought all orcs were barbarians, but it seems that's not entirely true. Apparently, they have been instilled with a culture of grieving for the dead. An orc appears and asks who they are. They came from the church state. Maybe the orc knows what happened here. A monster appeared in this place. He lured them into a trap and forced them to fight the dragon. In that battle, almost all of his brothers fell, and the village was turned into ashes. Perhaps the same thing happened in the nearby Lizardman village. Everyone was eaten by this monster. He doesn't know the details, but suspects that this was only the beginning of his activities. Rayanhan's pray to the goddess for the repose of their souls. The orc is late with his greeting. He is a wanderer brother. The wanderings of the Onyx clan have long been entrusted to the most renowned warrior. His duty was to wander through the endless forest and identify anomalies or dangers. It all started when he discovered this while on patrol. A broken iron carriage. The strange thing about it was that it was impossible to harness horses to it. Inside he found people with torn throats. It looked like someone had killed them after the accident. The armor they wore was also strange, and in addition, someone had knocked down the carriage door from the inside. And after this discovery, many inexplicable things happened in the forest. All the trolls disappeared overnight without a trace, and the same thing happened with the lizard people. Then Brother was overcome with anxiety, and when he returned to the village, it was already empty and destroyed. Rayanhan's asks how he knew what happened here if he was not in the village at the time of the incident. The brother takes out his sword. If she wants to know, let her take his hand. Rayanhan's does as he says. This is how the magic starts to work. Rayanhan's sees someone with a blade in his hand. In front of him is a small dragon. Eugene stabbed him with a blade so that he would have the dragon's blood on him. Then the blade ended up in the hands of the orc chieftain, and the dragon mother smelled the blood of her child. It's time magic, which means someone other than Rhesus Elphyrus can use it. Brother says it's just spiritual magic and a low-level psychometry skill. They allow you to read the memories of objects. Rayanhan's believes that the orc used this magic to track down the criminal. That's right, that iron carriage, the village of Lizardman, the dagger, all of them, as one, kept memories of the same being. This bastard left the endless forest many years ago, but not long ago he showed up here again. Brother turns on spiritual resonance. The monster is right over there. The endless forest looks like an ordinary forest, but deep inside it is not so at all. It is a diabolical spectacle that boggles the imagination. Here, glaciers and an active volcano coexist in balance. They are the basis of this bizarre ecosystem. All living things here evolved, struggling for life in extremely harsh conditions. The first place to go is the mountain that rises alone above the glacier. At the summit, covered with eternal snow, lives the only species of dragons that was able to adapt to life in the depths of the endless forest. We are talking about the ice dragon. Ina Fulframhaven finally hears her name being called. Rayanhan's asks if she's okay. Maybe something's bothering her. She just thought for a moment. We need to get ourselves together. We don't know when this monster will appear. It is not clear what these memories were. They keep popping up from time to time. It seems to have gotten worse since she was last here. Eugene arrives at the glacier area. Ice dragons hunt the deer man. No matter how fantastic this world may be, living beings essentially move according to the laws of physics. And if everything here has a reasonable explanation, then there must be one for the principle of the cold breath. At first, Eugene thought he could release liquid nitrogen. The dragon releases the opposite of fire at the deer man. That one turns out to be frozen. Eugene tests the flow from the dragon's mouth by touch with a slicing slime. What a disappointment, it's just water. The ice dragon's breath itself does not freeze. Everything freezes due to the low temperature of the place. After it hits the water, this attack can only work in snowy mountains. Ice dragons have certainly evolved and adapted quickly to their harsh environment. But evolving does not mean becoming stronger. On the contrary, the presence of an easy way to get food has reduced their physical abilities. Because there is no longer a need to hunt, they spend most of their time sleeping to minimize energy expenditure. And although one cannot count on strong physical abilities, this walking antifreeze was able to adapt to life in absolute cold. This whets Eugene's appetite. He turns into a dragon. Soon another ice dragon flies into the lair. He finds the lair's inhabitant eaten, and Eugene is still there. He was going to transform into the same ice dragon and lie in wait for him. But he returned earlier than he thought. So he dares to be so arrogant. The ice dragon thinks his breath froze Eugene. However, it had no effect on him. He attacks the dragon. As a result of its assimilation, Eugene studied the composition of the components of living antifreeze and the effective percentage ratio of the mixed substances. 2 more ice dragons appear in front of him. Eugene attacks them. From today onwards, the ecosystem of the glacier zone in the depths of the endless forest will change, and then it will be the volcano's turn. Rayenhands asks Ina how she is physically. They have been walking for quite a long time. Ina says she's fine for now. There is no hyperventilation, no anoxia, no symptoms of weakness. If it's difficult, let him tell you right away. It's time to move on. Rayenhands and Ina follow the orc. Something changes in the blade. The enemy is close, and here are these tracks. It's definitely not a natural fire. It's probably traces of that monster. Judging by the blade's reaction, that is true. They follow the tracks. A source of intense heat appears in front of them. This is him. Now Eugene can turn into fire. The creatures living in the volcano zone of the endless forest have no names. Because the surface of the earth is hot and the landscape is constantly changing, there is no person who could get close and observe them. This applies to all but one monster. For the first time in a long time, Eugene found use for the salamander scales. He was lucky to meet her. These creatures have long been considered extinct. The chemical plant of the dungeon core produces the components needed to synthesize the fuel. The water pocket of the ice dragon allows it to store them in huge quantities. The blood vessels of the giant dinosaur distribute the fuel throughout the body. The sweat glands of the lizardmen secrete it onto the surface of the skin. And finally, the body temperature of the lava creatures ignites the fuel at the slightest contact. Eugene is a monster who combines all of these. Well, what an unexpected alliance. Rayenhands recognizes Eugene. This monster destroyed his brother's tribe. Eugene knows that this orc is a wandering brother. It was unlikely that there was anyone among the orcs who did not know him. The brother is furious that Eugene dared to use the elder's face. He attacks him with a blade. Brother has been training for years waiting for this moment. Now it's time for revenge. He strikes again and again with the blade. There is an explosion. Rayenhands is confused as to what is going on here. If they are fighting, we should help. But it is unclear whom she should support. A brother who takes just revenge on the monster that destroyed his race, or the king's lord protector, the best of knights, and her mentor. Purple vapors approach Rayenhands. She grabs Ina. We need to get as far away from here as possible. This is a deadly poison. Brother understands this. He wants to deliver at least one last blow. However, Eugene remains unharmed. The orc falls. Rayenhands runs away, taking Ina with him. She asks to let her go because Mr. Brother is still there. Rayenhands must protect her at all costs. Ina believes that it is not too late, at least if they join forces. But Rayenhands knows that they are already too late. The outcome of a battle is not determined by a simple comparison of forces. A military priest entering the order is told to remember this first and foremost. Ina needs to take a hard look at her abilities. Rayenhands doesn't want to watch a candidate for sainthood commit suicide. The value of her life is simply immeasurable. Sure, that person's life force is huge, but there is very little mana, and no aura at all. Perhaps this is the price for gaining the ability to create such heat. Even if they cannot fight back, they can at least take Mr. Brother with them and escape. This must be a rational judgment based on common sense. But that man is not one to be judged by the standards of common sense. Rayenhands manages to bounce off whatever was falling on her. Looks like it's Mr. Brother. Eugene appears from behind. Rayenhands has no idea how he'll react if he thinks they're orc minions. Then they're in danger. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and now they can have a leisurely conversation. Until now, only she was chasing the image of teacher and student. But now, he also calls her a student. Ina jumps off of Rayenhands' shoulder. She asks why Eugene killed Mr. Brother. Ray Hans stops her and says that he and the teacher haven't seen each other for a long time. Later, she will explain everything to Ina, but for now, let her not make a sound. Indeed, Eugene had not met his brothers for a long time. Although there was one guy who looked like his brother, but as it turned out, he was not. Ray Hans asks what the person he met after the Manticore was like. He knew how to transform. His name is Meaden Halffield. Something is happening to Ina. Long-forgotten memories awakened in her, and she remembered that Midden was her brother. She survived the attack of the Stockfit dragon. Left homeless and with her arm missing, she wandered everywhere in search of Midden. Eventually, rumors about the young man in bandages reached her, and she learned that Midden had gone to the human world, and she followed him to this world. However, the girl, in whose body elven blood flowed and mana circulated, could not escape the interest of the church. The order gave her a new arm and subjected her to memory transformation, and even her skin color changed with age. This is how the candidate for sainthood, Ina Fulframhaven, was born. Paladin Perkrid was assigned to protect her during her pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and a biochip implanted in her head assessed her behavior in real time. And the data he collected provided grounds for reconsidering her rank and position. Ina Fulframhaven, who had undergone 3 years of holy training, and the monster's apprentice, the Paladin Perkrid, set out on a pilgrimage into the endless forest. Ina asks what happened to Meaden Halffield. Eugene says he killed him. Ina is ready to attack him, but Ray Hans strikes her. Now she is unconscious. Now, controlling powers comes easy to Ray Hans. Before it was definitely more difficult for her. This is because she's been training diligently all this time. She's on a work assignment now, so they should postpone their joyful reunion until next time. She tried to contact the church state through a communicator, but due to the high density of magic in the endless forest, it was impossible. Ray Hans thinks Eugene is going to attack. She had no intention of being hostile to him. She had only just met that orc. They had only come here to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. She got the place wrong. They say it's impossible to establish contact until you get out of the thicket, Eugene says to follow him. Apparently the fate of dying right here passed them by. One of the sacred places of the Church of the Goddess in the Endless Forest is the settlement of the Lizard People. Even in the early years of the existence of the church state, the name of the sacred Lizard Knight thundered, because he comes from Longtail Fulframhaven. The lizard men of the Endless Forest are closed and aggressive, but since this is also the sacred land of the church, there are still objects installed in the surrounding area that were previously installed. The church is getting in touch. This is their first meeting. His ID number is 1403. The management of the Holy Knights and the supervision of the sector in one person, Chief Houston. It is a great honor for him to meet the best among knights. Eugene asks him to stop with the insincere speeches and get to the point, and he asks what brought him to this place. He somehow asks incorrectly what he wants from them. The one who contacted is not sure that Eugene understands the situation correctly. He says that he was on the heels of a knight of the church state and a candidate for sainthood. But what a disappointment. In the course of destroying the sacred land, he also committed genocide. The contact asks why he thinks he can demand something from them. Eugene says that he might allow these two to return safely from the Endless Forest. The loss of a saint candidate and a paladin is a huge loss. Besides, Perkrid is an extremely valuable individual. Eugene is asked what he wants. Nothing impossible. You just need to pretend that there was nothing in this forest. The one who contacted hopes that he will keep his promise. He's heading that way. He's leaving. The interference has been removed, and now we can focus on the goal, while the Emperor lays the foundation to get the head of the next king. Eugene goes hunting. Time for a pleasant meal. 6 months after the feast in the Endless Forest, the presidential elections were held in the Kingdom of Evermine. The new president thanks citizens for electing him. What a sad fate befell the kingdom of the dwarves with its rich heritage. He is not even a king, but some kind of president, elected by vote. A non-entity with no legitimacy whatsoever is going to rule the kingdom, and it's obvious that someone has been using dirty tricks behind his back. Otherwise, people wouldn't act like crazy. The king will personally intervene and save the kingdom from the threat looming over it. Let them get ready. He is going to visit a friendly country, the Kingdom of Grand Continent. Nobody reacts. Power, passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years, was destroyed in just 6 months. Someone is coming in. He knew there were still those who revere the king. But this is Eugene. He cuts off the head of the dwarven king and brings it to Edward. Eugene isn't sure this play on words will actually work. Edward has already received official confirmation from the goddess. She said that the king and the president are completely different concepts. By the way, this brainwashing technique has clearly progressed. You could say it's close to completion, and by the way, Eugene got a second head, and the research results are encouraging. But a problem has arisen. Edward asks if Eugene has ever heard of Fortestille. It is one of the countries that protested the dictatorship of the Grand Continental Kingdom, and the only one that managed to acquire air defense. The reason lies in its geographical location. It is ideal for transporting ammunition during wartime and trade items during peacetime. But there was a shameful moment in Fortestille's history when it was conquered by the Kingdom of Albaflum. So now that the latter has been weakened by the sea invasion, a huge rebel army has begun to rage in Fortestille. The kingdom is already unstable. If Fortestille rebels, the number of problems will skyrocket. Edward brought Eugene a second head on a platter while he was on vacation. Maybe he can help him out. There is a temporary solution and a permanent one. It would be wonderful if Eugene could calm them down forever. However, there may be a catch. There will no longer be a place called Fortestille on the continent, and it will likely take decades for civilization to emerge on that land again. Edward suggests settling on a temporary solution. The Lord Protector of the Grand Continent is arriving in Fortestille today for an inspection. I need to collect my thoughts. I just hope the day goes by without any incidents. So the rumors were true. Sir Eugene really is a master of disguise. He has come a long way, and she, Kendra Aimbaker, greets him on behalf of Fortestille. Here someone interrupts her, shouting, "Long live the Free Republic of Fortestille. Let the chained mongrels of imperialism go to hell." Eugene creates a whirlwind with his wings. The fire goes out. The terrorist wants to rekindle it. Eugene grabs his hand and twists it. Late sailors appear. Eugene tells us to drag this guy to the interrogation room. Now he sits opposite him. Eugene asks where he got the dynamite and if the rebel army is supporting him. He's not going to say anything. Eugene doesn't care. He might not tell. He will repeat himself. His mouth is shut. Eugene turns into a monster. The royal assassin stands behind the door. Kendra appears. He says Sir Eugene has requested an assistant from the Navy. There's no need to worry so much. He's just an ordinary messenger she can pass through. Kendra discovers that the terrorist is gone. Eugene asks if she is familiar with the name Scarlet Weather Vane. Kendra says it looks familiar. It's the tavern on Trade Street. Eugene tells them to take him there. There is a certain person behind this whole Fortestille rebellion, but he only ate small fry. His memories are not enough to know for sure. Eugene is constantly behind schedule, and there are still 2 whole heads to get. Once he finishes the job, he'll have to put pressure on Edward. He knows the value of his life. Eugene and Kendra arrive at the Scarlet Weather Vane, an inn in the Fortestille Army's area of deployment. Kendra hasn't been here for a long time. Apparently she's been very busy lately. The rebels are really going crazy. Here, Kendra discovers that Eugene has killed one of those present. Others rush to flee from the tavern. Eugene knows everything and asks where they hide the supplies. In response, the innkeeper puts a gun to his forehead. He shoots. Let him try to open his skull, maybe then he'll find out. Eugene holds a bullet in his teeth. He attacks the innkeeper. It looks like there's a secret passage here. If Eugene had entrusted this matter to an assassin, he would have found him without unnecessary noise, but this would be faster. Kendra is puzzled as to why a modest tavern has a secret passage. They come in. This is their army supply, the mark of the Navy. It seems that there is a traitor in the army's ranks, and this is while their soldiers are dying at the hands of the rebels. The lieutenant can entrust the investigation to Eugene. The innkeeper is still alive. There's something dripping on him here. Eugene is going to eat him. Their comrade Shuffler from the Scarlet Weather Vane was defeated, so all that was left was to switch to Plan B. This may be difficult, as the one who attacked the Scarlet Weather Vane was the Lord Protector of the Grand Continent. This is obviously that hero, Sir Eugene. It is unclear what such a famous person is doing here. The person who entered apologizes for interrupting the meeting. I barely managed to get it. This is what he was talking about last time. Their springboard for the transition to a new era. This is great news. With this, they will even be able to stand up to the damned Lord Protector. The innkeeper Schaffner appears, or rather, his double. He was lucky. He barely managed to escape. But more on that later, apparently. This is the same ancient thing. Evidence and criminals gathered in one place. Eugene is spreading toxic fumes. This is a tear gas based on lilac gas. A day later, the rebels are to be executed. They claim to be acting to liberate Fortestille, but ultimately their leader turns out to be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a mastermind. And this Grey Cardinal is none other than the Furlan Universal Association, working in the interests of the allied power of the Beastmen. And their representative here was this Beast Monkey Man, hiding among the ranks of the rebels. Along with him, they also arrested high-ranking officials from the Navy who had colluded with the rebels. They asked to forgive them. They were wrong. Let the captain close his eyes to it just once, And in this bottle is the liquid that they were going to distribute, and this is proof of their criminal intentions. Kendra uncorks the bottle. She pours the contents into the mouth of one of the rebels. He asks what she gave him to drink. This is the secret weapon of the bastards he helped. Let him feel on his own skin what he got himself into. Something is happening to his body. He turns into a wolf. This is a demon, a wolfman. The magical liquid turned out to be a mixture of the blood of a dog and a beastman, and people who drank it turned into a demon, a wolfman. As a result of this incident, information was revealed that the beastmen and demons were somehow connected. Moreover, when it became known that the Allied Powers spy John Founder was related to the demon race, it was also revealed that the Allied power was led by the beast demon race. These are the results of Sir Eugene's investigation. It was already difficult to tell the difference between the beastmen and the beast demons, but who would have thought that they would take advantage of this to seize power in the Allied state? If they had delayed eliminating the Demon King, the Beastmen Allied power might have joined the war against them. Although they already had a hand in Fortestill, this is the same as encroaching on them. Edward never thought that such a wonderful opportunity to start a war would come up. For someone who simply devours everything in his path, this monster did him a huge favor. Edward labels the Allied Beastmen power and the Furlan Universal Association as the Demon King's minions. We need to declare war on them. These ships look like battleships. Edward came up with a cool idea. They're going to send these battleships overland. Eugene tells him to go get some sleep. He's already delirious. It would be easier to use the body of white sharks on land. Edward doesn't understand what he's talking about. Sharks can't move outside of water, and battleships can't either. Edward forgot to tell the most important part of the plan. The world's strongest water mage will enter this war as their ally. Elphyrus will take part in the Furlan War as an ally of the Grand Continental. All things considered, this is perhaps too sudden. Their kingdom had not yet recovered from the previous war. It seems they misunderstood something. The decision is not up for discussion. Young nobles like them should be preparing for war now, not wagging their tongues. But if there are objections, they can voice them now. Luxian was already prepared to lose a couple of loyal subjects anyway. No objections, that would be inappropriate. Then everyone should quickly prepare for war. The offensive of the Allied army begins under the leadership of Grand Continuer, Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom of Grand Continuer, Sir Eugene, Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom of Albaflum, Grand Admiral Azidmel, Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom of Elphyrus, Luxian Elphyrus. Everything is assembled. Edward thanks his uncle for his assistance in this war. He would never have agreed to such a thing if it weren't for the debt he owed for helping with the invasion of the Fishmen. The power of the Grand Continental had already grown too large to refuse. Edward's uncle asks how he plans to attack the Allied Beastmen power from here. If by sea, then there is a port closer than the fifth one. They won't have to use the water route. They will attack their capital directly. Edward's uncle asks why the hell he brought all these battleships if he's going to break through the mountains. Because it is on them that they will cross the mountains. Here the water forms tentacles. This is Luxian using water magic. It causes a big wave. The waves pick up the battleship so that they can float as if on air. The Grand Admiral did not expect this. The armadillos swim into the territory of the capital of the Beastman state on the water that carries them. This means they move using water magic. The assassin notices that something is bothering the Grand Admiral. A truly majestic view. But even if this is the strongest ally one can find, Azidmel is still not sure that the fate of an entire army can be trusted to one person. He's right. One mistake on his part and the entire fleet could collapse, so the plan is quite risky. But there is nothing to worry about. Even if it happens that the fleet is destroyed, the Admiral will not have to bear responsibility for it. There is no need for anyone to answer for the lives of those who are now under them. The soldiers currently on the inner deck are clones. Eugene says he entrusts command to the assassin. He is about those who are under them. It is easier for him to act alone. He goes on reconnaissance. But the assassin is just a messenger. He cannot command. His plan to safely survive until retirement is collapsing before his eyes. And all because of this man. Eugene goes on reconnaissance. He meets a foxman. Eugene snatches the piece of paper from him. This is a message about the declaration of war by the Grand Continental. But it doesn't look like the messenger was going to Sharpfin, because that is the capital of the Beastman state. Meanwhile, the foxman cuts down the tree. He thinks that Eugene is a bird-like beastman. He blows his head off. Something is wrong here. It's better to check everything yourself. It's hard to believe that this village is the capital. This is unexpected. Maybe no one could know about it because of the closed policy of the Beastman country. There is even a temple here, so that the church state has no doubts. They were deceived. This is a fake capital. The assassin's dream was to retire and devote the rest of his days to fishing. He is, of course, sincerely grateful for the fishing rod Lord of the Seas 2000 that was given to him. But he is confused by the fact that the number of tasks assigned to him is increasing. He may have to work until he dies. Eugene returns sooner than he expected. Azidmel asks how things are with the enemy. Sharpfin is a decoy. Their real capital is located elsewhere. The cathedral of the great Beastman Empire is located in Sharpfin. A city that worships a goddess cannot be a trick. But the demons are at the head of the state. This makes sense. The demonic race revere the goddess as the creator of all things, but nothing more. If they are dealing with demons, the cathedral means nothing to them. They are ready to abandon it at any moment. We'll have to change our plans, but they will never refuse the operation. If, looking at the warships, they become frightened and raise the white flag, they will have to end everything peacefully. But there can be no talk of any peace. They do not dare to use their faith for their own purposes and mock the goddess. He will rip open the belly of the damned beast and throw their intestines into the sea, gnaw the bones and throw them to wild animals. A little later, the guard at the gates of Sharpfin sees what looks like a falling star. He asks to send him more money and less work. Then what he took for a falling star turns into a flash right in front of him. Armadillos appear. The damned heretics dare not joke with their religion. He will raze everything here to the ground, except for the cathedral. What a noisy man. 2 hours later, Azidmel approaches the statue of the goddess. It couldn't be avoided, but he asks for forgiveness for the chaos he caused in her city, and for his sins. By the way, this is the first time he sees a statue of a goddess in the minds of beastmen. He had, of course, heard that each race had its own vision of the goddess's appearance, but this one seemed to be created in someone's image. Even if there is a saint among the beastmen who is worthy of being immortalized in stone, she somehow does not look like a beastman. Eugene wonders what she's doing here, which means he knows this face. Naturally, he hadn't seen her for a long time. If Sir Eugene knows her, then perhaps someone from the beastman state has some connection to him. But it is not necessarily a beastman after all. She does not look like any of them. Maybe someone from the church state. If Sir Eugene knows anyone close to the church, it's probably someone from the Demon King Extermination Squad. Azidmel thinks it's a past saint. Eugene says it's a Demon King. This makes a terrifying impression on the Admiral. I'll have to tear out the tongue that prayed in honor of the Demon King. These hands and these eyes. I'll have to tear everything out. Eugene hits him. Azidmel falls. If we leave him like this, he will commit suicide. Let him sleep for now. The temple priest appears. Eugene asks how he will explain that the church state allowed such a statue of the goddess to be erected. They ordered another statue to be erected, but the elders of the beast race arbitrarily made changes to its appearance. Until now he thought that the statue was only changed according to the preferences of the beastmen, and he could not imagine that it was the Demon King. It turns out that the church state did not condone the installation of a statue in honor of the Demon King. The priest swears by his faith. He will immediately report this to the church state. Azidmel must have heard the priest swear by his faith that the church state had nothing to do with it. The Admiral tries to get up. This does not change the fact that he prayed to the statue of the Demon King. He broke the commandment, do not worship a false god. What a fanatic. Azidmel prays to the goddess to send punishment to her negligent believer. The returning priest reports that the high priest has declared a holy war. He said that he could not forgive the beastman state for taking the path of heresy. This is his chance to atone for his sin before the goddess. A few days after the start of the Holy War, Rayan Hands and Ina arrive at the Grand Continent. Rayan Hands didn't think the kingdom had the technology to build such huge ships. She should have been informed in advance. There is no need to be surprised now. But still, seeing it in person is a little different. It seems they should reevaluate the capabilities of the Grand Continental. Ina says, let him do as he wishes. Both the Paladin and the church state are in cahoots. No one can be trusted. Rayan Hands meets Eugene. She remembers how Ina wanted to attack him. Rayan Hands tries to tell her to control herself, but Ina only says that she was sent by the church state to help in the Holy War. Rayan Hands thinks she doesn't remember anything. So these two are the help from the church state. This living weapon alone is no worse than a brave man, artificially created by the church. The other one is the same monster as Eugene. Before this war is over, one of them will have to be gotten rid of. Ina wants to ask Eugene about the military situation. The assassin will tell you about this. All this time they were looking for the true capital of the great power of the Beastmen, and in the end, they managed to come up with several possible options. They planned to split their forces and attack several cities at once, and they would like to direct them to the city that is most likely the capital. Rayan Hands asks where it is. Here are the coordinates and the essence of the strategy. This is the industrial city of the Beastmen, Roundyear. The unthinkable happened, Sharpfin fell, and in just one day. But that's not all. The church declared a holy war on them, all because of the statue of the Demon King. He hoped that someone would think of dismantling it. It was worth stopping this from the start. It is unclear who even thought of sticking the face of the Demon King on the statue, if he wants to know. It was his predecessor's idea, like, no one will recognize it anyway. Now is not the time to look for someone to blame. This whole situation means that there is someone taking part in the war who knows the Demon King by sight. In that case, it is the Emperor of Grand Continent, or that same Sir Eugene, the nightmare of the entire demon race that plunged Stockfeet into the depths of horror and burned the Flatfield Plain to the ground. This is not the time to sit around. They need to prepare countermeasures. I'm glad that this time the work is stress-free. What he means is that no one should be left alive. I should have guessed that he must have studied the plan. Eugene will distract attention while the church team searches the city, and the assassin will take care of the preparations mentioned by the Emperor. Then it's time to start. Eugene takes off. He turns into a dragon and approaches the gates of the capital. The guards announce that the enemy is on the horizon. Eugene is being attacked. The guard aimed at the eye but missed. Eugene throws monster fish at him. Now it's time to have some fun. Eugene is about to release the flame. However, at this moment it envelops his head. Ina launched a gun at him. He thought she would forget everything. He is her brother's sworn enemy. Her actions don't fit into their plan at all. If he doesn't know what the matter is, then let him get it. Ina shoots again. With super regnation, it's a scratch. Another spear pierces him. Ina turns on the magic. She detonates the spear. As a result, Eugene's head explodes. After all, revenge has been accomplished. Now the brother can sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, Eugene's head regenerates. Now he has two of them. Ina blew his head off. If he's not mistaken, it's a magic arrow. A rather interesting ability. Let Ina show what else she can do. The teacher drew attention to himself, and they weakened their defenses at the borders. But the candidate for sainthood had disappeared somewhere according to the plan. They were supposed to meet somewhere around here. Here, Rayenhands sees Eugene in the sky, who is under attack again. Ina fights him. It activates the spirit enhancement. A flash of light passes through Eugene. Ina tears his wing apart. Eugene was not prepared for this. The guards are puzzled as to why the dragon and the candidate for sainthood are fighting each other. First of all, you need to understand who is the enemy and who is the ally. The guards are splashed with poison. Ina activates the split. There is an explosion. She finds herself in the middle of the rubble. The only thing left is that the church has banned its use until she is officially made a saint. But there's nothing to be done. Ina uses a new weapon. This is the unique weapon of the saint, ruthlessness. So it's all because of that master of disguise. She showed Eugene something very interesting. It would be fair if he showed her something too. He won't have the opportunity because he'll die first. Eugene takes on the appearance of a saint. He blocked her technique with one hand and suddenly took the form of a woman. Maybe this is a psychological attack. He is trying to undermine her fighting spirit, which means she is not familiar with this face. There is a devastating explosion. Rayenhands sees Eugene's visage. This is a past saint. The teacher turned into Saint Angela, so it turns out that the Master of Transformation is capable of this too. But he said that the transformation was just a sham to distract attention. And his true power is his ability to transform his body into whatever he eats. And if he transformed into Saint Angela, then he ate her. So if Rayenhands eats a saint, he can become one too. She's still alive, her body enhanced by the technology of the church state. It's simply amazing. But Eugene will put an end to this. Rayenhands appears and tells him to stop. Even though he is her teacher, she, as a paladin, can no longer stand aside. It looks like she has her eye on his food. Rayenhands denies it, but her denial is unlikely to convince anyone when she looks like this. Even though she has realized her essence, she resists this impulse. Perhaps she is afraid. She's not like Eugene. Even though she's half monster, she's still a paladin. Right now, yes. He will back down, let him do as he wants. In any case, in this state, Ina will not be able to interfere with his plans for some time. First, you need to report what happened. This is Paladin Perkrid speaking. She has an emergency situation. A candidate for sainthood has been seriously injured. The beastmen in the building try to understand what is happening. An assassin appears from behind, the head of the Furlan Universal Association and the leader of the state. How many heads deserve to be chopped off? They won the war against the combined forces of the enemy. All the demons who sat at the top of the government were executed. From now on, the allied beastman state, liberated from enemy oppression, will embark on the path of revival. And those who contributed to the liberation war will certainly be rewarded. They won. Edward did a great job. He congratulates the assassin, calling him by name for the first time, Joaquin Sicario. Eugene told him everything about his merits because it was he who led the army in this war. From now on, he is no longer the royal assassin. He knows too much to be a simple messenger. Now he is a brigadier general in the ground forces of the great empire of Grand Continent. Edward looks forward to his success in his new endeavor. Yes, he succeeded. It looks like his retirement plans have fallen through. Audio recording begins. Unique number 209201. An unexpected situation occurred during the production of The Saint. The expected level of increase in the threat of XXX, a high probability of leakage of secret information. In connection with this, it was decided to combine production lines A and B in order to complete the process as quickly as possible. The researcher received a report on what happened to Ina, and given the circumstances, he has one proposal for her. Maybe she wants to become a monster. By eating dragons and other monsters from the endless forest, Eugene can combine the best parts of them to gain immense power. This is roughly how he used his ability all this time. But this approach has outlived its usefulness. He has hit a ceiling. He couldn't get stronger anymore unless he ate something truly transcendental. So he started thinking about using the goddess's deferred wish that he had been keeping all this time. But now he found the clue. It happened when he became a saint. If we compare a normal saint and, say, an orc, the orc's base level of physical strength is much higher, but the saint's enhanced body will be stronger because it uses strength more efficiently. If so, I wonder what would happen if the body of a holy dragon were implanted. This is definitely worth trying to implement. Enter Joaquin Sicario. He asks if Eugene is okay. He had never seen this uniform on him before, Joaquin says. He was ordered to wear a uniform that corresponds to his current status. He asks to look at it. Eugene doesn't really care about such incidents. Here he sees the news of the death of the paladin Rayanhans Perkreed, the only apprentice of Lord Protector Grand Continuer. Kendra Aimbaker arrives at Felina Greensmith's office. This means that at that moment she was on the ship. She was in charge of supplying drinking water to their ship during the war with the Furlan Universal Association, before which she was commissioned to be the Lord Protector's guide around Fortesteel. Having changed her job from street bard to journalist, Felina gained a reputation as a trustworthy reporter. She asks Kendra to tell her more about her position when someone walks in. They are currently conducting interviews. The man who entered says he is looking for reporter Greensmith. She is here, so he was lucky. This is Eugene. He wants to ask Felina something about the death of Paladin Perkrid, and she had better cooperate with him. For some reason, it's her again. The official report of the Church State is that Lord Protector Grand Continental's only apprentice, Paladin Rayanhans Perkred, has died. You can't make him angry. Eugene asks if Felina checked that the Church State actually reported her death. She checked. But it's not that simple. Death reports come even when a paladin goes missing. She can't be dead. It is impossible for the Church State to get rid of such an outstanding fighter. They must have something in mind. Such a sudden announcement of death does indeed raise suspicions. But Edward is very busy now and can't help in any way. There are more than one or even two problems related to the war, and they all require his attention. He doesn't know how to deal with it alone. In any case, these are internal affairs of the Church State, and it will be very difficult to find out what happened. Maybe they will observe first. If he's that busy, this start will take too long. Eugene will figure it out himself, especially since he has something to experiment with. He travels to the land of the lizard people, the Ruthmarsh Alliance. If he flew through the sky, he would arrive much faster. But it would be like putting up a poster saying Lord Protector of the Grand Continent has arrived. Even if it takes longer, there's no other option but to sail by sea. Even though it's a waste of time, sometimes it's nice to feel like a carefree passenger while the pirates approach. They tell you to give them everything you have. Fire appears from somewhere. The pirate ship explodes. It turns out that lizard people are capable of this too. Eugene arrives at the Rutmash Alliance port on the Smooth Coast. This place is simply a paradise for lizards. All the lizardmen of the Endless Forest looked similar. But here, all the species are incredibly different. First, you need to collect information. Until now, the leader of the lizard people has never shown himself in public, and with so little information, it is unclear where to begin. He will start with what he does best. Within a week, the monster destroyed 5 more villages. Everyone describes his appearance differently, so they don't know his true nature, but they have figured out his next target. It looks like he's heading towards the swampy mine. We must immediately issue an evacuation order and send only the most experienced adventurers there. After some time, the adventurers arrive at a swampy mine. They need to be on guard. This villain doesn't leave a single piece of flesh from his victims. If they suddenly discover it, let them send a signal immediately. One of the adventurers is grabbed by a big fish. It looks like a shark, but it's unclear where it came from in the swamp. The little adventurer turns on the stone pillar. A shark's fin appears from the water. Then the pillar pushes it out completely. It is unlikely that this monster is capable of moving freely in the air. The lizard throws a spear at him. The monster dodges. It is incredible that a shark could fly. He's about to dive into the water again. We have to stop him. Another adventurer turns on the stone shield. A stone grows in the monster's path. He broke through it, but seemed to get stuck. Gotcha. It is cut in half. The adventuress says she has aged 10 years. Here, the two-headed shark bites off their heads. The adventurers are puzzled as to what just happened. Then a two-headed shark attacks them. Eugene picks up the severed head. It's time to begin. He brings the head to the head of the smooth coast. It was found in a swampy mine, apparently. This is the monster that has been raging lately. Sadly, next to his carcass lay the corpses of adventurers. The head of the coast thanks Eugene for helping to save the honor of the adventurers. Thanks to him, they now know that they fought bravely to the last and did not spare their lives to save them from this misfortune. The fact that he came and told about it is also commendable. The head asks if he can do something for him, if it is in his power. Eugene asks if he can take this card. The leader answers in the affirmative. He attacked several villages and already swallowed up a whole bunch of lizard people. However, he was unable to obtain even a shred of information about their leader. However, he managed to discover something strange in all the villages he visited. There was an almost equal ratio of small, large, and medium-sized individuals. In simple terms, there are artificially established trends in their distribution, but that's all. Eugene couldn't find any information about the root cause no matter how many heads he searched. Speaking of which, that red lizard comes to mind. I remember he introduced himself as a dragon race. But until now, Eugene had not seen anyone like him in this country. Perhaps this dragon race is somehow connected with the king of the lizard people. It's worth checking out. Eugene comes to the head of the smooth coast again. He asks if he knows about the dragon race. The boss answers negatively and says that he has a lot of things to do. Usually, when asked about something unfamiliar, they ask what it is. True, this was the first time the leader had heard of such a race, but Eugene already understood perfectly well that he was not going to tell. He grabs it. I'll have to get inside his head myself. Every case is a headache. First the attack of the monster shark. Now the traveler who is looking for the dragon race. He will need to ask him in the report how to settle the issue with this guy. That's enough. The boss doesn't understand what he just said. There is someone here and something is happening to his body. So this is someone. It seems like he is the one Eugene is looking for. He comes into the sewer. A transmitter was installed here, with the help of which the mayor transmitted reports. The ordinary lizardman's vision cannot see anything else. But he has the eyes of a dragon. He's still pretending. Maybe he's so sure that of the two of them, he's the only one who sees Eugene. A giant something appears in front of him. It's like he's walking through the wall. So this wall was a magic diversion. Let him know his place, the miserable mortal creature. He will tolerate his rash statement only because he faithfully fulfills the role of guardian assigned to him. Again, this is him, so the mayor received instructions through an intermediary. Eugene changes his appearance. Now he has a dragon's head. The giant lizard asks why his body has the features of a dragon if he does not belong to the dragon race, because Eugene has eaten many like him. Then a voice comes from the transmitter asking what the noise is. The giant lizard kneels. He reports that an unknown person with dragon-like features has invaded the territory. The one whom the lizard called the master orders to bring him to him as a guest. The lizard tells him to follow him. The owner is waiting for him. They walk up a long staircase. The said master may be the same one. The leader of the lizard people, whom Eugene has been looking for so long. They come to the door. Behind them lies a field of grass with stakes driven into the ground. The sun is shining here. Eugene asks why the sun can be seen from here, since this is a dungeon. It's just an artificial sun. It is 18 meters in diameter and weighs 43 tons, making it the smallest and lightest cold fusion device in the world. The maintenance of a dungeon of such size was made possible by the presence of this power source here. He welcomes the envoy of the church to his kingdom. He is an ancient dragon, the first one created by the goddess. So this is the same one. It seems he mistook Eugene for a guest from the church. Eugene has a question. The ancient dragon is sure that his close friend's tribesman is interested in many things. But they will leave the questions for later. Let him first say what feelings this place evokes in him. A close friend of the very first dragon. Someone equally ancient. Perhaps a manticore. Perhaps the one he's referring to is of a manticore nature and is connected to the church. This guy mistook Eugene for a paladin of Perkreed. He is deeply connected to the church state. The appearance of Longtail Fulframhaven, a legendary paladin of the church. was one of the goodwill gestures he gave to the church. He is not surprised at all. The church had learned a lot more than he had imagined. Judging by the fact that they had sent out a being with such a high level of protection as his, their development was progressing by leaps and bounds. Since the ancient dragon is excited, he will allow him to ask one question as they walk to their destination. Eugene asks if he knows about the original pet shop's arrival in this world. Of course it is known, because that is why he came to him. All lizard people of the dragon race are born with a piece of the essence of the ancient dragon. Due to the resonance of these particles, all the experiences of the dragon race are transmitted to him. One of the representatives of the race, sent by him to the surface, made contact with him. Eugene bites his hand off. Apparently, he still doesn't understand what's going on. This is treason. The greedy scoundrels have already forgotten how much good he did for the church. Eugene didn't think the first dragon was that stupid. He didn't say that he came from the church. The ancient dragon remembers everything that Burmiko saw. This is the original pet shop. He attacks. The ancient dragon will never leave him alive. He will kill Eugene no matter what it takes. Ina hears a rumble from underground. She thinks it's an earthquake. Magic circles appear on the tips of the stakes. There is an explosion. Eugene turned into a dragon. These steelies are attacking him. He is in the territory of the ancient dragon, so the situation is not in his favor. He takes off. I wonder where he decided to run. Thanks to this new form, supplemented by the peculiarities of the saint's body structure, the speed increased in direct proportion to his strength. This is the kingdom of the ancient dragon. Eugene is wrong to think that he can get out of here. There is a barrier around him that cannot be passed through unless he removes it himself. Everything here runs on one single power source, and Eugene is going to destroy it. The sun explodes. There is no more light. Ancient dragon wants to catch the falling sun. Eugene grabs him. The sun falls on the tip of the stele. There is an explosion. A pillar of fire erupts through the ground. Two dragons fly out of a hole in the ground. The heat from the explosion is so intense that it even damaged the dragon's scales. But thanks to the super regeneration skill, which is based on rebirth, Eugene is able to survive even this. Looking the way he does now is still better than being one-armed. The ancient dragon charges at Eugene. He closes himself off from the blows. Ina is confused about what is happening. Eugene grabs the ancient dragon by the throat. He is ridiculously weak, as if he had never fought anyone. The ancient dragon says that he spent all his mana defending himself from the explosion. He lost. This can be over. But Eugene has no reason to stop. He can't even imagine how much knowledge the ancient dragon has collected over hundreds of years of life. This is ancient wisdom known only to him. Ancient secrets. They are priceless. And for some reason this great body must become just a snack. He needn't worry. Eugene will inherit his vaunted knowledge. This means that he, like the ancient dragon's friend, can copy memory. A magic circle lights up above the dragon's head. He would rather die than pass on his knowledge to Eugene. The dragon falls to the ground without a head. Eugene picks up his head. Although the goal was achieved, it turned out to be annoying. And nevertheless, he collected all the necessary heads. Eugene brings Edward the head of the Lizard King. Maybe it would have been worth preparing a larger shelf. Perhaps it is too big. But it's not Eugene's fault. All heads are gathered. It is time to clash in battle with the church. That's what Eugene might think, but unfortunately they still had one more thing to do. Edward is getting married. A week before the wedding, he asks Eugene what he thinks about it. As a man with experience in married life, Eugene tells him not to get married. Everything always goes wrong. For example, he lives an ordinary, happy married life, when suddenly, out of nowhere, special forces appear and kill your wife, and the children are kidnapped and you are not allowed to see them. But if he doesn't care, then go ahead. Edward asks, just in case if Eugene is joking. He says that of course he's joking and asks who the chosen one is. A pretty princess from a neighboring country, pleasant to talk to. She is from a royal family whose lineage has a rich heritage. An alliance with them will contribute a little to strengthening Edward's power. By the way, during the ceremony he plans to use a stunt double in place of Eugene, who believes that Edward wants him to do something. He, as usual, quickly realizes that the strengthening of power mentioned by Edward is all a trifle. The real reason for holding the wedding is to create a distraction, to create an opportunity to deal a crushing blow to the church. The wedding day arrives. Edward thanks the distinguished guests who came from different countries to his wedding. Someone once said that every person is the main hero of his life, but he will go straight to the point. All this is bullshit. He knows what everyone gathered here is thinking. They are mistaken in the idea that they occupy an important role for humanity, and they think like parasites, trying by hook or by crook to establish their positions. Sometimes he is visited by one obsessive thought when he sees how they, trash that can easily be replaced by others, behave like kings. He thinks how he can't wait to get rid of them all, and so he decided to put his thoughts into action. Even an emperor is not allowed to speak like that. This is where the carnage begins. Apparently, Edward is not afraid that the heavens will punish him. The cardinal will show him the power of the church's secret weapon, heavenly punishment. The guards at the great temple of Santa Almarusa are bored. Everyone has left for the emperor's wedding. Then some creature appears in front of them. One of the guards thinks it looks like a dog, but he is wrong. This is a monster. It is unclear where he came from in the very center of the city. Another guard orders to remain calm. The monster rushes past, eating one of the guards. Then he grabs the second one. Eugene still feels hungry. His abilities have a limitation. He can only reproduce and use the parts he has eaten. For example, if he ate a whole dragon, if he lost the dragon's arm, he would no longer be able to recreate the corresponding body part. He will only be able to use it again after he eats the dragon's hand again. But this problem did not cause him any trouble thanks to the super regeneration of trolls. As long as there are enough bones and flesh in his internal storage, then even having lost a dragon's arm, he can easily regrow the lost limb. But in the last fight, Eugene lost too much spare bone and flesh, and all because of the king of the lizard people. Eugene will take the opportunity to replenish his supplies. He attacks. It was enough to fill my stomach a little, and now he will go directly to the goal. Here someone cuts off his paw. In front of him is someone who looks like a paladin. This place is not meant for any monsters. They posted a paladin as a guard. It looks like there's something important hidden here. Eugene attacks, intending to swallow the paladin. He grabs her by the crest on her helmet. In response, the paladin steps on his paw. She then stabs him with her sword. Eugene tries to pull him out. His severed paw clings to the paladin. Now she is defeated. Eugene goes down to the basement. He knew that they would hide everything important there. The smell of flesh is felt. Eugene rushes in that direction. Suddenly he finds himself trapped. Water starts to flow from holes in the walls. If they try to stop him, it means he is on the right path. In the underground laboratory of the cathedral, they observe what is happening. They see bubbles on the surface of the water. The problem is solved against a representative of the class of mammals that breathes with lungs. There is no method more effective than this. You can breathe a sigh of relief. But by the way, this monster somehow made its way into the very center of the city. Moreover, it aimed at the cathedral. Something breaks through the wall here. Water pours out from there. This monster somehow managed to survive. He has transformed, he has gills and fins. The chief researcher orders the celestial punishment to be activated immediately. Eugene pounces on him. Stop being dramatic, he hasn't even bitten him yet. The researcher orders the heavenly punishment to be turned on again. Request for celestial punishment received from level 1 researcher. Coordinate tracking completed. Target identified. Safety device deactivated. The researcher presses a button to confirm the launch. A flash resembling a star appears in the sky above the cathedral. A pillar of light strikes Eugene. A device that releases a column of fire of an incredibly high degree at the specified coordinates. Apparently, this is the true essence of heavenly punishment. In place of Eugene, there is only a tail. A request for heavenly punishment was received from His Majesty the Cardinal. Meanwhile, Eugene begins to climb out of the steaming puddle. He approaches the explorer. He doesn't have time to press the button to confirm the launch. That's why heavenly punishment doesn't work. It is unclear how the request could not be approved after all the carnage Edward had committed. The Cardinal has become somewhat quiet. Perhaps there are problems. If not, he would like to continue the ceremony. This Cardinal's face is simply a separate form of art. In the end, he couldn't say a word. Neither about the purge at the ceremony, nor about the unidentified monster that had entered the cathedral. It is understandable. He cannot explain why, after all that carnage, Edward was not punished by heaven, and they do not have any clues indicating that the monster was Eugene. Edward asks how he likes the heavenly punishment. He was just wondering what kind of system it is. This is some kind of high-tech scientific device. Using dragon skin would be obvious, so he did without it. But if he were a dragon, he wouldn't have suffered any damage at all. This means that it is a scientific device, which is probably why no trace of magic was found during the investigation. According to the researchers' recollections, the first high priest was a man from another world, and the technology must have originated from there. There was a small hitch in the execution of the plan, a mere trifle, but still worth mentioning. Here a voice is heard calling for the Lord Protector of Grand Continent. He must appear before the Holy Inquisition. Soon Eugene comes to their courtroom. It was to be expected that this would happen. When Rayanhan said that if they died now, the church state would know about it, she was referring to the tracking magic that was cast on the one who killed the paladin. He tried not to leave any clues, but when he encountered the paladin, he had no other choice. All people are equal before the goddess, no matter what the reason. By killing the paladin, Eugene insulted her, and his earthly title will not change the goddess's verdict, even if he is the Lord Protector accompanying the Emperor. The cardinal was very angry after Edward threatened him at the wedding. He said that all people are equal before the goddess. Edward asks if these words then apply to a man who came from a world that was not created by a goddess. It turns out that the Emperor knows the secret of the church state. For the church, such talk poses a serious threat. Creatures from another world are just street rumors. Under the sky created by the goddess, the existence of other worlds is denied. But if word gets out that this is not so, if everyone learns the truth, including the origin of the first high priest, then mass unrest will break out across the entire continent of Elmud, united by a single religion, the Church of the Goddess. Priests and followers will announce that they are going in search of the origins of the faith, and organizations will appear that question the foundations of the church, who will claim that the heavenly punishment carried out by the goddess may be a force from another world. And in fact, this will be the pure truth. This is heresy. It is incredible that Edward would say such nonsense right in front of the Holy Inquisition. This is an unfounded accusation. The court session was later hastily closed due to the cardinal's insanity. The chairman of the court is confused. The emperor's words took the cardinal by surprise. Suspicions are growing. Perhaps another world exists. Soon the daily Elmud newspaper spread the theory of the existence of another world, and the goddess's influence began to crumble. The faction of supporters of the existence of another world consisted mainly of ordinary believers and ordinary priests, while the faction of opponents of the existence of another world mainly united the top of power. And it is unclear how, but the conflict on the basis of faith, accompanied by violent protests of the faction of supporters of the existence of another world, crossed the line and escalated into a civil war with the participation of armed forces. One of the churches was set on fire. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The falsification of the media and the zombification by parasites have borne fruit. This will destroy the church from within. Most of the followers defected to the faction that acknowledged the existence of another world. And although several aristocratic families sponsoring the church remained with them, their heads suddenly disappeared under unclear circumstances. This cannot be regarded as a coincidence. This is probably the work of the Grand Continental Empire. If this continues, they will be in great danger. But there is a way. If the High Priest has a plan, it must be put into action quickly before it is too late. They will kill the Emperor. Their main fighting force will be deployed. A few days later, someone approaches the Grand Continental's main gate. The guard demands to show his face and confirm his identity. Ina cuts off their heads. Meanwhile, the paladins attack the guards on the fortress wall. The head of one of the defeated guards regenerates. He grabs the paladin. Ina and the other paladins run forward. The decapitated guard holds his own head in one hand and the slain paladin in the other. He puts his head back in place, and he attacks the paladins who rush towards him. Eugene hadn't seen Ina for a long time. She must have eaten something really good if she became even stronger during this time. The Lord Protector, or rather the sworn enemy of Midden, had better keep quiet. Eugene says he doesn't understand what she's talking about. Let him not say that he doesn't remember anything. He himself said that he killed her brother. That's not what Eugene meant. He asks why the holy paladin Percrid takes on the burden of others' hatred. She's Saint Ina Fulframhaven. Eugene says she wants to believe it. Ina begins to transform. This is truly Rayanhan's. The saint is the church's strongest asymmetrical force in this war. Such power will not fall into the hands of a pubertal girl obsessed with personal revenge. Although Rayanhan's can copy her appearance, her abilities are not enough to fully replicate a person's personality. She will give one piece of advice. As a former student and relative of Eugene, he must surrender. What self-confidence! It is obvious that she thinks she can defeat him after merging their forces. Not at all, she's just bait, part of a diversionary tactic. The paladins must have already arrived at the Imperial Palace. I wonder if they can protect the Emperor there without Eugene. Paladins appear in the throne room. They attack the one sitting on the throne. Rayanhan's doesn't know the Emperor very well, and he may not be particularly skilled, but there is another explanation for his long life. If their target was his head, that's where Rayanhan's should have been sent. There was no emperor on the throne, so they invaded his domain. Edward doesn't know whether they are brave or stupid. It's a trap. Paladins are pierced by laser beams. They must have decided that Edward was nothing special since he was hanging around with Eugene. Rayanhan's is contacted and informed that the plan has failed. She turned a little pale. Eugene asks what they will do now. Rayanhan's takes off running. The 36th stratagem is to conserve strength by avoiding open confrontation. Breaking news: the church suddenly attacked the Emperor Grand Continuer. It became known that behind this is a faction that denies the existence of another world, opposing the faction for existence. The attack on the church, which took place under cover of night, was already made public in the morning and became a huge shock for the people of the empire. The shock that the church was the instigator of the attack soon turned to anger, and when it was said that by aiming at the emperor, the church intended to break the faction for the existence of another world, guarded by the imperial palace, the indignation of the people turned into open rage. Although the pretext was false, it did its job. The church lost its followers and could no longer secure their faith. Further events developed strictly according to the emperor's plan. The clergy could not commit murder at the will of the goddess, which means they acted arbitrarily. And this suggests that the faction that denies the existence of another world, that is, the church, is heretical. And the Kingdom of Grand Continuer declared war on the heretics. The assassination failed, and not only did they lose the paladins, they also gave the damned emperor a reason to start a war. So much money was invested in the creation of the saint, there is no justification for it. It was worth at least killing this snake, his faithful henchman. And Rayan Handsome ran away with her tail between her legs. If they lost the saint too, they would have no way to resist them at all. Instead of chatting, it's better to get busy preparing for war. There is a battle on the border between the church state and the Grand Continent. It turns out that there are paladins here. The soldiers retreat. They suddenly tuck their tails between their legs. Apparently this was part of their plan. An army of clones appears in place of the escaped soldiers. Thanks to the army of cloned soldiers, the victory in the battle on the border remained with the Grand Continenter. The church was forced to retreat to the center of its lands, where it erected a last line of defense, fencing itself with a protective barrier. Robbery, rape, murder, theft. It's a wonder his head is still on his shoulders. That's a serious case for the death penalty. Apparently, it's all about royal blood. In any case, now he is more suitable than anyone else for the upcoming task. If he were not a member of the royal family, Edward would have executed him long ago. But if he succeeds in the task, all charges against him will be dropped. He would have rotted in prison for the rest of his life anyway, so he had nothing to lose. When he returns to the palace, he will tear to pieces all those bastards who snitched on him. Birds fly out of the backpack and mice scatter. It is not clear what the point is in releasing these creatures. Then a bullet hits the ground next to him. Let him move. Damn this general, he probably doesn't even know who he is. Once he finishes the job, he too will be in trouble. He suddenly starts burning alive. Edward, of course, expected anything, but he didn't think they would install something so deadly. As experiments have shown, for small creatures the last line of the church state does not pose any threat. But as soon as creatures whose mass is close to human cross the barrier, they immediately spontaneously ignite and burn in terrible agony. I wonder how to get through this thing. Come to think of it, Edward has a friend who can change his body however he wants. The radius of the barrier is approximately this. They threw animals and prisoners here and there, and as a result they managed to create a circle of this size. For reference, the sparrow flew calmly through the barrier back and forth, but the ostrich spontaneously combusted, although both were birds. Even among dogs, small breeds survived, while large ones died. Similar results were shown by an experiment on monsters. There is only one conclusion: large individuals die, while small ones survive. Eugene asks if there is a connection with species membership. Edward doesn't want to rush to conclusions, but they suggest that the only condition is body mass, and that's exactly the trend that was observed during the experiments. However, humanoid life forms like humans, dwarves, or beastmen would all burn up no matter how much they weighed. But Eugene is able to transform into other life forms, changing his body weight accordingly in general. He is the only creature that can change its biological species and body weight. Maybe he'll agree to help, it's not just for Edward's benefit. The plan is for Eugene to take the form of a small animal that can bypass the barrier, then sneak up on them and scout out the interior. Edward knows that he's already sitting on his neck, but it seems like the plan is quite good, even though he came up with it himself. Eugene is against. If he shrinks his brain too much, his intellectual abilities will also decrease. And if for some reason the barrier works, he could burn to the ground before he even starts regeneration. It's too risky a plan for him. It would be better if they went the opposite way. Eugene just recently got something big. Edward thinks he's acquired some kind of mind-blowing ability, but it's big in the literal sense. He saw it too. Eugene comes out of the tent. He transforms into an ancient dragon. A single flap of his wings creates a whirlwind. He soars into the air, and he rushes towards the church state, but something flies towards him. Blades of light light up. His wings have been cut off and he is losing his balance. It's time to start their war. Eugene had been spotted a little earlier. The researcher was not sure that the plan would work. No matter how you look at it, this is pure madness. Sometimes there comes a time when even in your right mind you have to do crazy things. And this was the idea of the most holy. They just do what they are told. The projectile has been launched. Rayan Hands flies out of it with flaming swords. So she cut off Eugene's wings. It may burn out without ever being able to break through the barrier head-on. Eugene falls onto the cathedral spire. Something starts dripping from it. This damn monster died after all. Here they realize that it is spreading acid poison. The paladins are here. Eugene is now vulnerable and at great risk. First of all, he needs to regenerate his lungs. If he can use them to spew out fiery breath, he will trigger a chain explosion. This is exactly what is happening. In the blink of an eye, melt the thick inner wall of the engine room. He was barely breathing. The researcher tries to contact the saint. It doesn't look like the communication device is faulty, in which case the saint is also defeated. The cathedral is the place where all the main equipment of the church is collected. At the moment, the state cannot be restored. In other words, the church is finished. That's why there was no point in killing this monster. Someone appears from behind. This is Eugene. It's crazy. He read the reports, but he didn't think it was that serious. He takes out a gun from the magic circle. Better this way than to die at the clutches of a monster. Here the saint gets in touch. She has a plan. The evacuation of currently confirmed survivors was successful. This means that there are survivors. And what's more, the saint also managed to survive. The church is not finished yet. It will take a long time, but they will be able to rise from their knees. Luckily he survived. Rayan Hands will have a favor to ask. The researcher changes the range of the burning barrier. The wounds have almost healed, but Eugene has used up a lot of the prepared flesh. He will have to replenish it once he finishes this business. Rayan Hands comes out to meet him. He asks why she is blocking his way. Because she is a saint of the Church of the Goddess. Eugene says that is not what he asked. She hadn't forgotten how she had run away from him earlier. Apparently she had realized that she couldn't win. There was definitely no way she could defeat him alone. But despite the destruction around, it is still the main temple of the Church of the Goddess. Looks like metal slime. Suddenly everything around lights up with a blue light. It's a barrier. They change the coordinates. Then she will suffer too. The damage will definitely be colossal. But Eugene just needs to break out of the barrier before it burns to the ground. After all, even in this body he won't last long. Rayan Hands plunges a flaming sword into his leg. She decided to detain him. It is unclear how she moves inside the barrier. It might have been the metal slime. She knew in advance how to compensate for the damage from the barrier. Eugene can also use metal slime. But there is too little material to cover the entire body with mucus. And if it first decreases, it will not have time to regenerate. Since they are tribe mates, Rayan Hands knows that regeneration is not all-powerful. This place will become his grave. Eugene lashes his tail. Judging by the fact that the barrier is disappearing, he was aiming in the right direction. He kept wondering where the traces of human presence came from. And then a rat hid. Rayan Hands tells the researcher to leave immediately. Looks like this is the end. Her magical powers are at their limit, and she removed the metal slime's coating, holding up well. But even though she is his tribe mate, it is too much for her. She had nothing left. He's right. This is the limit, both for her and for him. The burning barrier is recharging. You need to turn into a dragon again, but he doesn't make it. The barrier device is activated by electricity. If you restore the damaged parts with a metal slime and turn on the current, you can activate it again for some time. She did say that this place would become Eugene's grave. It's really dangerous. He reacted too late. Regeneration is not keeping up. No more burning, endless cold and emptiness. He has no feeling in his arms or legs and cannot focus his vision. Perhaps this is death. He lost. It's a fascinating experience. The time has come. Eugene asks the goddess to give him the reward for destroying the Demon King. The light becomes blinding. Something explodes behind Rayan Hands. There is a hole, or something that looks like a hole, in the floor of the engine compartment. Tentacles extend from there. Then an eye appears in the center of the black circle. Eugene hasn't been here for a long time. The goddess appears. The reward protocol for eliminating the Demon King is carried out. She asks what Eugene's wish is. Something came to his mind after talking to the Manticore. The goddess is a being that is not subject to time. In that case, maybe he can take advantage of it. Eugene wants the most useful reward in these circumstances, which will help him get out of this. And he wants to get it at the moment after the elimination of the Demon King. This can be accomplished, and the reward is given to the target. The emerging monster extends its longest tentacle. It entangles Rayanhan's legs, and it spreads further. The researcher is puzzled as to what is happening. The purple mass envelops everything around. The researcher also gets caught in it. The mass envelops him. He ends up being consumed by her. It looks like this is Eugene's doing. A host of eyes flash around Rayanhan's. Some sounds are heard, and something is moving in the purple mass. A figure wrapped in it appears. This is Eugene. It's hard to believe that this is even a living creature and that such a creature exists in this world. The rewritten past poured into Eugene's head in an instant. That day he received a monster whose nature was based on the earthly myths of Cthulhu, the Shoggoth. This alien ability is so familiar to him, as if he actually had it for a long time. Eugene asks if Rayanhan has anything else to say. She asks how he manages to control himself in such a situation. Apparently she means appetite. When you experience the same thing over and over again, you develop immunity to it. If Rayanhan hadn't been suppressing her true self until now, perhaps it would have changed the outcome. Maybe she would be where Eugene is now. It is better to die like a saint than to live like a monster. Rayanhan asks not to touch other people of the church state. Eugene says that it is not in his power. And yet she asks him. He will raise this issue. For many years the church carefully guarded the way to the world with one moon called Earth. The existence of this world, as well as the door to it, was carefully hidden from the people, because the key to this door was the heads of the kings of the four races united into humanity. In other words, this condition could only be fulfilled by a conqueror, someone who was ready to trample other races just to open the gates to another world. Whether madmen devastate the sacred lands discovered by the first high priest, or whether the continent created by the goddess sinks into flames, Eugene does not care what happens to this world. The entrance to the dungeon opens. Eugene comes down. He finds the altar mentioned by the goddess. It's time for him to return to Earth. Edward and Joaquin descend into the dungeon with the heads of the four kings. Eugene is already waiting for them. It was Edward who was late. He says that he hurried as much as he could. Now it's up to General Joaquin. By the way, the victory ceremony will take place very soon. Eugene immediately refuses. It would be better for Edward if this happened much sooner. He is right about that. Considering that we'll have to somehow clean up the aftermath, it would be better if he disappeared now. The most effective thing to do would be to announce that Grand Continental Lord Protector Eugene died a heroic death in battle against the church. To be honest, Edward is very excited right now, as if he is finally getting rid of a monster that has taken up residence in his house without permission. At the same time, another part of him feels no less strong regret. This is a misconception. Edward feels sick. A person is designed in such a way that he gets used to everything, unconsciously distorts his own perception and concentrates only on positive moments, trying not to notice everything else. Edward similarly mistakes a wild animal for a friend, guided by the fact that it does not seem to be going to attack him. But this is just a superficial judgment. If Eugene changed his appearance a little, Edward would forget about his obsession. I wonder if he still seems like a friend to him. He's still the same damn monster. Joaquin reports that everything is ready, but he doesn't see any changes. Here the heads placed on the altar glow with yellow light. They disappear. A multitude of flashes appear in the niche with the skull. It is completely filled with bright light. It seems that the mechanism has been activated as it should. Since this was a passage, then Eugene went. Let him go away and never come back. Edward did a good job. Eugene enters the portal. Now he walks on bare ground. The air is smoky. There is no doubt that he is breathing earthly air. Only, I remember he disappeared in Central Africa, but judging by the Eiffel Tower, this is France. It's strange why he's here. Although if we assume that Central Africa is connected with the endless forest, then it is not surprising that with the change of the starting point, it was thrown into another region. What's important now is what actually happened here. It looks like the Earth has been turned into ruins in just a couple of years. Eugene sees a car. Very convenient. He just needs information, and he knows an excellent way to get it. He is trying to attract attention to himself. The car is approaching him. Suddenly she explodes. She was burned by a dragon. Maybe this is not Earth. The dragon smells. The smell of a vile swindler. It was he who killed his mother and wounded him. There wasn't a second when the dragon didn't remember him. It is the official language of Elmud. Memories of the first red dragon Eugene ate, so this is the baby. Somehow he managed to penetrate to Earth. This is of course curious. But what is more important is that he, as an alien, also has special abilities, and Eugene's rapidly growing appetite is proof of this. For some time, even on Earth, he won't have to worry about tasty food.